Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Informant to Both Sides. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If someone were to have told Raven that he would be arrested by an underground hero an hour before, he would have punched them in the face. He always made sure to cover up his tracks before anyone were to find him. He gives information to heroes about villains, so he was confused on why they were arresting him. He helps both villains and heroes, but can one blame him? He needs money. Villains do not know that he helps heroes, and heroes do not know that he helps villains. So what are they arresting him for? No way they found out about his business. He makes sure that no one is to say a word about it, and if they do, well, they suffer the consequences. He may be quirkless, but no way is he stupid. Contracts are small little things. No quirks needed. Just a special ink and a small tattoo on the person. That is it. If they violate the contract, well, their inner organs deteriorate, vomit blood, and their eyes melt right off. Gruesome, but they should never violate the contract. Raven always warns them of what would happen, and he knows when the contract is violated. If the contract itself doesn't kill the person, Raven has someone else do it for him. A trained assassin. Like in every contract, there's a loophole, but most haven't known about it, and he will never want anyone to figure it out. So, why is he, a quirkless 15-year-old who has avoided the police for years, handcuffed to a table and being interrogated with no alcohol in front of him? He asked for tequila and they bring in tea. What type of people do that? Honestly, it's just tequila. He isn't asking for poison, although he would drink that too just to get out of this situation. A smirk on his face as he treated this as a game just to piss off the two adults in the room and to come up with a way out of this. Eraserhead. Seriously, I am not in the mood to answer these frivolous questions, and I promise you that you are not getting any answers from me anytime soon. I suggest you either let me go or you tell me what I did wrong and get on with tossing me into a cell. How about the fact that you're a villain? Raven leans forward, lowering his voice to an annoyed tone as he says, how about I'm not a villain? Tsukauchi hesitates with a frown. Then what are you doing with villains? Raven snorts and rolls his eyes, leaning back and shaking his head. He chuckles with a smile pulling at the corner of his lips. That action alone sets the underground hero off. Eraserhead scowls, not seeing what this kid finds funny. Is this just a grand old joke to you? Yes, actually. You arrest me for being around villains. Now that is a laugh. I mean, what actual crimes have I committed other than speaking to other humans? I assure you enough that I do not know what they're planning or have ever acted in any of their schemes. That is all I'm going to say. I won't answer any other questions. We're done here. He closes his eyes and yawns, waiting for their response to that. The two adults look at each other, whispering to each other. They don't know what they should say, but he was telling the truth. He hasn't been a part of any of the villains' schemes, or know what their plans are. You're hiding something from us, Raven says Eraserhead. You know something about the villains. His left eye cracks open a little. You want information? Fine. His facial expression changes to one of annoyance and businesslike as he leans forward staring at them, clasping his hands together. But I want something in return. And let me tell you this beforehand, I do not want a stupid offer. Aizawa glances at the detective who is silent and patiently waiting for something. His dark eyes are studying the boy in front of him, reading him and his words for truth and false. Your freedom for. The kid barks out a laugh, cutting off the detective. I just said, no stupid offers. My freedom and my life, those aren't good offers, just so you know. Oh, and no threats, I don't care for those either. Then what do you care for? Nothing that you can give me, he says with a Cheshire grin. He does not know how he got himself into this situation, but he will take advantage of annoying these people. Their reactions are always hilarious to see. Their jaws clenching, eyes narrowed in annoyance or anger, fists clenching as they fight back the urge to punch something. And even listening to their voices become steady to avoid saying things they'll regret later. The amount of energy it takes to mess with someone is appalling. Weaving your words, dancing around your victims, poisoning your tones and their minds, all the while making sure you do not reveal your true intentions. It is mentally exhausting, yet worth it to see the outcome. The hero shakes his head at the detective and the two leave the room. Raven sighs with a disappointed expression. They are smart, he decides, sadly. They didn't raise to the bait, but I got enough of a reaction. He stares at the drink. It's not tequila, but it's something. He is parched. He reaches forward, wrapping his fingers around the warm mug and drinking the lukewarm drink. He doesn't know how long he's there, but it's about half an hour or so by the time the door opens again. Nezu, the only animal to have a quirk. You were experimented by humans and yet you work alongside them. Must be nice, having the strong enough will for that. To be able to work with people that put you through hell. How strong are you to do that? The animal-like human blinks for a moment, processing the words given to him. You're a manipulator, aren't you? Manipulator? Don't you think that's a little harsh? He leans forward slightly. I'm more of a negotiator, a businessman if you will. But if it makes you happy, then fine. Go ahead and call me a manipulator. He leans right back, crossing his legs at the ankle and clasping his hands together. Well, now that you're here, any negotiations I had planned, well, that's out the window now. You complicate things and now you will not find anything out. Sorry, but I am not going to play into your hands. Your time is running out. You have no charges on me and I assume you have to let me go. He grins as he closes his eyes and wanting to rest. Oh, and don't bother me. I'm tired. Nezu, says a familiar voice. It's best to leave this for. Hello, All Might, interrupts Raven, his green eyes glittering behind the black, feathered mask as he stares at the blonde skeleton who is so surprised that he coughs out blood. A sadistic grin comes to his lips. It's been a while, hasn't it? My Midoriya Izuku. Izuku had been working on an informant job when it had happened. The night was a long one. He was in a bar, only being let in because of the person he was meeting. The villains in the bar all turn to look at the young-looking villain, but they know how valuable the kid was. They know what would happen if they so much as touch him without permission. He's under a lot protection from different groups of villains and a few heroes here and there, but those aren't as reliable at protecting him like the villains. The whole thing was a setup and he hadn't been able to see it coming. Apparently, the villain he was giving answers to had given him up, saying that he was the person who was behind the entire operation of their latest attack. That was not the truth. He only gave him information and the criminal avoided telling the heroes about the informant part since he didn't want to die. Somehow, during the meeting the villain convinced the boy to leave the bar and head to a more secure place so they can talk. That led to a few quips and disgusted looks from the teenager. Wow, aren't you desperate to get laid? He said, cracking up. First, I need to know what hero you want to know about, then we'll see if I'll leave with you. I want to know about All Might, he stated clearly. He was not beating around the bush. No, he wants to burn the bush to get his information and get this kid out of his hair. He has brought too much on him and he wants this kid to remove the damned contract. The cackling from their table drawed too much attention that the villain squirmed. He glared at the runt with ferocity. What's so funny? You have nothing that offers an equal deal to learning about him. He fell into another round of snickers, shaking his head. He releases a small calming breath, waving off the other patrons and apologizing to them for the interruption of their night. Okay, how about I give you information about Endeavor for 10,000 yen and a bag of chips? Simple. You don't lose too much money for a pathetic hero. Endeavor. He's the number 2 hero and information on him is worth for barely anything. Whatever. Deal. Now let's go somewhere no one will overhear. Once alone, he opened his mouth to speak, but then he was being wrapped up by a certain white fabric known to be Eraserhead's capture weapon. Fuck, Eraserhead, you're here. That must mean he didn't finish and he didn't have to. His glare at the villain was enough. Oh, your contract. That's what you want? Huh. He watched as the villain dropped, gripping his wrist as he writhed on the ground with a few screams. Technically, you didn't violate your contract so it won't kill you, but it hurts, doesn't it? The contract won't be nullified. You brought the pain onto yourself. Stop talking. You're under arrest, Raven. That's what happened. He was played by a villain but still didn't get what he wanted. The wolves will have it the sheep soon enough. The silence is thick with emotion on Toshinori's side. He is full of shock that the quirkless boy whose dreams he blatantly crushed is sitting in front of him for having been acquainted with villains. The boy licks his lips, clicking his tongue while shaking his head. Wow, he mutters. So I don't reveal who you are to your enemies, but you reveal who I am to mine. That's great to know. He mockingly sighs in disappointment. Well, I guess I don't need this anymore. He removes the mask and reveals the face of a young teenager. He seems overly cheerful, smiling at him with a sickly sweet smile. Oh, so you two know each other, Yagi. Nezu speaks up, tilting his head to the side and glancing between the two. Oh, Nezu, I almost forgot you were here. Somewhat. We've met before. A year ago today to be exact. I forgot about that. But hey, why would I ever want to remember the day my dream was crushed by the number 1 hero? Although, he draws out, tapping his cheek with the one free hand, almost as if he's thinking. He continues, that is not the reason I'm here. I want to know a few things, but, again, with Nezu's presence it hinders my plan. You can see through me easily. You're too smart for me to dance around you. Your mind is not as fragile as everyone else's here. The smile of happiness comes back as he takes in the UAS principle. That is just a great thing after all. It makes this more fun. How old are you, Midoriya? He questions with a small faint smile. He isn't sure on the boy's age. He looks to be a teenager, but he switches between a mature adult to a child too quickly. The expression changes to a cold, sadistic type. I don't know. How old do you think I am? 17. Probably younger. You're not a legal adult just yet. Wow, you're really not playing around right now. He runs his hand through his curls, looking at the mask. Fine, he says, sounding defeated. I'll tell you this much. I'm 15. My birthday is on July 15th. I don't see why that is a big deal since you don't need to know my age at any given point, but no matter. Do you want to know why I told you in the first place despite that? Because we can look into your files. Yagi here knows your name. You two have met before and surely you've let a few things slip, Midoriya. Nezu studies the boy. He can see intelligence in him, more than he's met in his own school. Not many people have possessed an intelligence like he sees in Midoriya. Tell me, Midoriya, how do you? Nuh-uh. He interrupts. No more questions. You cannot ask me anymore, sorry. Oh, and no deals either. You don't have what I want, and frankly, I don't trust you enough to make a contract. Contract. The longer Nezu is here, in this small room, with this boy who's cuffed to the table, the night keeps getting more and more interesting. The boy is not like this year's class, or any group of people he has yet to meet. You're a neutral party, aren't you? But you still help each side. No reaction. Then a smile. I really am glad I didn't underestimate you. You're really easy to read, you know. Easy to read. He's talking about Nezu, right? Nezu is not easy to read at all. Toshinori does not understand this kid at all. He is supposedly quirkless, but he can read Nezu. That must mean he has a great skill. Maybe. If he wasn't here, then he'd be one of Aizawa's favorites. I knew for a fact you'd see the truth. But like I said, I'm tired and want to sleep. Anything you want to speak about, come back after school and we'll speak. That's if my father hasn't gotten to me yet. Another smile, and then they hear a click followed by the sound of handcuffs falling to the ground. His arms come up and his head rests on them like they're a pillow. He yawns and closes his eyes. Good night. They left it at that. They let him sleep, making sure that the door is locked and he won't be able to get out. Not like with the handcuffs. Once outside the door, they share looks. He won't crack. He's treating this like a game, says Toshinori. No, he's not. Nezu is looked down on for a second before he jumps onto Yaga's shoulder. He treats this as a business meeting ready to make a deal. You heard him. He doesn't want to make a deal or a contract with me. He probably knows that I can find loopholes in the deal and use it against him, and he doesn't want that. He knows how to play with our minds. He knows how we work. The way he acts, he wants to see what type of reaction he can get from you all, see how much patience you have. He's an informant. He gives information for an exchange. More valuable the person, the more valuable the exchange has to be. Then how will we get him to speak? What's more valuable than money in this case? Nezu retorts, smiling at Naomasa. Information, Aizawa says, realization dawning on them. Information for information. That's an exchange he wants, but what can we give him? He knows about All Might, so what's to say that he doesn't know about every hero already? True. He hums and a smile comes to his face. The animalistic principal has gotten an idea and the heroes can see that real clear. Meanwhile, Izuku is still awake. He waits a little bit before getting up and looking around the room. A smile comes to his face. Ah, Vents, my old friend. He removes the bolts with a lot of difficulty, having to stretch himself to reach the plate, heaving himself up into the compact space. He shimmies his way through the ducts, looking for a good exit. He comes across the four who are coming up with a plan. Sure it's going to work? Asks Yagi. He's frowning almost as if he isn't sure. This piques Izuku's interest and curiosity. I'm not wanting to question you, but you really want to take him to UA. He's a villain. Yes, but at the same time he isn't. He helps them, but he also helps heroes. He's the in-between. If we can, we might be able to have help us more than villains, or at least cut down on helping both sides. Izuku rolls his eyes. He's the balance between villains and heroes. He doesn't care about them. If he can, he'll tear the world apart and watch it burn as villains and heroes wipe each other out. He does not care. If civilians get in the way, then oh well. Heroes and villains are old news. They shouldn't even exist in the first place. But then again, he finds their annoyingly determined personalities amusing. Just watching them fight in between each other, trying to take the other out, it's his entertainment. His father runs a whole league of villains. But he is the same. They love to watch as the two sides rip each other apart. Of course, if I can, I may be able to steer him into the right direction. He doesn't have to become a hero. Then again, if the plan doesn't work, we can just exchange information with him. He doesn't have to take us up on the offer of UA. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. His curiosity is the death of him. Once it's piqued, he can't control it. He has to know. He needs to know. Information on people is the thing he loves knowing more than anything. Then again, he does want Endeavor off the streets. He needs him off the streets. He's a terrible human being. One who shouldn't be a hero. He lets out a quiet groan and backtracks to the interrogation room. He hops back down, putting the grate back onto the vent. It's nice to know that you joined us back. Izuku jumps before looking at the small mouse bear dog thing. He looks like a rat, but he doesn't say that. That was an elaborate ploy. You knew I was going to escape and overhear you. Not so much, but I know how curious you are and your thirst for knowledge. You would have been hooked. Nezu smirks sinisterly at him as he knows that he got him cornered. You want to know what my proposition is, don't you? There, he's got the bull hooked by the horns. Nezu can see the internal torment. I will give you a list of questions and you tell me if whatever I have is valuable for them to be answered. Understand? Izuku sighs. This is why he hates Nezu. The hero principal can read him as easily as he can read the creature. All right, fine. If your proposition isn't valuable, then I have something that may be worth your time. Deal, deal. He sits in his chair, looking at the paper. How do you get your information? What is your quirk? How do people find you? How does the contract work? Izuku looks up at the hero. These questions, some of them are quite valuable. Tell me what type of information you have to offer. Well, there's the thing. I have 2 things that I can give you. Information or a position at UA. You do realize that I'm 15, right? I can't have a position there other than being a student, and from what I hear, classes have already started. I don't see that as fair, don't you think? Plus, what information can you give me that I already do not know? Information on whatever you want. And if you don't know, then we'll see what we can dig up. He leans forward, placing his paws together like one would do to clasp them. As for the position, I want you to become my student, not the regular classes. And if you want, you can oversee the students' training. Maybe you'll be able to pick out their weaknesses and tell them bluntly. Do you really trust me to do that? Who says I won't betray you and give the intel that I learned to the villains? That's where the whole contract comes in, dear Midoriya. Fine, but that alone cannot pay some of these questions. He tilts his head to the side with a small frown. What do you have in mind then? They have to do this. If they do not, then they will lose everything. Izuku is not messing around at all. Not with this. If they do not carry this out, then he will cut off any connections with the heroes, nullifying the contract, and give everything to the villains. He will tip the scale if this does not go his way and watch the world suffer as the villains start taking over. The arrest of Todoroki and hero alias Endeavor. The thick silence does not seem to break at any moment. Nezu is just staring at him with an unreadable expression. Midoriya, how has a teen such as yourself come to a point such as this? Are you being forced or do you enjoy doing your job? The boy is quite the interesting case. He can be arrested for being an accomplice, but knowing the kid, he'd be able to worm his way out of the trial and be a free man. The boy does not seem like someone who plays around when it is a serious situation. Oh, how Nezu will want this boy to be his student. The things he can teach him, the skills that he can strengthen. He sees it as a good offer. After all, the boy can make his business negotiations better. Pray tell why you want the number 2 hero arrested. Izuku licks his lips, grabbing his mask and running a hand over the feathers. A hero who commits a crime, whether it be a good reason or not, shall be stripped of their license while an investigation shall be conducted to prove them guilty or innocent. Article X, paragraph 5. He tilts his head to the side as he recalls the next law. A hero who causes property damage that harms a civilian shall have their license revoked and cannot maintain it for a year or until proven otherwise. Article X, paragraph 8. Toxic green eyes meet beady black ones, showing the rage and disdain he feels for the so-called hero who continues being praised while his closet is being filled with a constant pile of skeletons. In other words, he's a murderer, both directly and indirectly. Yes, I remember the 2. If anything, that cannot be proven without any evidence. This boy, he does not seem to be the type to lie about this. It would also explain why Todoroki has been attacked by many villains lately. Nezu, though, sees this as an opportunity. If he can get more info, then he may as well manipulate the boy into his bidding by holding this over his head. That's quite a serious accusation. Can you prove it? It's not an accusation when it's the damn truth. My father can give you all of the files we have gathered on the pyromaniac, the videos that his spies hold, and every witness that monster has threatened. He has deliberately killed innocent people so that all his secrets can remain a secret. My father holds a few of those innocent people under witness protection, so tell me, how is he a good hero? A pause, then he lets out a small chuckle. He's the only person I will sell to the devil for a corn chip. So that should tell you how much I despise the son of a bitch. Midoriya, he killed my mother. My father wants him dead or incarcerated. If you don't do this, then I can ruin the name of heroes for good and have the public turn on you. Any of these questions, he says, pointing to the paper, the value will rise until you cannot pay for it yourself. I am not a child that you want to mess with, for if I have to, I will become the villain that tips the balance between good and evil. You do not want that, do you? Nezu waits for a second to let the boy continue, and when he doesn't, he takes it as his cue to speak. This is a difficult task. It cannot be included in the contract. We might not even know if he will get a sentence, as you have said. And if it is true, then he has threatened people to keep silent. How do you know that they will even speak out? He doesn't seem to show any worry like the hero wanted. That does not sit well, especially when a sinister gleam brightens in those toxic eyes. The look of a killer. This 15-year-old would kill someone and he wouldn't blink. This kid, there is nothing right about him. He needs to get the boy some help. But that cannot happen if this child does not get what he wants or accept the proposition. Izuku sighs, blinking, and the gleam is gone. The principal would have thought he had imagined it if it isn't for the next few statements. The child looks up at him, seeming to have thought it over. Fine, but if you do not have him incarcerated by the year is up, our contract will be nullified and I will kill him myself. Capiche? You? Yes, I know what that means for me. If that son of a bitch winds up dead by the end of the year, Then you have every right to arrest me. He stops talking, his head tilting to the right as if thinking. Whatever he wants to say, he doesn't say it. He just sits there, staring at the animal and waiting for him to say something. A few minutes of silence, but there does not seem to be anything more important to be said. All right, are you the one who's going to make the contract with me? Nezu stands up and shakes his head with a smile. I will get him. Get me the box that you took from me. I will need the contents in there. I do hope you didn't open it. We didn't. Is that all? A bottle of tequila. Tea it is. He groans and watches the small creature leave the room. He doesn't see this going well anytime soon. He sighs, laying his head on the table. He really should have left this until morning. Izuku is exhausted and the contract is going to be energy consuming. The child is not seeing any reason why they'd want to have a contract. But it does not matter. He looks up to see the detective. You're the one I'm making the contract with, he asks, taken aback. He would have thought it'd have been Eraserhead. I am. They're getting the small chest at the moment. Good. Not too long after that, they come in with the chest. He brings out a parchment, a bottle of ink, and a gray quill. He writes something down on it. You write your offer, he says, pushing it towards them. Tsukauchi looks at the quill with hesitance before taking it with a sigh of resignation. He writes it down and pushes it back to him. All right, do you accept the terms given? Yes. He nods. He grabs a small bowl from the box. Izuku brings out a small penknife and grabs the detective's hand but does not pull on it. I need a little bit of your blood, he says. Tsukauchi is hesitant but moves his hand forward. Izuku sticks the penknife into his index finger, nicking it a little bit to where a few drops of blood fall out into the dish. He does the same thing onto his own scarred finger, letting the two bloods mix in the bowl. He knows that they're watching him, studying his movements and the process of it all. Don't be afraid. It's not deadly. That's if you follow my terms. You cannot speak of the contract or about what I can do to anyone that is not in this room without my permission. You can tell people what you want, but cannot directly say that I give out information. If you do, the violation of the contract will cause a serious death. Once the contract is fulfilled, then you can speak about it to anyone. During the explanation, Izuku is mixing the ink into the blood. He dips the quill and writes his name onto the parchment, sliding it back to the detective. Naomasa glances to the other three men, hesitant on doing this. Okay, he writes down his name. A small purple light comes from the parchment. That's an incomplete contract. Now, place the tip of the quill onto the back of your non-dominant hand. Just one touch of the ink and a sigil should appear. Once the mixture of blood and ink touches the skin, he drops the quill as pain blooms onto his hand. Izuku grabs the quill and places it on his chest. As that happens, multiple different sigils appear on his body. Multiple contracts with multiple people. The one on his chest causes terrible pain for how close it is to his heart. From all of the sigils, I like you the best, he says through gritted teeth as he stares at the swirls that decorate his hand. Now that it's close to being completed, we should hold up to our deals. You go first, commands Eraserhead. Right, cause mine's easier. He sighs as he looks at the paper with the 4 questions. Well, for starters, I am quirkless. The only one who knows is All Might, so he's the only one without the look of surprise. Don't tell me you never seen a quirkless person before. I mean, we do make up 20% of the population. Yes, but the contract. Oh, yes. How does the contract work? Well, it is a quirk, per se. But it's not mine. My father's assistant's quirk is called bind, and she can make anything to help bind something. Usually it's simple like a bracelet or a necklace, but with my line of business, it's ink and it won't make it weird. I mean, it'll be weird for me to give a grown adult a bracelet and necklace. He shrugs. His eyes never leave them, watching their reactions. Tsukauchi and Yagi both have more reactive expressions, confusion and surprise. Nezu and Eraserhead both are more guarded. They do not have any show of expression, but their eyes hold a few emotions, but they're hard to read. How do you get your information? Izuku stands and grabs everything, putting the mixture of blood and ink into an empty vial. He blinks, rubbing his face. Through videos and live fights. I watch some of your fights in the crowd and jot down notes. You get all kinds of information through that. He nods. Why? Is it weird or something? No, but you must be quite skilled with analysis. I've been analyzing heroes and villains since I was 4, when I found out about my quirklessness. My mom always helped with it, and then my father helped me even more. It's been like that since I can remember. I always wanted to be a hero, but people kept making sure that I wouldn't become one. And so that's how you're in this situation at the moment. Is it because of them you decided to do these things? Why didn't you try to show them? He frowns, anger overtaking him. He starts harshly rubbing at his wrists, biting his tongue as he tries to calm down. Last question. You want to know how people find me? I have my father's workers to bring me customers. As for the heroes, I just slip them a card after a fight. Depends on who they need info on. The ink is invisible to others, so that's how you don't know about them. Can you answer the question on why you didn't try? Izuku presses his tongue under his teeth, glaring harshly. I did try. You want to see why I stopped? He doesn't give them a second to answer as he pulls his shirt off, revealing a dancer and gymnast body shape but also the scars. Scars of different shapes and sizes, of different pigmentation. Some are light, others are angry pinks. They litter his shoulders and upper arms, some parts on his sides. He twists his back to pop it and to show off another burn mark. The 4 adults are staring at those scars that the teen has collected over the years. The teen who will willingly give secrets out to people for a price. These are my attempts to continue trying to prove that I can be a hero. He put his shirt back on after a few more seconds. Not just these. People have threatened to kill me, or people will even try to suicide bait me. Do you really think I would want to continue after that, knowing that I would have to work with those types of people when I'm older? I cannot force myself to continue trying when I know that those are the types of heroes in our future society. My teachers, my peers, various heroes, even my own mother told me I couldn't be a hero. People, when they found out about my being quirkless, would tell me to give up on my dream. The only person who told me that it's my choice is my dad. He told me that that is not the people's choice but my own. I chose to gather intel on heroes and villains and anything in between, ruining their lives in the process. It's simple. No one tried to stop them. Questions all might. He knows that he's one of the people who told him no. He wonders what would have happened if he had given him one for all the day he met the boy. His solemn expression brings another wave of anger for the boy. The teachers would look away, watch, or they'll just leave. Adults just tell me to give up. It was my classmates who did this to me. Although I stopped caring. I decided that if they continue on, they're going to deal with me later on. I'm the puppeteer, pulling the strings of their downfall. Tsukauchi stares at him with concern on his face. His eyebrows are furrowed and his lips set to a frown. If he has gone through the torment at this age by his classmates who are trying to become heroes, he wouldn't put it past him if he develops a hatred for the arising heroes. Midoriya. But no matter. His expression changes to one of happiness. He takes a swig of his tea. You have your side of the deal to uphold. This is my father's number. Best to call him and tell him the news. Oh, and Nezu, I accept being your personal student. It will be fun going to UA. And helping you heroes out. Maybe you can give the villains a harder time with my help. Nezu smiles that sunshine smile of his, pushing the number to Aizawa for him to call the boy's father. Once the teacher is gone, Izuku takes that as his chance to say one more thing. Oh, All Might, All for One is still alive. If Izuku was shameful, he would not be happy in seeing the expression that appeared on Yaga's face, but he isn't. He is shameless and grins widely, enjoying, basking in pleasure at the fury and horror that displays across the man's face. The way his fist clenches as he tries not to hit something. To use his quirk that he received from the woman who died against the sick monster that is still alive from the horrid fight. He smiles cruelly when the man turns away from him, excusing himself out as he cannot take seeing such an expression on the boy who seemed to be so kind and innocent a year ago. The boy who he had crushed his dreams by telling him what he has heard every single moment of every single day since he was 4 years old. Now, he relishes in the way he was able to hurt him. He hit him in one of the wounds he has. His left side throbs a little at the reminder of what had happened. Yagi, Kashinori jumps and whips around to face the owner of the voice. It's just you, Eraserhead. He breathes in relief, rubbing his forehead. Are you okay? He nods. Just something young Midoriya said to me. It isn't a good thing. He falls silent as his hand finds itself to the wound. Did you get a hold of his father? Yes. Apparently Midoriya Hisashi is out of country. He is working abroad and hasn't seen his son in person in years. They usually just talk on the phone and video chat. The kid usually just stays with his father's cousin at night. Aizawa pushes his hair back, not once showing any emotion. He does not attend any high school, and this is how he brings home money for himself, since she doesn't even go home until late. She basically does not take care of Izuku because of work. Midoriya said that one of us can take care of him or leave him on his own at their apartment. If you or Tsukauchi is willing, the boy can live with one of you and go to school without having to take the train early in the morning. What about you? The expressionless look is enough of an answer. Yagi sighs and runs a hand through his blonde hair, dropping it to his side. He doesn't see that as a good idea, especially since he can see the outright disgust and hatred that the teen has for the number one hero. He might be better off with Naomasa. He doesn't seem to hate the man as much as he hates me. Plus, the two have a contract together, so it may be best that he is with him. Aizawa nods and heads into the interrogation room, looking at the kid who is staring at him with tired eyes and a look of accomplishment. He does not like that look at all. Then he remembers what Toshinori said and he can't help but sigh. Apparently it was so bad that it freaked out the number one hero, sent Nezu into a deep thought, and Tsukauchi is wearing a guarded expression. Are we done here? I really do want to sleep, and now you don't have to deal with me attempting to escape since I have a contract to uphold. So what did my father say? Will he be giving you the files? A message for me. You can live with either Yagi or Tsukauchi. I don't trust you being on your own, especially after this. Your father is going to send the files to you via email and you're to do as we say. He expects you to be obedient. Midoriya sighs, muttering under his breath, but it's not loud enough for them to catch. He rubs his eyes and nods to his words. Tsukauchi tells him that he'll be staying with him since he knows it'll be better for him to stay with him instead of Yagi. Naomasa tells them they can leave now and get sleep, turning to Izuku and telling him to come with him. Midoriya blinks but nods, gathering his things and follows the detective out of the room, yawning widely. He covers his mouth as he doesn't want to seem rude. Once he gets his other things, they get into the car, and once on the road, Izuku takes his chance and falls asleep. Midoriya, wake up. Tsukauchi opens the door to find the boy struggling to put on his tie. A small smile comes to his face as he walks in and tacks the two ends. I'm guessing no one ever taught you. No answer, but he can feel those green irises on him, watching and remembering the movements that he uses to do the tie. He is silent, expressionless, and just watching. He studies him and his movements. He doesn't think that he has to say anything for him to know that the scrutinizing gaze makes him feel extremely awkward. Naomasa doesn't know why he fell silent when he was quite chatty, finding amusement in trying to get into his mind back at the police station, so why is he quiet now? He doesn't question it. I don't understand why I have to wear the uniform if I'm not an official student there, he mutters, speaking for the first time since arriving here the night before. He rubs the light bags underneath his eyes, staring blankly at the detective that is allowing him to stay with him. I don't see the reason since I'm a bother, but he'll see that later on in the future. Izuku grabs his backpack, leaving the chest in the nightstand since he doesn't trust the UA students to respect his privacy. Detective, call me Tsukauchi. Don't be so formal, he says with a soft smile at the boy. Midoriya stares at him, blinking with wide eyes and still no emotion in them before they gleam slightly. Oh, okay. You don't have to drop me off. I can just take the train to the school. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I understand. He snaps in a level tone, but the malice is there. He knows that this is on Eraserhead's request since they do not trust the informant. He hates being treated like a prisoner, but, in the end, it is his fault for being here. Oh, well, at least he can strengthen his skills and get the asshole into prison. Oh, before I forget, here. He hands Tsukauchi a flash drive. That is everything my father and I have gathered to help with the investigations and the names of the witnesses and where you can find them. He moves past him and heads into the kitchen where he only grabs an apple for his breakfast. You don't want to eat anything else other than a fruit. I can make something. It's no problem, Midoriya. Tsukauchi sighs at the rejection and watches as he scrolls through the news on his phone with a bored expression. Well, at least he's showing emotion again. Geez, he looks to be like a younger version of Aizawa with that face. All Might has a 3-hour time limit, right? He questions, glancing up at the detective. Okay, well, doesn't he have a class to teach? He'll probably figure out something. Aizawa will cover him and 13 will be there to help teach them, so there's nothing to worry about it. He earns a nod and the teen pockets his phone. I should go ahead and take you. Nezu might expect you to be there early today. Naomasa grabs his keys and his wallet along with his badge. He holds the door for the boy to go through and turns off the lights before locking and leading Izuku to his car. Arriving to the school, he earns a few glances from some of the students. He ignores them, tightening his grip on the strap of his bag and keeping his gaze on the ground. He pauses for a few seconds, realizing that he has no clue where Nezu's office is. Excuse me, he says with a weak smile as he gains the attention of a purple-haired and violet-eyed student. His bags are prominent and shows his lack of sleep. I need help. Can you tell me where the principal's office is? That receives a strange look from him, but he points down the hall. Down there, take a left and then it will be the last door on the right. With that he leaves, not glancing back at the green-haired teen. Izuku looks up at the ceiling for a few seconds, almost looking like he's asking some higher-up deity why he is on Earth in the first place. He takes the guy's word for it, heading to where he told him and sighing in relief when he finds it. Taking a small breath, he raises his hand to knock, but the door swings open and he gets face full of boo. He quickly jumps back with a look of horror on his face. Staring at the pro-hero, Midnight, she stares at the small teenager who is looking at her as if she's a monster from a horror movie. You're not in any of my classes. Who are you? Midoriya Izuku, he answers, looking her in the eyes and trying to keep from shuddering in terror of being suffocated in her breasts. Nezu pops out from behind her, holding onto her shoulder with a happy cheer. This is my personal student, the one I was going to tell you teachers about, but forgot. You don't forget, Principal Nezu. You purposely didn't tell them about me. That and you haven't gotten any time. Midnight stares at the child who has caught the principal's attention. What's your? I don't have a quirk, he cuts her off, catching her by surprise. Her look of shock at his proclamation is enough to have some pride swell in his chest. His blank stare moving from her to his new teacher. You should tell the teachers that so I don't have to continue repeating myself. Izuku moves past Midnight upon Nezu's request to enter the room. He places his bag on the ground beside him, pulling out his notebook and pen. He starts writing in it without another word to the two adults. A whirlwind of words pass his lips, tumbling and swirling around him as he writes whatever onto the page. Behind him, the adults exchange glances, but Nezu's expression is one of pride. He will have fun teaching Izuku all that he can and help him on the right path. Oh, Izuku, please stay here. I'm going to meet with the teachers and inform them about you. That halts the onslaught of words. He looks up and with a wide and slow blink, he nods and goes right back to whatever he was doing. The heroes leave the room and head for the teacher's lounge where many of the teachers are already there. Okay, so I have news, exclaims the fuzzy principal with a wide smile, his black, beady eyes passing over all of the teachers. I have a personal student who will be starting today. He is quirkless, so please be mindful and not ask him about his lack quirk. His name is Midoriya Izuku. Please welcome him when you see him today. Where is he? Inquires Ectoplasm. At the moment, he is in my office. He is busy with something. Nezu informs them of what they learned from the somewhat villain, leaving out the part of the contracts. They stare at him with wide, unbelieving eyes. I assure you that he will not reveal anything to the villains, for if he is to do so, he will meet repercussions. How can you put so much faith in him? Nezu questions Snipe, earning a few noises of agreement and a few more questions. I don't, but at the same time, I trust him enough to where he won't betray us. Patience is all you need. The boy has gone through a lot, but with your help, I can set him on the right path. No one is too sure, but they all agree anyway, trusting the principal. Nezu, can you hold off your lessons for tomorrow? I want Midoriya to join me to the USJ with the annoying brats. They turn towards the yellow sleeping bag that holds the underground hero, Eraserhead, or Aizawa Shouta. His dark eyes linger on all of them, almost daring them to outwardly question him. That annoying brat, he will want to keep an eye on. He knows that Izuku knows someone from his class, and he already knows who it is, and to see just how well the two get along. Nezu is thoughtful and silent, weighing the options. All right, this may help him bond with people his age. He just does not know how much of a mess it's going to be. Aizawa turns to look at the ghost who is trailing him. Blank expression on his face. He can see past that facade and can see the look of anxiousness in his eyes. Do you know someone here? He questions, listening to the shouting of his students from behind the closed doors. I'm not sure if he actually got in, but I might. If he's here, you'll see it on his face before he opens his mouth. You might want to calm them down before they throw a desk. It's meant to be a joke, but it comes out forced. Aizawa nods and walks in, keeping the door open. Quiet down, he commands. We will be doing a rescue training, but first, I'm introducing someone who will be judging you. The chatter rises as some people ask who the hero is, while one of the boys says something inappropriate. He is not a hero. He will be joining the UA as Nezu's personal student. That earns a few surprised looks. You can come in now. He scans all the faces from everyone as Midoriya walks in and stands at attention, facing them. One student stands out to him. The look of disgust and rage is prominent, worse than when it is at looking at their fellow classmates. Introduce yourself. He never gets the chance. Boy, what the fuck is Deku doing here? Bakugo Katsuki, I should have known, thinks Aizawa with an exasperated sigh. Once Nezu's personal student walked in that door, there was no mistaking it. That annoying, massive green curly hair, the freckles that are condescendingly prominent on his pale skin, and those acidic green eyes that are scanning the class with the thought that he can beat them, almost picking out their weakness. Bakugo growls under his breath, his red eyes showing his disgust and utter disdain for the quirkless boy. How dare he set foot here? Just what the hell does the principal even want to even fucking teach this quirkless shit? Please introduce yourself. Oh hell no, that little bastard is not going to be doing anything here. Katsuki scowls, clenching his fist as to not let out an explosion. Boy, what the fuck is Deku doing here? He stands with his hands burning the surface of his desk. Do I know you? Comes the condescending inquiry. That little shit. How dare he think that he's better than me? Anyway, ignoring that outburst, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Please, call me Midoriya, he says with poison on his tongue. Those irises on the blonde, malice decorating them. Midoriya really wants to punch him in the face, but he cannot. No physical violence against the students, no matter how annoying they are. You fucking bastard. What the fuck is a quirkless shit doing here? That gets a longer blank stare, not the quivering, fearful look that he has grown accustomed to. He is just standing there not giving a damn instead of being a stuttering, weeping mess. It's like he isn't the Izuku he knows and remembers. Quirkless. Do they know each other? Midoriya stands there with a bored expression as he waits for everyone to settle down. He glances over to Aizawa, who shrugs and gets into his sleeping bag. You dick. You're like everyone else that I know. If I hurt him, then that'll be on you. I do not care about it. Once the class quiets down, he starts again. Yes, I'm quirkless and I don't think I know him. He may be confusing me with someone else since I haven't met him before. The longer he speaks, the more he antagonizes him. It pisses the blonde off more. He's rising to the bait and it's hilarious. Just wait until I ruin whatever reputation you manage to make here. We've known each other since we were toddlers, you shitty nerd. Bakugo warns a redhead who can sense the tension growing and not wanting the green-haired teen to get hurt. Wait, Bakugo. He faux innocence as he makes a show of pondering the name. He taps his temple while biting his bottom lip. Oh, yeah, we do know each other. Ugh, I cannot believe I forgot about you. Well, no, I can believe. You're not rememberable. Plus, you're the worst person to ever become a hero. Honestly, you'll be a better villain. You have the attitude down. He shrugs nonchalantly, his gaze never leaving the bully who is grounding his teeth. Those red eyes hold a promise that the owner will hurt him when he gets the chance. Izuku just flashes a cheeky smile, enjoying this moment. He can't do anything to him since the teacher is not like their old one. He won't allow illegal quirk uses and harming of others. You can argue about that all you want because if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who told me to kill myself. Hopefully, by the end of this year, you clean up that attitude of yours. It'll be a shame if people hate you. A round of horrified gasps ring through the class, but it's ignored. Midoriya intervenes Aizawa-sensei, seeing the sudden change in the classroom. He can see the way the blonde's anger is rising but also past that facade. There's a faint emotion of guilt hidden behind that mask. He'll have to speak to him later, but not right now. He is looking up at him from the floor, giving him a warning glance. That is enough. You're not here to cause havoc. Awa, but I wasn't. If I was causing havoc, Kaken would be attacking me at the very moment. You have him trained. He's cut off with an explosion to a desk. He glances at the cause of the small explosion. Never mind. He's still a rabid dog. Plus, I just like messing with people. It's not my fault they're the ones who take the bait. It's just fun seeing how mad they can get when most of the truth is revealed. It means they can't deal with it. He shrugs again and flashes the already annoyed class a half-assed apologetic smile. Aizawa-sensei glares at him. Well, if you can, mess with them another time. We have a lesson. Midoriya looks at his phone, which rang with the message ring. He sucks in a small breath, glancing to the side and turning it on. He shows the message to the teacher. A villain there had informed him about an upcoming attack on UA. It's a warning, and if he is against it, he can stop it. That is what he is trying to do. Aizawa stares at it for a moment, then at him. Don't cause havoc, he warns in a low voice with a glare. The teachers here are heroes. We'll protect them. Do not say a word. We actually care about you brat's safety, so if a measly villain does get into the school, we'll know. Okay, I tried, he says, walking to the door. I'm going to Nezu. My number is on the desk. Just text me when you need me. All right, just so you don't. I don't care anymore. He'll be in the teacher's lounge near the cafeteria. Thank you. At least I know the direction of the cafeteria. Halfway there, he starts trembling and he sighs. Izuku leans against the wall for a bit, looking at his hands as he tries to stop shaking, but he can feel the sigils burning up under his sleeves. I should have known. The fucking hero thinks he can protect his students. I tried, but if he gets himself killed, then fine. Izuku mutters, shaking his head as he rubs his arms to keep them from burning more. What are you doing out of class? Izuku can't stop himself since it is another way to be able to mess with people. Sekijiro can, also known as Vlad King. Your quirk is blood control. Quite a prideful person, but you care about people and will not hesitate to protect them. You're the type of hero someone like me can look up to. So far, no bad things on you. You're not going to be in any danger soon. He smiles widely at the man who is just staring at him with surprise. On Midoriya Izuku. I pay that Nezu told you about me. Vlad King stares at him before shaking his head. Yes, tell me, are you always this cheeky? A sly smirk comes to his face. Depends on the person I'm talking to, he answers with a tilt to the side. You are an okay person, but everyone has dirty secrets they want to hide. You're not an exception. I will find out sooner or later. I always find out. He waves at him as he heads into the teacher's lounge. Maybe the principal will listen to him about this. Entering, he finds All Might in his smaller form and size. Is Nezu here, or did I just walk here for no reason? He's not here. He is probably in his office. I thought you were with Aizawa. Yeah, well, I met someone who hates me and caused a bit of a scene, then I kicked myself out of the room. Eraser is explaining something to them and will text me when they are getting ready to leave. He rubs his head and turns to the door. Well, I'm going to. Midoriya, is there something you need to tell him? Something that you can't help with? You used up all your time this morning. They hold each other's gaze, not once saying anything for a moment. I need to go, he grumbles, looking at the text from Aizawa. He pulls up the text from one of the villains and tosses it to the frail #1 hero. Keep your guard up. I am not sure where it's going to be, but it does not mean to discard this warning aside. How do you can? One of my most trusted spies. How else do you think some of you heroes can get a word of upcoming attacks that have yet to happen? Through me. He leaves and heads straight for the bus. There, the heroes in training are standing with their hero costumes. Oh, isn't this a shindig? Why wasn't I invited? The grin on his face slides off when he reads the room. What's wrong? I mean, what's with the mood? I heard you all are always happy and cheerful. What the hell is wrong with you? Asks Kaminari. He is frowning, not really liking this kid. Nothing. I just enjoy messing with people and riling them up. It's fun, you should try it sometime. The tall one with glasses speaks up, chopping at the air. It is unbecoming as a hero to act in such a way. Yeah, you're acting really unmanly, exclaims Kirishima. The redhead does not like the way this dude is acting, faux friendliness and lying about things. No way Bakugo would stoop so low to harm someone like that. Yes, he has anger issues and blatantly threatens people, but he would never suicide bait anyone. Listen, sweet Bias, I ain't becoming a hero. At earns a few incredulous looks. The guy, Ada, is blinking in surprise since he hasn't met someone his age to say something like that. It almost sounded ridiculous, almost unbelievable. Izuku loses any playfulness, staring at them with an eerie emotionless look. I'm here to study and grow in my skills of analyzation. Oh, and help you with strengthening your skills in everything. I like telling people everything straight. If I beat around the bush, then tell me. Sometimes I get carried away. Don't piss me off and I won't piss you off. Let's just hope this is the last time we ever have to talk. Kirishima shakes his head and walks onto the bus, following behind some of his classmates. The only few people who hasn't gotten in are Aizawa and Midoriya. He glances at Aizawa, who is shaking his head and giving him the stink eye. He hands him his mask and grunts at the small, mocking thank you. Once on the bus and in his seat, Izuku takes off his blazer and puts on his mask. He looks at his sleeves and rolls them up, loosening his tie a little bit. Hi. Izuku looks up at the girl who greeted him with wide eyes full of surprise. Hello, I'm Uraraka Ochako. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. Her brown eyes are glistening with happiness. She is smiling widely at him and is sitting too close, almost as if acting like they're friends already. I hope we can get past the whole thing this morning and be friends. You want to be friends with me? His genuine surprise question earns a confused tilt of her head as she peers at him with uncertainty. She seems to be embarrassed, thinking that he doesn't want to be and she just made a fool of herself. I mean, I don't think you'd want to be friends with a quirkless bastard like me. I am not the person you want to befriend. I am not a good person. Her gaze saddens, never once leaving him. Well, people change people, don't you think? I guess, but really you shouldn't. Nonsense. I will be glad to be friends with you. I promise. I'm not lying, nor am I doing this as a joke. She gives him another grin. So friends. He blinks, making sure that he is not hallucinating. She seems to be a good person and he does not want to sadden her. Plus, she seems to be a smart girl. Izuku doesn't doubt her intelligence, so she should know when to back off. Uraraka will see that he is nothing but a horrible person that she'll need to get away from him. He gives a soft and friendly smile, holding his hand out. Friends, he says, taking her hand, being mindful of her fingertips. Can you tell me about your quirk? He questions, turning her hand palm up to look at the pads of her fingertips. 3 other girls join the conversation. Ashido Mina, Tsuyuasui, and Hagakure Toru. They're some of the friendlier ones and Izuku found himself enjoying their presence. They joke and hold a few random conversations. It's the first time Izuku felt wanted by people his age, by people who looks past his quirklessness and actually holds a conversation without pity. Even with this, he knows it won't last long. It's bound to be ruined. Some guys are staring at Izuku, some with glares and others questioning and trying to figure the boy out. Midoriya knows this. He can feel their eyes on him and it is annoying him, but he has to force himself to ignore them. Once inside the dome, the burning sensation gets bad. He is scratching at his arms and the backs of his hands and looking up at Aizawa, who is talking to the students. Eraserhead, he hisses, rubbing his arms harshly now. They're here. That is when the portal gives away and reveals 24 and so villains. Aizawa is giving out orders for the kids to run and get to the bus while casting a look at Izuku, who is glaring at the villains and trying to force back the sigils from appearing on his own skin. Although, many of the villains shriek in fear at seeing the sigils appear on their hands. Their eyes look at the one with the familiar mask. Raven. A few yell, scrambling back. The villains are staring at the teenager. They are skittish, not sure if they should attack. The teenager holds too much over them. They are the marionettes to his puppet show. He is the puppeteer, pulling the strings by using the contracts against them. They could only watch as the warp gate is surrounding the students of UA. They know that this is not the best idea, especially if Raven is here. No, if Ryu finds out that they attacked his son, well, that will mean being burned alive. The leader does not know just what is going to happen if word gets out to him. Just how suicidal is this guy? The UA students are mingling, trying not to get close to the warp who is blocking the entrance. He hasn't been given the word just yet and the heroes aren't doing anything. Aizawa is glancing between the cowering villains and the smirking teenager. He flashes back to the night he captured the kid and bring him for questioning. The villain that had sold Midoriya out dropped to the ground and started screaming and writhing in pain. Technically, you didn't violate your contract, so it won't kill you, but it hurts, doesn't it? So, he can cause pain through the contract and he can kill people. He will hate to see what else he can do. 13. Don't, intervenes Izuku, looking at him. Not yet. Let me handle what I can. One of you try to contact the main campus. Aizawa gives him a harsh look, shaking his head. You cannot talk your way out of this. How can I trust you with this? Your little friends. Those sharp, acidic eyes rip into him. The fury in them, the clenched fist that is trembling at his side. It cuts him off, especially seeing the paleness of his face. He is in pain, that much he can see. Just trust me, please. I can't do anything other than that. Not right now, so if I can talk long enough, it may at least let one person get away too. He doesn't get an answer as he walks forward, pushing his sleeves further up. He clenches his fists tightly as he takes a deep breath and gathering his anger. Shigaraki Tamura, call your damn pet off. Midoriya Izuku shouts, who Aizawa thinks is Shigaraki Tamura with giddiness in his voice, clapping his hands. It's been a while. I must ask, what are you doing here? I didn't think you even cared about heroes. Izuku scowls, a deep growl coming from his throat. He steps another forward, making some of the villains flinch and take a step back. They are restless, not wanting to go against Shigaraki but also do not want to fight against Ryu's son. If one thing or another happens, they die. These people are under my protection, Tamura. If you harm them, I'll have your pathetic little army turn against you. Just how many people do you think is under my influence? Come on, Izu. I thought we were friends. Tamura laughs as he takes a step forward, some of the villains parting like the Red Sea parted for Moses. Some are jittery in seeing Raven and others just don't like Tamura, knowing what his quirk can do. At least let us have fun. We all came so far to kill All Might. Just give him to us. No, Shigaraki falters in his path. He does a double take, almost like he seems to not have heard him correctly. No, honestly, Izuku, I really did hope we were actual friends. I thought we had a special bond. His voice grows deadly as he asks sharply, why are you getting in my way? No, because you're only my pawn until I don't need you. The chilling smile takes his face, and I don't need you anymore. He steps forward again, his voice growing colder and his eyes getting deadier with each step he takes again. You are not killing All Might. You are not going to hurt anyone. What you are going to do is leave and hope that I never see you ever again. So let me tell you again, call your damn pet off. Or else, you're quirkless, what are you gonna do? Though, he does know. They had worked together once and the things he saw the kid do painted him impressed and interested in having him become a villain. But that never happened. He is too dead set letting both sides and whatever is in between rip at each other and let them destroy the world. If you honestly believe that people are actually loyal to you, you've got another thing coming. I told you, how many people do you think are under my influence? Not to mention, last year's, incident? That was fun. Want me to show them by using you as a demonstration? As they continue talking, Aizawa is glancing at Kaminari. He shakes his head, worriedly glancing at his teachers and at the guy his age talking to the villain and possibly pissing him off. Someone's quirk must be blocking my signal. He grunts and glances around. He decides to try erasing the warp's quirk for a second to get at least someone past. It's worth a shot since the villain is too busy staring at the interaction between the two males. Aizawa is so going to have to speak with him about this later when his students are safe. Ada, he says sternly in a low voice. When you see a chance, run. I do not care what you have to say, just do it. Ada glances at the warp then at the horde of villains before nodding. Izuku glances at the heroes in training then at Kurogiri with a sigh. He walks forward again, closer to the edge to where he can fall over. Honestly, Shigaraki, you never change. You villains, if you harm them, you will face repercussions and I promise you that you do not want that. After all, most of you know what I mean. He gives them that sickly sweet smile, the smile of a predator looking at their prey. Many of the villains backed off, intending to try and get behind the leader while others advanced. Izuku sighs and looks at one of the students. Make me a staff. And, if you can, a kunai. Yaorazu pauses, her hand resting on her chest for a split second. In another, she pulls a staff out of her side and hands it over to him along with the one kunai. He takes them with a small thank you. He hides the kunai and makes his way forward once more. He hops down, lifting his head and glaring with intense fury. You all are irritating me. The closet villain is surprised when the quirkless kid lunges at them. Aizawa is staring at the kid. His fighting style is different, unknowingly to him. Izuku is combining gymnastics with two different types of martial arts. He blinks and turns to the villain who isn't doing anything just yet. Now, he uses his quirk on him and in that moment, his student runs. The only one who gets past. The rest are in shock. Then Bakugo has to make the mistake and attacks the warp gate. 13 keep them safe. I'll be back. 13 doesn't get a say and watches as he heads into battle with Nezu's personal student. That kid is reckless as they come, but the good thing is, he's protecting the students. He is a worrisome child, but if Nezu has faith in him, then who are they to say different? No, they shouted seeing the students be caught up in the warp's portals. They hope that the students are okay. Once he is far enough, he lets the sigils show so that the villains know to back off or else. And like a puppeteer, Izuku is controlling a few of the villains that have attacked him via contract by maneuvering his fingers inconspicuously against his staff and having them get in the way of a few of the quirks. Whoever said that quirkless people can't fight against people with quirks can meet the end of my staff. I'll be willing to give them a few bruises. You're so unfair, Izu, cries Tamura as he glares at the younger teen, watching his movements. He knows exactly what he is doing. He's seen it happen many times when they work together. For that, he is not letting him beat them. Namu, attack him. The big, disgusting monster whose brain is exposed heads straight towards Izuku. All Might is staring at the phone, talking to Nezu about his student. The man is explaining to him as he showed the principal the message before taking it back. The two just don't know whether to check on Aizawa or not and see how they're doing. Midoriya is a trustable person, especially because of the contract. There is no reason for him to lie about this. We get word of upcoming attacks before they happen. I mean, I trust him with this. If he knows about All for One, then we have to trust him enough about this. Nezu nods. I know, Tashinori. I trust him, even if you have doubts. We should really just keep our goo. The door bursts open and in comes Present Mike telling them that they need to get to the USJ. There's a villain attack, he says in all seriousness as he keeps his voice down so that no one else can hear it and send them into panic. Tashinori gets to his feet, passing Midoriya's phone to Nezu so that he can call the police and paramedics in case of injury. I'll go. You stay here and act like nothing's wrong. Have you alerted some of the other teachers? Yes, a few. You should meet them up now outside. Okay, thank you, Mike. Meanwhile in the USJ, Midoriya is panting harshly and swaying on his feet as he uses his staff to stand. He was just thrown across the floor and had the air knocked out of him with a giant hideous creature looming over him. It's not attacking anymore since Shigaraki is standing beside it. He quickly had recovered and was on his feet once again, scowling and spitting out blood. He isn't sure whether from a busted lip or from internal bleeding, but he figures it's the former. The two are staring at each other, not once speaking as a battle rages around them. Where the hell is Eraserhead? Or the other fucking good-for-nothing heroes? I swear, I'm going to chew them out later. You're making a mistake, Shigaraki states, reaching forward to grab the quirkless kid and wanting to harm him. Izuku swings the staff, hitting the back of his hand and hoping backwards to keep out of his reach. Honestly, your resilience is fucking annoying. You can be so much more than this, Izu. I don't understand why you are protecting these brats. You shouldn't say such childish things to me. Your grudge is against All Might, not these students, Tamu, he reasons. He spits out more blood, wanting to just get on with life and have nothing to do with these heroes and villains and whatever there is in between the two groups. I may not be able to stand heroes, but I have a contract to uphold. Shigaraki sighs and shakes his head. Fine, I wish we could have met again differently. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Bullshit. Should have saved yourself when you had the chance. Midoriya doesn't get enough time to defend himself. By the time he can feel anything, he is on the ground with pain erupting in his abdomen. He coughs up blood and bile, choking on the two substances that are burning his throat. The edges of his vision is darkening as his eyelids flutter, trying so hard to stay conscious and stop the tears from falling. He really wishes he never met that villain in the first place. All he did was get him into so much trouble that Midoriya does not even know if anything he can do can get himself out of this. The heroes already know about him and it is not going to go well as he leaves. He doesn't scream, his throat clogged with stomach acid and blood. He gets hit in the face and more blood fills his mouth. He faintly hears someone saying his name. Someone is coming close, he can feel the vibrations. Not so resilient now, are you, Izu? Shigaraki taunts as he looks up at Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Ah, your fighting skills are so amazing. A grin crosses his face behind the mask as he watches the hero's mouth twitches into a silent, horrified expression at seeing the informant being beaten up. Namu has a new plaything. Namu, kill him. The monster turns towards the underground hero. This gives Midoriya a moment to recover. Weakly, he pushes himself up enough to stop choking by throwing up. Shigaraki whistles as he grabs Midoriya by the collar of his shirt. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Look at yourself, he whispers. Midoriya glares and attempts to use the kunai against Shigaraki. In that split second, all 5 fingers are wrapped around Izuku's wrist. His cry of pain is followed by him being slammed against the floor. I really regret ever meeting these people. Midoriya forces himself up, grabbing the staff he was given by that girl and leaning on it. He is trying to figure out how to get out of this situation, but between the feeling like being stomped on by multiple rhinos and the black spots trying to overtake his vision, it's difficult to come up with a plan, much less focus. In a moment of stupidity, he throws the kunai and instead of hitting its intended target, a portal opens up and the blade goes through and appears behind him, stabbing him. He gasps, stumbling forward. In pain, blinding, white-hot agony blooms throughout him. Izuku spits out more blood, taking a breath to steady himself and regain some composure. With a raspy voice, he growls, I'm tired of your games, Tamura. Well, at least try to fight me. Midoriya doesn't rise to the bait. He takes out the blade and lunges forward, stabbing the villain in the leg before he yanks it out and runs, heading towards the Namu that's attacking the underground hero. He uses the staff to hit it in the exposed brain. He's glad that he didn't drop the kunai and stabbed it, ripping one side of the organ. The creature screams and stumbles back, dropping. Oh, look, it's brain dead now, he says, mentally cursing himself at the idiotic saying. He helps Aizawa up and turns to the villain. The villain is staring at Midoriya, who is swaying on his feet. A red spot is blooming on the back of his white shirt and on the front from where he's still spitting up blood. Just because you did that doesn't mean anything. Namu, kill them both. Horrifyingly and amazingly, the creature stands right back up and heads forward. Midoriya is the first victim. Aizawa is able to hop back, but Tamura grabs his face. The hero grunts in pain, elbowing him. He never felt more glad about hearing that annoying phrase from the overly happy hero. He grabs both Eraserhead and Raven. From not knowing how terrible the injuries the kid had sustained, he grabs him roughly. Aizawa and Midoriya are both in pain, and it's not difficult to see who's hurt worse. Izuku is on his back, staring up at the ceiling and finding someone standing over him. He can't hear anything. Who's over him? He is already feeling the blood loss starting to get to him. His vision is blurry. He hears his beating heart over whatever is being said. Blinking, he feels tired. He shouldn't, he screams, his senses coming right back long enough for him to be aware of that hurt. His eyes roll up into his head and finally, the sweet release of darkness comes over him. Coming to is always difficult for Izuku. It does not matter how used to he gets to passing out from injuries and having to wake up later in the day or the next. It always comes very difficult to him. Almost like his subconscious never wants him to wake up and face the cruel world that only brings him more pain. Usually when he comes to after injuries, he is always at his home with his father's employees or his cousin, but this time he isn't there. He is on a bed and handcuffed to the railings. The smell of cleaning supplies and the beeping of a heart monitor machine gives him all he needs to know. Izuku is in a hospital. Why? He knows the answer, but he wishes for it to have been a dream and that he never ever met that godforsaken underground hero and had been dragged to UA. That's what he hopes, but he never gets his wishes granted. He peers down at his own body, finding the hospital gown, and he can feel the tight bindings of the bandages around his sternum. He looks at both of his hands. They're both handcuffed and immobile. The one thing that catches his attention is the bandages on his arms. When did my arms get hurt? He shakes his head and looks to the side. Damn it, my wishes never get granted. I don't see why I ever even hope this anymore. He watches the rise and fall of the detective's chest, taking in the relaxed and calm sleeping face of the adult. This is how Izuku spends his 5 minutes back into the land of the living before having to break the peace in silence. Sorry, you may be peaceful, but really, this needs to be answered, he murmurs and takes a breath. Tsukauchi. Detective Tsukauchi. His green gaze meets the adult's black and tired gaze. Midoriya's Nayamasa's words are slurred as he tries to regain his surroundings. You're awake. How are you feel? He cuts himself off, seeing the look of anger and the glances to the handcuffs. Yes, I know. Those are just precautions. That isn't the best thing to say. Midoriya huffs a breath and rolls his eyes, muttering something under his breath that he doesn't catch. Tsukauchi himself didn't like the idea of cuffing him after everything. Midoriya did protect the students and the heroes. He tried to get them to leave, but it didn't seem to matter to anyone else. Apparently, all they know is that he has worked with the villains, and that is all they need to hear, pinning the boy a villain. Some of the heroes can't believe that Nezu would have a villain as a student. That just angered All Might in him. Recovery Girl just gave a harsh glare to the heroes and defended the boy, saying that if he wasn't there, then who knows how else the entire thing would have gone. He had stalled long enough for Ida Tenya to get by. She left then afterwards. Midoriya, I have to ask a few questions, but I need you to know that your father. You told him. Yes. Did you personally speak with him or did someone else? I just need to know, because if you did, you know where everything is wrong in having told him. Nayamasa sees the panic and he knows why. He was the one who called him. Yes, I did. I am sort of terrified of him at the moment. He had told me to gather a few of the heroes in front of the cell of villains and put him on speaker. I was confused, but I complied. He threatened both the villains and heroes, calling heroes pathetic, and then saying how proud he was of you for showing up the heroes. The villains seem to have been relieved that all they got was a tongue lashing. He chuckles as he sees the boy smile softly. He realizes this is the first time where he is smiling without it being the edge of a sharp dagger that's ready to cut through a person. This is the first smile that he has seen where it is actual emotion and not that of a deadly snake or it being fake or forced. That is a sad thought. He comes to realization. The expression doesn't last long. Can you let go of one of my hands? I don't think I can do much in the condition I'm in. His voice is level, almost dead. Midoriya doesn't seem to be in any mood to even want to talk to him anymore. I mean, come on, I know you all don't trust me and I am not asking for you to trust me. I just really feel uncomfortable like this and I want out of here as soon as possible. I hate being in hospitals, he admits. The stench, the lights, the constant stream of people. It's overbearing. Can you see if I'm allowed to be discharged? Oh, yes. I need to alert the doctor about you being awake and we'll see. Tsukauchi stands and pauses. You didn't ask about the well-being of the others. Midoriya stares at him for a second. Is that odd? He would have told me if something was wrong. I know Eraserhead and 13 are the only ones that got majorly hurt. You would have mentioned something else. I take it that the villains but 2 have been apprehended. How are you certain that 2 escaped? He questions in confusion. Midoriya slumps slightly, looking away. I'm sure someone told you about my conversation with Shigaraki Tamura. I worked with him in Kurogiri. I know the 2 are gone. Just go and get the doctor. Miyamasa nods, heading out of the room. This kid, he isn't what I believed him to be at the beginning. The detective sighs and finds the doctor telling him the news of Midoriya's consciousness. Once back in the room, Midoriya had pulled out his IV and was staring at the blood that is gathering at the edge of the bandages. The doctor quickly gets a nurse in Midoriya's eyes. Why did you take it out? Asks the doctor. I don't like it. It sickens me to see it in my arm. I hate hospitals. Can I please be discharged? He asks, his wide, pleading eyes on the doctor. He turns away from the nurse, jerking his arm away from her as much as he can, not wanting her to put the needle back in. Please don't. I hate it. I'm sorry, but you sustained injuries that need to be monitored. You have to have the IV in. Please refrain from taking it out again. You'll be discharged as early as tomorrow. Can you wait until then? Your injuries are really bad. The doctor goes over the things that he needs to make sure, asking the standard questions. Is he in any pain? He gives them a look that asks him if he is being serious. They stare at each other for a moment before groans and rolls his eyes. Reluctantly, he gives a verbal answer. Once he's gone, Miyamasa takes his seat beside him. I'll unlock one of your handcuffs if you promise not to take out the IV again. The promise comes weak and a bit meek. He takes what he can get and fishes out a key, taking the handcuff off his left hand. How did you even take it out in the first place? I am extremely flexible and had to put aside my pain. A pregnant pause comes between them. My feet. I used my feet to take it out. It was really easy, painful but easy. You really worry me, Midoriya. You're not special, Tsukauchi. I worry everyone, he replies with a grin. That isn't anything to be proud of. Tsukauchi's sweat drops, his shoulders slumping. Midoriya tilts his head to the side and grins at him again, but this one is different. Hey, Tsukauchi, how badly hurt is All Might? He forced himself over his limit. How much do you? Never mind, you probably know enough about him. His time went down. Has he found a successor for One for All? Yes, you might meet them one day, but not right now. You have to get your energy back up right now. He watches multiple expressions flash across his face and finally land on indifference. Midoriya, I still have to ask you a few questions. Will you be all right in answering them? Izuku nods and falls into an explanation for every question, sometimes getting sidetracked by muttering away a few things that are sometimes irrelevant to the topic of conversation. On those times, Tsukauchi had to steer the conversation back on track with a sigh or a rub of his forehead. How did you burn your arms? How did I? He wonders aloud, not having realized that was one of the reasons for them being bandaged. Oh, wait. The numerous of contracts all in one place. They overloaded me, burned me. It's one of the worst drawbacks on having them. Wait, were you there at some point? Before you blacked out, I was there. They said you were unresponsive and too quiet. Once I arrived, you screamed in pain. Luckily, the other students didn't see it, but I saw my sigil glowing through your shirt. That explains the amount of pain I experienced. Yeah, it's dangerous. Your sigil is? It's too close to my heart. It's dangerous being there, and if it happens again, another overload, it can stop it. That's why I have to be careful. Miyamasa doesn't say anything. He could have killed him. This contract business, it's too dangerous. You can nullify them, can't you? Yes, I'm planning on nullifying the contracts with the villains you have captured already. Since they're in prison, I won't be benefiting from them. Simple, don't you think? He stretches a bit before wincing. Oh, shit. Can I please have a shot of tequila? You're underage. That never stopped me. Please, just one shot. No, you're lying. I can see it won't be just one shot. You're not getting any. Under my roof, you will not be drinking or I'll send you to live with Aizawa. Midoriya stage gasps, horrified as he places one hand over his heart and sigil. No, how could you even think that? You monster. Miyamasa lets out a laugh, shaking his head and smiling. This kid is so strange. The door opens and they find 2 heroes, Snipe and Cementos. They don't last long to Izuku's sharp tongue and harsh gaze. Well, the 2 did not get that much of a snappish teenager and his harsh words, not like other teachers that he has met, but it was still bad. Maybe he is getting a little better. Returning back to his studies under Nezu 2 days later, he has met everyone except for one teacher. The heroes are really not liking the child, but they can't help but admire his quick thinking skills and his analytical mind. he has been able to help them, lashing at them for taking too long at the USJ and helping them with a better use of their quirk. He also had them install a certain device in every building in case of something like that ever happens again. Some of the teachers, while not liking the kid, were apprehensive in letting him back to study with the injuries that he had sustained. Aizawa, whenever he would see him, would fall silent, staring at his sternum. He had thrown his life on the line to help them, people that he hates with a passion or barely knows. He took a rough beating for his students and he is too young, way too young to have done that. Shouta is a pro hero and he had come out with minor injuries. A few broken bones here and there and a scar underneath his eye. Midoriya Izuku. I may not trust you, but you are a hero whether or not you care for that title. Either way, I will keep an eye on you, he promised under his breath when he was in the hospital room. He cannot believe that a child had almost died to protect them. Even so, he will give the kid a chance, but it will all depend on his actions throughout this year. He may be able to steer him into the right direction to become a hero. And if he wants, maybe an underground hero will be suffice. The kid helps them even though they basically showed their distrust after the whole incident. If he wasn't under contract, would he have done the same thing or would he have left us to die? Even with that thought, he still can't seem to get the image of Izuku under the Namu, choking up on his blood from internal bleeding and the silent scream that will never get past his lips when his bones are being broken out of his mind. Izuku sighs as he walks into the teacher's lounge, rubbing his side. He had left a drink in the fridge and is hoping that no one had taken it. Looking up, he sees someone who he has yet to meet. A few teachers are around and know that these two have yet to meet and they're curious to see just what type of tongue-lashing present Mike is going to get. For a few seconds no one moves and then comes that slow grin. They immediately can see it as a different smile, one that resembles excitement. The teenager's eyes are softer too, wide and full of not the murderous gleam but that of happiness. The teachers don't know what this is at all. Is this a trick or is this someone posing the child who had shown clear disdain towards them? Oh my gosh, he whispers, lighting up with happiness. His facial features soften, almost childlike, so much different to that expression mimics that of a mature adult. Your present Mike. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I love your radio show. I can't believe I get to meet you. This is absolutely one of the best moments in my life. Present Mike is left staring at the bouncing teenager who he has heard a lot of things from his coworkers. This is not what he expected. He had been purposely avoiding him because he didn't want to know what he knows, and this is what he receives. An overly excited puppy. Little listener, I think you should sit down. You're still hurt. Oh yeah, I just got a little excited for a moment. You're an amazing person. Can I have an autograph? Mike just stops at that, shock covering his entire body. This kid, the one who really has given my friends quite a scolding, wants my autograph. I know I shouldn't, but the boy seems really happy to meet me. Oh gosh. Okay. Of course, little listener. He smiles at him with his famous smile that he gives everyone. Izuku grabs a notepad from his backpack and hands it to him. He smiles as he is thanked a million times over, and right after he leaves with his drink to go back to his personal lessons with the principal. No one is saying anything. They are all questioning their lives and wondering if they ate something bad. Aizawa is just stoic as ever, staring at the smug look that is adorning Yamada's face. Haha, the kid loves me, says the one who had purposely avoided him, mutters Nimuri. She is glaring at the ground. Well, I can see why he likes you. And what's that? Your radio show gives him information that he does not need to tiredly research or scour for. You're an open book to him. Aizawa sighs as he glances up at them. As much as I like to drag Mike down, according to Midoriya, we're all open books to him. Nezu is the only one that gives him a little bit of trouble, but he can still read him easier than we can. Talking about Nezu, are we really sure that he is making a good decision on training him? Questions Ectoplasm. If you have a problem in his decision, you can always tell him. I am not as happy to be here as I like to show, pipes up Midoriya. He gives a small smile, seeing the silent question. I was coming back to get something else and overheard your question. Ectoplasm. It's okay. I wouldn't trust me either if I was in your position, so it's understandable and I'm not really that mad. Have a nice day. He waves as he grabs his analysis notebook and leaves the room, leaving them alone once again. Aizawa was barely conscious. He sat up from where he had been placed down by All Might, ignoring the students who were telling him he shouldn't be up and about. He glanced around the facility to find the other heroes there, fighting and rounding up some of the villains. One person wasn't anywhere to be seen. Where's Midoriya? He hoarsely questioned, remembering the teen having gotten hurt by the Namu and had been spitting and coughing up blood. He's over here. He isn't responding, but he's still conscious, cried Uraraka, worrying for her new friend that she barely made over an hour ago. Struggling, he made his way over, once again ignoring the people around him. The first thing he noticed was the growing pool of red underneath Midoriya. Then, it was his green eyes, unfocused, blurry, and glistening with tears. His mouth was moving but no words could be made out. and he was coughing and choking on the blood from whatever internal injury he has. Aizawa grunted as he removed the mask off of the boy's face. He was hit with the sudden realization that Izuku was only 15. The same age as his students. He was staring up at him, unfocused eyes as he was slowly bleeding out. He won't make it, he thought. He protected us, and he was now paying the price. He's too young for this. Yaoyorozu handed him bandages to help him as much as they could. He took them, but he was trying to remember the first aid. He had to put pressure on the open, bleeding wound, but he had broken ribs, one that he believed was the cause of the internal bleeding. He ordered his students to get away, to go outside and get a medic, and to stay outside or so help him. He expelled them. They did as he asked. He was ignoring his own wounds. He was too busy trying to get a reaction from this kid who had tried to tell him, who he had believed to be just a delinquent who snapped at anything that breathed. He tried meeting those green eyes that once were acidic and full of hate that were now fading. Don Watadai, he croaked out, spraying blood into his face. He didn't seem to know he even said anything, which makes it worse. He was a child, and here he was dying in front of him. He's only a kid. He's dying because he was protecting you. A pro-hero. For a moment, he believed he had died already. He wasn't responsive, and he was just staring at nothing. But his eyes have yet to dilate. His breathing was very shallow, and he could barely pinpoint a heartbeat. Then once Tsukauchi came in, he watched the sigil on the kid's chest along with multiple sigils when his arms and shoulders glow. He let out a choked scream of pain. Holy shit, Aizawa muttered as he had Tsukauchi leave the building. In that moment, the glowing died down, but it had left burns on his arms. He watched as Izuku's eyes rolled into his head and he passed out. Not good. A few paramedics came, finally, and took Midoriya away along with 13 and himself. They all agreed not to release the statement of him being there. Sports festival is coming up soon, Aizawa announces. He scans the faces of his class, watching their expressions. It's been 3 days already since the incident at the USJ, and he has yet to tell them about the festival that is in 2 weeks. He can see that the students are torn between wanting it to be excited for this or to be worried that they are having this after the entire episode with the villains. Aizawa is hurt, broken ribs and a broken arm. The guy their age was worse. He had almost died to save them, which pissed Bakugo off since the shitty nerd was being stupid and didn't have the right to die by another person's hand that isn't under his own. Kirishima could just see the worry behind that facade. Seriously, there is no way that Midoriya was telling the truth. Bakugo cares for him. He wouldn't have done those terrible things. Or so he had thought. He wasn't there, so he wasn't sure who was telling the truth. He is getting his hopes up, and he doesn't know just how badly they'll plummet to the ground, especially after growing a bond with the hothead during the USJ incident. Yes, it is fine. We're to show that this villain attack didn't affect us and to get their minds off of it, he announces. Also, if you will want to have help on your quirk, there is someone you can ask. Who? Comes the collective question. It's almost as if they summon the person, for there's a knock on the door. The door opens and in comes the demon they summon. Midoriya. Midoriya waves at them, mirroring their teacher's expression of indifference. Hello, I will be helping anyone that needs to work on their performance on their quirks. I'll be helping you with working on your strengths, weaknesses, or help you by giving you tips and better using them. If you need me, meet me in Principal Nezu's office. Questions. Wait, how are you feeling? You almost died. A blank expression still. Questions that do not have anything to do with my health. Come on, you saved our lives and almost died. Yeah, you were really manly. Thank you for saving us. Midoriya takes a long glance at the teacher. Were they at the same battle, or am I in a different universe? I mean, you probably did more than me. Aizawa rolls his eyes and shakes his head. I cannot figure you out. Every time I think I do, you come out with something else. Sorry, I don't know. Anyways, he claps his hands, gaining their silence. I would answer those questions if you can give me a bottle of liquor, preferably tequila or champagne. Although, since you're not of age to get it, or the fact I can't drink, then I will not be able to answer those. He sighs forlornly. Since you don't seem to have questions, I will be going. I will be helping other classes in years. Wait, why are you doing this? Questions Ida, standing. Oh, it's part of my lessons. I'm building up my analyst skill, he answers. Nezu isn't lenient and he will work me till I'm brain dead, so yeah. This is a learning experience for both me and all of you. If you need anything, swing by the office around PE or lunch. He leaves, holding his abdomen. Since he isn't wearing his uniform, he had to order a new one and is just wearing his business suit without his mask. He has received many looks from a few students in other classes. He tells them the same thing, and luckily a few important questions are asked and he answers. Izuku has to introduce himself too many times and has to play nice. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Some of you may have seen me around, but I am not a student. I know you are wondering why I'm here, so let's just say I work under Principal Nezu. I am going to help you all with your quirks by giving you tips, telling you your strengths and weaknesses. I'll be able to tell you many ways to reduce those weaknesses. I hope we can have some fun and learn a lot before the festival. Wait, you're the guy who I had to give you directions to a few days ago, states one certain purple-haired teen. Yes, I remember now, thanks for that. Actually, I never got your name. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. He stares at him, seeing how close to age they are. How old are you? I don't see that to be of any relevance. What's your quirk? Brainwashing. Shinso is waiting for the guy to ask him why he's here with a villain's quirk. No way. That's amazing. You'll become a great hero with that quirk. That is not the reaction he had been expecting, and Midoriya knows that. He watches as he numbly sits down so that he can get back to the small speech. Anyways, I will have to cut this meeting short since I have others I have to speak to. I will hopefully see you all another time in the office. Shinso is watching the guy leave, surprise still etched onto his face as he glances at his classmates. They're all wearing contemplative looks as if they're thinking about going to see him. Present Mike is left grinning after him before starting the lesson. That kid is strange. Something about him, Shinso decides, is not right. Heading to the next class, Midoriya stops in his tracks and wraps his arm around his ribs, the sudden pain causing him to gasp and let out a shaky breath. He has been walking around for a long time. It's starting to aggravate his ribs. Why didn't the teachers have to tell them about him? Nezu really seems to want to torture him. In one of the second-year classrooms, one of the questions is regarding his quirk. He pauses as he doesn't know whether to answer or not. He glances at the teacher before he sighs. I don't have one. Any more questions? Then what are you doing here if you don't have one? Honestly, couldn't they have picked a better person? I don't know, someone with a quirk. Midoriya glares at the snobby jerk. Oh, okay, fine, I see. Yeah, I sometimes forget how useless I am to society, but thanks for the reminder. What's your name and quirk, kid? He questions with an icy edge to his tone. His eyes sharper and more toxic than the hero has seen in them. They can see how much of that is a sore spot to him. The second year, ignoring the warnings from his classmates, arrogantly announces his name and quirk. He somewhat pauses when he catches sight of the poisonous smile that is shot at him. What? I know your quirk, I know your name. You arrogant fool. While I may be quirkless, I can do so much damage to you. Be glad I'm only giving you a warning, or else I would have ruined your future reputation as a hero. Now, we don't need any accidents happening, do we? He questions sinisterly, his gaze never leaving the second-year student. If you see us quirkless people beneath you, how many more people are there that you think are just useless? How would the public react at knowing the truth behind your mask? I am not someone as your enemy, but if I have to, I will be your villain. A chill in the air is left as he turns to the teacher. I want him at the office today during PE. I promise I won't do anything bad. Just need to speak with him in private. And what will you do? Midoriya tilts his head, grinning maniacally at the concern in their voice. Harsh truths. That's all. Like I did to you and your fellow colleagues, but mild. He's a teenager. I'm younger than him. I'm quirkless. I'm agonizing pain. Surely, he could beat me if anything happens. Isn't that right, Asano? The guy isn't as confident anymore. There is something wrong with this kid, and it is not normal, something that he has never seen from someone. He's younger too, so that says something. Who knew kids could be terrifying? Just who is this quirkless kid? It doesn't matter, he thinks. He is only a stepping stone. Yeah, of course. Izuku looks at the hero who is worried, but does not say anything other than, how's your ribs? Well, they're screaming in agony and feels like they're burning in the fires of hell, but otherwise, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll manage for another hour or so. He shrugs and leaves the room. Welp, any questions you have, you can save them. Thank Mr. Asano for that. I hope I can see you all in the office. It goes like that, except for the other students do not ask for his quirk and question more on important details. Izuku nods and answers them without a problem, softening up on a few of the classes. He tells them when they need to can go and thanks them for listening. He finally finishes, heading to Recovery Girl for his pain medication. Recovery Girl and Present Mike are the only ones he likes here. He is respectful to Recovery Girl for how much she reminds him of his mother. Thank you, Shuzenji. I'll come by later. He waves and heads to the office, happy to see no one there yet. Nezu is sitting in his chair with a contemplative expression on his face. Nezu, I heard of the incident in 2A. I am not going to harm him. I am just going to teach him a lesson on not underestimating people. Yes, but please do not traumatize him. Just keep it to the lessons and maybe add a bit of your terrifying personality to it. I do apologize for my students. If they cannot accept a quirkless, then that is really concerning. Nezu sighs, typing away at the computer. If you can, refrain from hacking the database. Just act like you know where he lives. I know his father, he says, grinning with that sadistic smile. I know enough. Some of his father's actions are reserved to himself. It would be sad if he found out about it. He is told no. Izuku sighs again, muttering that no one ever lets him have fun. All right, how is the investigation on Endeavor going? Good, but the witnesses will not speak with us, and we have reason to believe that one of the officers have found out about it and tipped Endeavor off. He isn't happy. Izuku is glaring at the surface of the desk when Asano comes in. He's tapping his fingernails on it in an ominous rhythm. He looks up to find the Tua kid that he called out. The predatory gleam in his eyes brightens at the sight of the older teen. Midoriya lifts his gaze to meet the faux confidence that hides the panic and worry when they meet. So, you think that I'm useless because I'm quirkless? Well, I didn't really say that. Asano then mutters something that he doesn't catch, and really he doesn't need to. He can see the comment clear on his face and his body language. With this, Izuku's glare hardens tremendously. His green eyes glint with a sharpness alike to an edge of a blade. It's ready to cut into this kid if he doesn't start speaking. You held so much confidence in the classroom. What happened to it? Asano doesn't like this. He already hates the kid, but he can't do anything. He is sure that the room is bugged with a video camera. He can't attack this quirkless kid. Yeah, I believe so. Nezu really made a mistake here. That doesn't anger him. He watches helplessly as the boy shrugs and agrees with him on that statement. A sinister, brutal, predatory smile comes to his pale, freckled face. Let's get started, now don't we? If anyone is confused why the Tua kid is staring at nothing, seeming to be terrified for his life or about the whole screaming from the office, they don't say anything. This scares a few and they wonder how brutal the teenager can be. One timid, yet brave, girl walks in nervous and scared but comes out looking thoughtful and relieved. Just don't piss him off and you'll be fine. With that ominous statement in the air, the girl leaves. Helping the students with their quirks was so much easier than he thought it would be. They are so easily readable that it's not even funny. He keeps a cool head, writing down a few key essentials they might need for their training. If you want to do physical training with me, I can give you a pass on one class, but I'll have to get permission. Here is a slip and have your teacher sign it. Put your name down. Please be at a class not too important that you can miss it, okay? He says to every person while handing them a slip. Just understand you may not be the only one there, but every year has one designated day. Third years are on Thursdays, second years on Wednesday, and first years on Tuesdays. I'll be happy to see you on those days. Takoyami's quirk is one of Midoriya's favorites. Dark Shadow is so adorable and he likes the quirkless human. The three of them talk animatedly for the entire duration, on his quirk and on random stuff as Midoriya works on notes that can be helpful. He bids him a farewell, smiling as he sighs in relief. Send in the next one please, he calls after him. The one that comes in is stiff in his walk into the office, sitting down stock straight while watching Midoriya write something. What's your name? Todoroki Shadow. He feels like he said something wrong with how tense Midoriya gets, anger spreading onto his facial features as his head snapped up so fast he might have gotten whiplash. He doesn't let any expression or implication that he even took notice of the change in demeanor. Do you have a relative who's a hero? He asks, his voice tight and hope in his eyes. Whatever he is hoping, Shadow isn't sure nor does he care. My father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Of course, it had to be him, he mutters with a venomous tone. He ignores the raised questioning eyebrow as he gets a different notepad and flips through a pile of papers. Okay, so Todoroki Shadow, Class 1A, quirk, half and half. You have ice and fire, but it's here that you only use ice. He glances up at the expressionless look on his face. He doesn't say anything, his eyes flicking all over as he studies the guy. The one who seems to be closed off with everyone. You're holding it back without realizing the damage that can happen to your body, but you don't care since you've made a promise to yourself. I presume it's because of your father and honestly, I don't blame you. He takes in a breath, looks over the file. Well, everything is good and dandy. You're one of the strongest of the class, but you could be stronger. I suggest using just a little. No, I'm sorry. You're not going to use your fire, for fighting or whatever. Maybe in secret, but just a small partial flame on your palm. I'm not saying. I don't care. I will never use his quirk. He's starting to get angry with this kid. Who the hell does he think he is? He does not understand at all. Midoriya blinks, staring at the guy in front of him with an eerie blank expression. Fine, whatever. I don't care. You heroes are all the same, he mutters, rolling his eyes at the stubborn and pettiness in his voice and choices. He jots down a few ideas for his ice along with what he needs to work. Here, this is on your ice only. If you only want to be petty, have fun destroying yourself. Let's see if you can become a hero that way. Todoroki glares at him but takes the slips of paper. What's the second one for? A get out of class slip to train. First years train on Tuesdays. Just have whatever teacher, of whatever class you want to get out of, sign it and bring it to me. This is for physical training to see how well you are coordinated with your quirk and how you use it. This evaluation can help me figure out more things about you. It is not mandatory. He places the file of the other on the bottom. And Todoroki, I won't force you to use your fire, but just know there will be a time when you need it and it won't be in control. Just a heads up for that. Your left side is a weakness. The paper has a bit of your other weaknesses too. Shadow gapes at the kid who has villains running from him. The kid who laid down his life for them. You hate my father, he blurts out. It's a statement, not a question. Midoriya leans forward, resting his head on his hands. Maybe, but it's because of how much of a despicable human being he is. I'm hoping and rooting for you to not turn out to be like him, Todoroki. Have a nice day and send in the next person. Shoto blinks and leaves the room, jabbing his thumb to the door for the next person and walks away. He stares at the paper where it holds notes of ideas, tips, and weaknesses. He didn't even have to tell for most of these. Just how was he able to know his weakness just by looking at him? He'll have to be careful with him. If this guy has worked with villains in the past, how can he be trusted to not spill any secrets to them about this? He doesn't know. Todoroki decides to go to this physical training and see just how it goes. Maybe he can work on something for the festival. Just once. He'll go there once. On Tuesday, Midoriya is standing at the training grounds. His eyes are on the mixture of classes. Around 25 kids from the first 5 first-year departments are here. The others didn't really find a reason to come by except tips on a few business plans or just how to use their quirks for whatever they need it for. He sighs when he sees students from 1A. They're competitive people who will try to make sure they get to the top. The only upside, Bakugo isn't there and will never be there. He scans the faces and sees someone that he can stand. Takoyami and the other girls will be in the next lesson sadly. Shinso, Izuku calls, smiling and waving at him. Everyone turns to the purple-haired teen who had been able to get a happy and smiley reaction from Midoriya. He sighs and returns the wave with a peace sign. All right, so everything will be different for each one of you. Please be mindful. I have broken ribs and stitches that have yet to heal, so if you need help, come over to me and I'll try my best. Do not crowd me either. I will get to you all. I am one small child. I can get lost easily. That earns a few laughs or unimpressed jokes. Yeah, I think I'm funny, but I'm not. Anyway, please split up. Take quirk distance in mind. Just use your quirk normally. Don't hurt anyone intentionally, and please ask permission before using your quirks on someone. If no one wants to let you, I will handle it, okay? Any questions? Wouldn't this be cheating? Knowing each other's quirks? Asks a general studies department student. Midoriya gives them that grin. There's a difference between knowing the quirk and going against it. When you know a quirk, you can try to think of ways to counterattack. But it is difficult applying that to your fighting at times. He paces and thinks. Knowing a downside of someone's quirk can be helpful. But like I said, sometimes things don't go right and you can find yourself not being able to apply it. Anything else? They shake their heads and get to a spot away from each other. Midoriya is standing to the side and watching. He walks over to a 1D student, showing them a better stance for the attack. Bend your knees a little. That's it. Now go. The fluid motion helps the girl better with her quirk. She goes through the motion and thanks him. He gives a few tips on how to better control her motions. I just have trouble with my balance. I'm too awkward. Dancing. You learn a lot of balance skills with dancing. A few classes, maybe just basics, can be helpful. If you can't pay for them, tell me and I can help you. You can dance. She asks with surprise, not having thought that. I know ballet, breakdance, and street. Ballet is one of the more simpler of the three, but it is very demanding. Izuku pats her shoulder with a reassuring smile. I'll let you think about it. If you want, I can help in gymnastics as well. Just come by the office and tell me your decision. The girl nods and goes back to practicing. She weighs her options between the two. Midoriya. He looks up to find Shoji and he nods, following him to his designated spot. He watches him, cocking his head to the side. I'm trying to figure out how to use my quirk in a fight. Izuku nods and gives him a few tips, giving him a few stances. He shows him what he can do to keep a few extensions from getting hurt. Thank you, Midoriya. It goes on like this. He walks around and helps those who he can see have a problem, while walking over to the people who need help. He helps Shinso, letting him brainwash him. He realizes that he's conscious but cannot move. He does as he is told, until he is released from the shot of pain through his ribs. Are you okay? Hitoshi questions, kneeling beside Izuku who is grasping his sides on the ground. He earns a nod from the smaller teen. You should go to recovery, girl, Midoriya. If you're hurting, don't worry. It's passing. I just need to not overexert myself again. Izuku takes a breath and smiles reassuringly, getting up with his help. How many people can you take control of? Oh, around 3. After that, it takes too much concentration. Izuku nods, giving him advice for it. He smiles and gets a few people over to help him, explaining that he won't do anything to harm them and that this is all for practice. He just wants to see how many people he can work on. He goes from 1 up until he has all 4 of them under his control. They do a few minimal things like hug each other or hug Midoriya who is glaring at him. A smirk on Hitoshi's face at seeing the helpless and uncomfortable expression on Izuku's face. Midoriya. Izuku looks up at the familiar voice to meet heterochromic irises. I need your input on something. Midoriya glances at Shinso who lets go of the students who are burst into laughter at the trick Shinso pulled. The look on his face was amazing. They walk away with Hitoshi speaking animatedly, having a conversation on how they should make Midoriya suffer like that again. The said informant just shakes his head and follows Todoroki. The two go over fighting styles and stances. Midoriya asks about the things he can do other than capture them in ice. A battle strategy in case that doesn't work. He gives a few things, but Midoriya shakes his head. Not one he meant. He gives ideas like shards of ice that can use to scare the opponent or keep them from running. He gives a few more offensive strategies, then follows up with defensive tactics. This way, if there are civilians, he won't accidentally encase them in ice. The class ends and they head out, many of them thanking him. Monoma stays behind and thanks him, asking a few more questions on what he can do before leaving as well. You have an odd way of teaching, pipes up the one person he doesn't want to speak with. I teach people better than you, that's for sure, he says without looking at All Might. You were apprehensive on teaching here, but I understand why. After all, you aren't cut out for it. I heard what happened during the training exercise at the beginning. 3 people would have died if it wasn't for Kirishima's quick thinking. Bakugo would have killed them for his reckless behavior. He doesn't have to be looking at the deflated form of the number 1 hero to know that he flinched. Yes, he is quite violent. Izuku snorts. That's an understatement. I've known that guy since before he got his quirk. He has always been an asshole to everyone. I was the victim of many of his rampages. He pushes his hair out of his face, wrapping one arm around his torso. What do you want? You wouldn't have approached me unless there's a reason. Toshinori sighs with a frown, staring at the kid who had admired him to a point before having his dream crushed by him. Yes, recovery girl told me to give you your meds. She saw you through the window. He hands him the pill bottle of painkillers and a water bottle. You're doing well. Aizawa was impressed when he caught sight of it. Maybe you can become a teacher here. He glances at him, calculative eyes on him. Give you pointers. I really just want to complete my contract and be done with this year. I do not care if you are trying to get me on the right track, cause that will never happen. How different would everything be if I had given the boy a chance? Right. He sits down beside him, earning a glare. Midoriya pops the pills back and chugs down the water. Recovery girl wants me to stay with you in case something like that happens again. Sure, he mutters. The next group of 1-years come out. Don't bother them or get in my way. Right. This is your lesson, he says, sitting back and watching him give them the same speech as before and gets them spread out. Toshinori is impressed by the boy's skills on teaching and analyzing them. He seems to be making mental notes on everyone. He would have made a good hero, would have been a good asset to them if things had gone differently that fateful day. Izuku comes into the police station, glaring at everyone. A few people actually shudder in fear. He is taken straight to the holding cells of the villains who are under his contract influence. He looks at all of them, letting the various sigils light up, holding back a hiss of pain. It's your lucky day, he sing-songs with a feral grin. Aizawa is behind him, smacking him upside the head as a warning. He shakes his head at him, receiving a sigh. Fine, I'm here to nullify your contracts. He pulls out a razor and cuts into his already mutilated finger. He grabs the nearest villain's hand and draws an X over the sigil. He does it with everyone there and the contracts fade away one by one. Done. You won't die now, but if you say something about me, I will find out and kill you. They nod and he walks away with Aizawa behind him. This kid is really strange. Why was I called to be with you? Why couldn't Tsukauchi do it? He remembers seeing the sigils appear on the villain's hands and on my skin when I was fighting. Yes, my scream at the end, when Tsukauchi got close. Get on with it. Tsukauchi's arrival almost killed me. Basically, when contract holders are all in one place, the sigils appear. Tsukauchi's sigil is one of the most dangerous since it's too close to my heart. The next time he gets close to me under one of the overloads, it can stop my heart. He shrugs, stuffing his hands into his pockets. He pulls his mask off, scratching the side of his nose as he walks up to Tsukauchi, sticking to his side. Even with that knowledge, you make contracts? He questions with a sharp look in his eyes, face absent of emotion as usual. Midoriya nods. Why does it matter? I die. There's nothing wrong with it. Honestly, I'd probably do you a favor, like getting out of your hair. He shrugs again, kicking a small stone. The two adults exchange looks, Tsukauchi feeling really concerned for the teenager's thought process. You dying wouldn't do us a favor. Why would you think that? He looks up in surprise, staring at him with wide eyes. In a flash, the expression is gone and replaced with indifference. People always told me that me dying would do others a favor. I like to annoy people and do the opposite, as they say, so here I am. My whole life revolves around spiting people. Izuku stretches a little bit. It doesn't matter anyways. I am already more successful than most people my age. Of course, because of the USJ incident, I have a business that needs to be redone. Anti-heroes, anti-villains, vigilantes, assassins, etc. Since they don't care who I give information to, my business will be with them mostly. Villains and heroes are too suspicious and don't understand that this is a way of living. So I'll be making more contracts. Honestly, I still have a few contracts on my arms. They stare at the child who is muttering nonstop. Tsukauchi sighs and lets him get all of his thoughts out, glancing at Aizawa who is glaring. This kid, he really thinks dying is okay as long as people are happy. How messed up is he in the head to think that? Aizawa is hit with a memory of when Izuku came into the class before the attack. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who told me to kill myself. Is that true? And he wasn't lying. Midoriya, he starts, flicking his ear to get the kid's attention. Once those toxic irises are on him, he continues, were you telling the truth when you said Bakugo's suicide baited you? Yup, I wouldn't lie about something like that. If I want to ruin someone's reputation, then it's with truths, not lies. Why are you bringing that up? He cannot be serious. It doesn't matter. What did he exactly say to you? His eyes narrow, not wanting to say anything. He never should have said anything, but he wanted to hurt Bakugo, and it was the best way. At least there wasn't any other plan that came across his mind. Izuku glances away from them and he repeats the phrase, if you want to be a hero so bad, then take a swan dive off the roof and pray that you get a quirk in your next life. Izuku clicks his tongue, scrunching his nose. At least, he had the decency to say it in a poetic way, so that people could think that I took his words the wrong way. I don't care about having a quirk anymore. It makes one reliant on it too much, and when they don't have it anymore, then they can't do anything. They act like it's the worst thing in the world because they grew up thinking it's the best thing. No one speaks for a while. Aizawa is left contemplating on having a punishment made for Bakugo. Therapy, anger management, something so this doesn't happen again. He will have to talk about this with Nezu and the two teenagers. He cannot believe how bad the two's relationship is. They keep silent until they get to UA. Tsukauchi is there to help overlook Izuku's training after hearing about his collapse during the end of Tuesdays with the first years. Welcome everyone to the UA Sports Festival, Yamada Hisashi announces with gusto in his voice. Beside him is Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouta, and the rugrat, Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa wants to keep an eye on him since Izuku can see a few people that he has made contracts with. Shouta doesn't need him to have an overload like he has stated to have with multiple contracts all in one place. The good thing is, there's a distance radius for it, and being with the two announcers, he has a better chance to keep from overloading and getting hurt. The students start filing in with each class being called. Most of them are waving and smiling to the crowd, practically bouncing and radiating with joy. Let's see how they will put their training to use, mutters Izuku as he leans back in a more comfortable position. He watches them all glare at one, and especially at Bakugo. Well, they're going to get angrier. If I know Bakugo, he'll humiliate the Wana students with a declaration of war against them or something like being the number one. Aizawa glances over at him, a frown painting his face. He is telling the truth. Bakugo has no impulse control over a competition. He always strives to be the best in everything. He places a hand against his face, being mindful on the bandage under his eye. He hates that he can't take some of them off, but with Recovery Girl, no one tangles against her. His ribs throb in reminder of the beating he took for those brats. Honestly, they were not as bad Midoriya's, which, when he recalls it, he always reminds himself that he is a child, who is willing to lay down his life for people. I will be number one. That earns a lot of booing from the audience and the other students. In the announcer's box, Midoriya is rolling his eyes. Aizawa groans as he rolls his eyes up to the ceiling, and Yamada is laughing at the two of them. He lets out a small shriek when those two turn their sharp gazes at him. Are you sure you two aren't related? He whispers meekly, cowering under their glares. I'm sure, they answer in unison with the same monotonous tone. Yamada lets out a nervous chuckle, returning back to the festival. The two scary ones glance at each other before looking away. First event, obstacle course. Izuku gives a few comments, mostly sarcastic and savage comments which made a few people laugh. When they get near the minefield, he snickers. The old married couple doesn't want the other to win. The travesty. Mike snorts in an attempt to cover his snickers. Enough of that now. I believe you flustered them. True enough, Bakugo's face is tinted pink and his explosions are a little out of control, causing him to stumble. Todoroki trips, but he is able to regain his footing, shooting across the finish line in second place. First place goes to Hadesme May from the support department. Izuku nods in approval. She used her gadgets, but she also used her quirk zoom to check the unevenness in the field. Good. Can I leave during the break? Aizawa doesn't spare a glance. No. What? I'm just going to go and congratulate them. I am their tutor. I promise I won't cause any trouble and I'll be back. Don't know when, since sometimes I get sidetracked, but you can always shoot me a text when you want me back. I would never want you back. You just have to be in my sight. Fine. Just tell me when to return. It gets boring in here. Present Mike gasps, looking at Midoriya. Do you think I'm boring? No, of course not. You're my favorite hero. I just have a short attention span and I need to get out once in a while. How could you ever think that? Kiss up, thinks Aizawa as he rolls his eyes. Kid, you sure know how to read people. Midoriya smiles brighter at seeing the grin on Mike's face. All right, little listener. But at the break, and you have to get back when Aizawa sends you the message. Of course, ignore me. That was the plan. You're the cryptid who gives random commentary every now and then, answers Midoriya. Basically a ghost. That earns an exasperated groan from the emotionless man. Second event, Calvary Battle. Izuku studies the teams. Hadasumi Mei's team. He wants to see just how well she planned to keep her headband. Mei's team, Mei, Uraraka, Monoma, Shinso. Izuku frowns. It's quite diverse. I'm surprised Monoma agreed to work with a Wana student. Let's see. Hatsum is great at inventing, so they will be using her support gear. Uraraka has the zero gravity quirk, which will be helpful. Monoma copies quirks so he can copy Uraraka's and help her when she gets sick. Shinso has a brainwashing quirk. That'll be great to have them give up the others' headbands. Again, another use for Monoma. She really thought this through. Aizawa glances over at the muttering teen and shakes his head. Now, he knows what Tsukauchi has to deal with most of the time. He reaches over and smacks him as he continues with everyone else's team. Enough, you're scaring Mike. He looks up and sees the weirded out expression on Mike's face. He grins sheepishly, murmuring something that sounded like my hero must think I'm a freak or something. Aizawa just ignores him, turning to face the competition. So far so good. A few of them have already been taken out. The 1 billion point team are staying strong, but even so they may lose. There is still time on the board. Izuku is watching and taking everything in. Something about the expression doesn't sit well with the underground hero. It doesn't last long when the concentration drops at the vibrations of the teenager's phone. He excuses himself and heads to the corner, whispering harshly into the device as Present Mike's resumes announcing with his booming voice. Through it, Aizawa can hear pieces of conversation like, "You have too much debt. I don't care. Contract. Kill anyone." At that one, Aizawa snaps his head towards the green-haired teen whose back is towards him. He seems to be frustrated and one of his contract sigils is glowing. "Listen carefully. I will not provide you any more information until you pay me what I asked for. Have fun," he snaps and hangs up. Turning back around, their eyes meet. Izuku shakes his head, deciding to tell him later. He wants his pay and getting the police involved will help him and whoever their victim is. Hatsum's team falls second while Bakugo's team takes first and Todoroki's is third. There is a slight intermission for those who don't get to advance into the third round. Izuku and Shouto leave the room and into the hallway so that they don't accidentally announce it. "Who are you talking to? Do you know the hero killer?" He falls into an explanation about his relation to Stain. He is so far into debt that the Mariana Trench looks like a small hole. He owes me about 10 billion yen. If he doesn't have the money by the next time we meet, the contract will activate. I cannot stop it if he dies. Aizawa nods, looking down at the scarred fingertip of the boy's hand. Who is his next victim? He is in Hasu, that's all I know. He didn't say, but I have a feeling that it is one of Ingenium's sidekicks or Ingenium himself. After all, they are the ones in the investigation, right? The underground hero nods. Go and walk around, but you will be back before the final event. Yes, Aizawa. He walks away and the underground hero pulls out his phone to contact Ingenium. Izuku walks towards the student stands and stops when he hears a familiar voice. He peers around the corner and sees Endeavor standing over his youngest son. He seems to be saying something that is pissing Shouto off. Shouto rolls his eyes and walks away just as Izuku walks around the corner. He stops in the way of the bane of his life. I almost ran into a pile of shit, he spits, glaring at the hero. Unaware of their surroundings. There is someone watching. He moves his gaze up to meet the sneering face of the worst hero ever. Seeing the sneer, Izuku gives him a sickly sweet smile. Hello in Dihor. The day was one of Midoriya's favorites. A peaceful day without having to deal with anyone other than his beautiful, sweet mother. The two always had days where they would go out and have fun. Depending on the weather, they'd have ice cream or they'd have hot chocolate. It all depended on her money and the weather. This day was no different. With the cold slowly leaving them, they opted to having hot chocolate and a few snacks to go with it. They never had to deal with villain attacks, and if they did, they'd go somewhere safe and watch from afar so that Midoriya could get some notes on both the heroes and villains. This one was different. This one was going to ruin everything that fate had set out. One future hero would no longer be there. One person was going to die. The hero, known as Endeavor, was chasing a villain. He had tried cutting the villain off with his fire. Izuku had to dive out of the way because of how wild it was. He grabbed his mother's hand and pulled her along with him to avoid the battle. Their path was cut off by a wall of fire. This isn't safe at all. Heroes are supposed to keep civilians safe. But Endeavor is really not doing that. Izuku sighed as he tried to find a way out of the crossfire. The heat was right in his face, his shirt dampening with sweat. Endeavor launched an attack at the villain who had gotten in front of them. When he jumped out the way, the blast was sent towards the two bystanders who had been trying to get away. Midoriya had turned his back on it, trying to shield his mother who had panicked. Izuku cried out in pain, but that didn't seem to hinder the hero. He helped his mother out, trying to get her out of there when the villain came towards them. He pushed her away and got out of the villain's path. With that, Endeavor continued fighting and had not even stopped to give them room. The awning had become unstable and the fire was eating away at the metal supports. Izuku had been trying to get to his mother who had been knocked unconscious from the lack of oxygen. It was too hot. Izuku was in too much pain from the burn on his back. The battle was over, but his mother, he had watched the awning fall. His lovely and sweet mother was trapped underneath. Help, please, Endeavor, help me. He tried getting the hero to help, but he kept walking, carrying the villain. He watched the retreating back of the so-called hero. Help, my mom. Nothing. He moved the awning as much as he could, freeing a portion of his mother. He gasped at the sight of blood that trickled from her head and down her face. Mom, he whispers, pushing back the locks of green hair. Mom, he watched as her eyes fluttered open. Izuku, honey, are you okay? I'm fine, Mom. Big, fat tears rolled down his cheeks like waterfalls. Mom, please hold on. I'll get help. Please. She smiled at him, reaching up with a broken hand to caress his face. I'm sorry, honey. I want to try and reassure you. I can't lie to you. Izuku shook his head, holding onto her hand with one of his while the other one ran through her hair. SHH. I know, Mom, but you may still have a chance. They'll come and help. They wouldn't leave you to die, he murmured. His voice cracked and he sobbed as he kissed her head. He watched her take shuddering breaths. He watched her eyes dull and close. He watched as she fell limp. He watched her take her last breath. He watched his own mother die. All because of a hero who wouldn't check his surroundings. All because of a hero wouldn't stop and help when the young son called after him. You should have known better. You should have left when you had the chance. Midoriya and co., a loving wife and mother, died in front of her only son. You didn't give us a chance. You son of a bitch. You should have checked. Midoriya Hisashi was furious and fell into despair. He would send his villains to try and take revenge for his lovely wife, but to no avail. In the end, he would have to rethink and replan before he can bring his wife the justice that she deserves. Izuku called his father through the screen. A curly, black-haired male with slitted reptilian, green eyes and scales around his eyes and neck, tall and held a business yet threatening aura around him. His eyes held a toxicity that his son would inherit later on. That is enough. Do not get into any trouble. Leave the monster alone. Midoriya Izuku was furious and wanted revenge, wanted justice for his mother's death. He was not going to let a murderer walk away again. That man was going to pay. We need to make him pay, father. Yes, my son. But first, you need to train and then, will you bring down the age of heroes and villains? A fume of smoke leaves past his lips as he activates his quirk a bit. Izuku is beyond pissed. Pure, white-hot rage courses through his blood. His father's associates had trained him, but he couldn't do anything. Not yet. He has to wait for the right opportunity. If he acts now, he will violate the contract, which is something that won't be good for him. You know, Endeavor, I wonder how the public will react to your sins, he whispers vehemently. He lets his anger bleed into his words, poisoning them as he shoots daggers at him. I don't know what you mean. Now get out of my way. He growls out. He doesn't have the patience to deal with this kid. He isn't a student that much he could tell, so if he does something, he'll have him kicked out. Endeavor is the number 2 hero who throws a tantrum when things don't go his way, and if the kid is around then it won't be good. NG stares down at the shrimp who dares to challenge him with animosity shining in those green orbs. Midoriya's hold on his calm and collect resolve is slipping. Through seething rage and clenched teeth, he asks, Really? Look me in the eye and tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. You murderer. I'm a hero, you insolent brat. Show some respect. Or what? You'll burn me again. You'll kill me like everyone else. His voice rises in volume but not loud enough for it to carry. I won't respect you. If anything, I respect a villain more than I do you. After all, person such as yourself isn't worthy to be called a hero. Hell, even villains wouldn't want you on their side. Satan himself is ashamed to even know that you'll be going to his domain. But I am sure that he'll have fun with your torture. He sticks his chin up, their eyes meeting. I do not know how much pain you've inflicted on others, but I assure you, you will never do so again when I get the chance. You're a petty hero. I wouldn't be surprised if your own family hates you. Endeavor glares down at the shrimp who dares to insult him. I suggest you get out of my way. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Oh, I'm so scared, he mocks, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. I know your dirty little secrets. I know your weaknesses. Be glad I can't kill you. Otherwise you'd be in the ground with no body to cremate. A sinister and deadly smile crosses his face. He lists a few weaknesses, grinning madly at seeing the sudden change in his demeanor. Just how much do you think I will sell them? Honestly, I'd sell you to Satan for a corn chip. Be careful and watch where you step. Endeavor, your future looks grim from where I'm standing. You're a mere doll, a pawn, to me. I'm the puppeteer of your life. Be glad I don't end it. He walks past him but pauses. Just know, I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you what I'm capable of. I may not be strong, but I hold your life in my hands. I won't hesitate to let it go. You will pay for everything. With that, he walks away. He isn't wanting to be graced by such a tainted hero's presence. If anything, someone like that can't be given a second chance. While Izuku may not know the extent of Endeavor's actions against the public or just people in general, but his intuition is never wrong in this field. He has more skeletons in his closet, and with time, he will find them out. Midoriya, passing a small intersection, glances to the right and meets the heterochromic eyes of the person who listened into their conversation. The owner glances away to check if his father is gone before moving to catch up with the quirk counselor. You called my father a murderer. Midoriya doesn't say anything, merely glancing at him. He smacks his lips, turning away from the son of his mother's murderer. He doesn't blame Todoroki, nor is he going to let his hatred for the guy's father be passed on to him. He just doesn't want to socialize with him. Not after that encounter with the guy's father and the possible hatred the dual quirk user may have begun to grow for the green bean. Not many people appreciate their parents be trash-talked or be accused of being a murderer. I could have called him something worse. He admits. He stuffs his hands into his pockets with a shrug. If you're going to defend him, save it. I don't care what you think about him. He stretches and pops his arms the best he can, eyes sweeping across the corridor. He ignores Todoroki's presence when he doesn't say anything. Right before getting to the door that leads to the stands, Shadow stops and sighs. Maybe, just maybe Midoriya might be able to help. He may be able to understand. He seems trustworthy no matter how villainous he can come off as. If this backfires, then, well, in what way can it backfire? Midoriya will know, but he may not do anything about it. The guy, while rude and disrespectful, he wouldn't be the type to use this against him. If anything, it might make his father a bigger target than he already is. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Midoriya pauses in his trek. His shoulders slump a bit as he turns around to face Todoroki fully. A guarded expression on his face, one that Shadow doesn't know to make of. Basically, forced arranged marriages that should be illegal but isn't. My father has always wanted to be number one. He falls into an explanation, his left hand coming up to cover his left eye. After the story, Todoroki doesn't know whether to leave or to wait for the response. He doesn't know what the boy's response may be, but he sure as heck did not expect the one he gets. Midoriya doesn't elaborate. He just says what he wants to say and then he leaves. He leaves the older male alone and disappears to do what he had came for. With your quirk, you have to have balance. Ignore the existence of the man you hate. No balance, well, let's just say it won't be good. It's your power, not his. You should prove that to him one day. A smile slithered onto his face. And if it makes you feel any better, you won't have to deal with that abomination by the end of this school year ever again. Izuku returned back to the announcer box when he was supposed to. Upon opening the door, he was met with the slight concerned gaze from Aizawa, who handed the young informant a slip of paper, and upon reading it, he sighed. He walked out of the room, telling them that he would call Tsukauchi. If they had anything to tell him, to go outside the room and do so. He leaned against the wall, speaking as quietly as he could without muttering. He told his temporary guardian the whole Stain scenario going on in Hasu. He explained to him about everything he needed to know about Stain, telling him that once they have him in custody to alert him. The guy is swamped in debt. What happens if he doesn't have what he owes you when we do have him? Oh, just his internal organs will melt and he'll be vomiting and coughing up blood. In the next few minutes, he'll be dead. I can nullify the contract before that, but it depends on the situation and how debt-ridden he is. Why are you so casual about that? My job for a year now. I got used to it. Now, I have to go. He hung up, heading back into the announcer's room. Izuku sat down again, watching the second round commence. I've missed so much already. Damn, oh well. Poor Takoyami. Hatsum is pulling him around like a dog on a leash. Don't you mean a bird on a leash? Poor Takoyami. His teacher is a dimwit, adds an eraserhead, earning snickers from the crowd and a snort from the boy in between them. Wonder if they had been able to, got him it. He opened the text and found out that Stain had escaped after gravely injuring a hero. Oh, Ida will not like this one bit. This would only hinder some of his plans. Just only some. As the battle continued, Todoroki wouldn't use his left side. In one particular moment, Midoriya groaned. He slams his head on the counter muttering how Todoroki should use his left side. And fucking do whore and how he is. Backtracking and saying how he should not call him that since he is insulting the whore of Babylon. An embarrassment for a number 2 hero that even villains agree he isn't a hero. And how Satan wouldn't want him at all. I mean, I tried selling him to Satan on multiple accounts. The damn bastard didn't want him. You're 16, 15, you shouldn't be selling people to the devil. Wait until you're 20. Izuku gives him a look of disbelief. Shouldn't you act like a responsible adult and condemn me from summoning and dealing with Satan? Not my place. Ask your father about summoning the king of hell and if it's bad. Dude, my dad could possibly be the king of hell and me not know it until he decides to tell me. Yeah, I can see it. I've spoken to him. A charming guy, don't you think? Define charming. Yeah, you're right. Hey, you're distracting the students. They look at each other and in unison, they said, well, laddie to tell them to learn how to not get distracted. If this was a real battle, they'd be dead. Why are you guys so mean? I'm realistic. Are you sure? I'm sure. After that, Todoroki sought Izuku out and told him that his father was not happy with what he said. Apparently, the son of the most wonderful woman had used his quirk against Bakugo and had won the match. Of course, he lost against Shinso, who had been able to take control over him. All in all, Todoroki came in second place while Shinso won. He didn't see it and he was disappointed in himself. Well, does this mean you'll be using it more often? I guess. Maybe you can help. Sure. Oh, and about the things I said to your father. It's okay, but he will try to sue you for slander and attempted murder. Slander? Really? I wasn't slandering him, I was stating facts. Todoroki fortunately didn't comment on why he didn't say anything about the attempted murder part. Hasu is quite beautiful at night, Izuku concludes as he sits on the edge of a building. He had been able to slip away from his guardian for the day. Of course, he won't be able to be gone for too long after all. The debt has to be collected today. If anything, he isn't going to let this guy run around the country without having paid him yet. No way. Izuku would rather become a hero if he lets that ever happen. He hums a sweet tune, grinning widely as he watches everything go to hell. Namus, the League is here. Or, well, Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Izuku sighs as he watches Ida run from his supervisor. In disappointment, the young informant follows. If he can, then the younger brother of Ingenium will lead him to Stain. Just so that he can let the heroes' egos down a little bit, he'll let them play for a little bit before jumping in. He follows the hero in training via rooftops. The angered Ada does not disappoint. He watches the fight with glee, grinning like a maniac. The only thing that ruins his happy mood is the time length of the fight. Ada is overpowered by the vigilante villain. Sheesh, for someone going to UA and studying under the best quirk advisor there is. The boy was easily beaten. Of course, this wouldn't have happened if Izuku had tried harder with everything going on. Ada Tensei, also known as Ingenium, was almost killed out during patrol. He survived but is now paralyzed from the waist down. In an act of revenge, his younger brother is trying to bring this villain down. Izuku sighs and shakes his head, watching the scene play out just a little longer. Right before he stabs the insufferable child who is letting himself be overtaken by anger, Izuku activates the contract link and he forces Stain to stop and walk away from the hero by force. I know you're there, Raven. Yeah, and I don't care. Izuku hops down onto the fire escape, leaning against the railing and grinning widely at the hero killer. He ignores the two paralyzed heroes, deciding to let this be the two business partners' issue to deal with. He scoffs and rolls his eyes at Native's warnings and Ida yelling at him to leave. I am here on business. It should be quick, and if not, then you'll see why one shouldn't cross me. He hops off the fire escape, getting in between the villain and heroes. So, Akaguro Chisome, I want my payment. You already know what happens if you don't cough up the information and the money. I'll give it to you after I rid the world with these two fake Akaguro cuts off, coughing and choking. He stares at the child who is clenching his fist in front of him. He lets him go, letting him fall to his knees. I am not in the mood, Akaguro. I'm warning you right now. Either give me the information and money right now, or you cease to exist right now. The teen is not having it anymore. He has given more and more information to this son of a bitch and he has yet to pay it back. Izuku smacks his lips, walking forward. You already know what'll happen, so let me ask you again, do you have what I want or not? Chisome is breathing hard as he stares at the child before him. I have it. Izuku reaches forward, patting the hero killer's head as if he's a dog. Good. The killer growls and lunges forward, startling Izuku, who hadn't seen that happening. It breaks his concentration on the contract and he's shoved away. The sound of metal being dragged against stone grated their ears. Closer and closer comes the killer. Closer and closer comes the blade. Izuku scowls behind his mask, scrambling back and trying to get back onto his feet. For a few seconds, their eyes meet. In those few seconds, Izuku flexes his fingers again, calling upon the contract between the two. He is able to stop the swing of the sword. Midoriya lunges forward, tackling the adult to the ground. They tumble around for a bit before Izuku cries out, feeling the blade of a knife slice into his arm. How many times am I going to be hurt saving these idiots? He thinks with a scowl as he holds onto his arm. I cannot believe I ever thought about being a hero. I'll definitely suck at it. The teenager watches as Stain licks his blood, paralyzing both of them. He cackles at the expression. You can't move because I can't move, dimwit. I am still binding us together. You know how long this will last, don't you? While it's formed like a question, it's actually a statement. Of course, I know my blood type and I know your quirk. Honestly, just how dumb do you think I am? I do my research and I have quite a few people who are willing to give me information. Sirens cut through in the distance, widening the smirk on his face. Tick-tock, Stain, they're coming for you. I am not going to let you run free now. You owe me big time and this is not going to help you. Chisome starts coughing, red staining his face and teeth, his mouth parting ever so slightly. I'll tell you. Please. Izuku smiles and hums, keeping the contract from killing him. Once their time is up, Good. Now don't try to attack me again because I will release the hold I have on the contract and let it kill you. He turns to the heroes and tilts his head, the beak of his mask touching the end of his shoulder. You'll forget I was ever here. I don't like people knowing about my existence, but it happens and I hate it. The next time you see the hero killer will be behind bars, but I have a bone to pick with him first. Midoriya. Tenya begins but doesn't get the chance for said boy walks away with the hero killer, calling someone on his phone. The young hero in training glances at the pro-hero native who has been left gawking after the retreating backs of the two villains. Thank the anonymous hero who had brought the hero killer behind bars. Tsukauchi. They're calling me a hero, whines Midoriya as he flops onto the couch where the poor detective is sitting and being hugged by the young informant, who is crying crocodile tears. Izuku doesn't like this. He just wanted to get his payment and get his revenge on Stain for causing such a problem for the young teenager. The adult is being shaken in a fuss that his ward is being thought of as a hero, something that he never thought he'd ever hear from a child the kid's age. Why didn't you tell them that it was an actual hero? Or you, kid, stop shaking me. I wasn't in charge of it and they will find out eventually. Just lay low next time and stop making contracts, he scolds, pushing the child off him and patting the massive green hair. He stands and heads into the kitchen, telling him that dinner will be ready soon. Midoriya sighs and curls up on the couch, calling on the contract sigils. He stares at them, studying the designs of each and every one of them. Tenya, did he get into any trouble? After all, he was acting reckless. He was let off with a warning. Not to mention that he lied to us about not know who had taken Stain away. Although, I knew it was you since you had disappeared on me. That and you had a contract with the villain, right? A kind smile on the detective's face as he looks out at the child who is staring at his hands. Yes, if he was in jail, he wouldn't have been able to repay the debt. The detective frowns as he sees a new contract painting his arm. You made another contact. Yeah, but the payment is not a lot. He shrugs and looks away. I haven't been able to get any business after that stunt I pulled at the USJ. Shigaraki has it out for me, he mutters. You'd think after dating the guy for a few weeks, he'd know that I'm not the type to find a job in just one place. Tsukauchi backtracks as he stares with wide eyes at the green-haired teen. He can see the disbelief on his face. You dated him? Yeah, a few weeks, but because of his quirk and sensei, he broke it off. Then he thinks that he has the audacity to whine about it and say that it's my fault. I don't understand him, but meh. Did you actually like him? He sighs with a small smile on his face. Surprisingly, yes, I did, and I was sad that he broke up with me. I guess, after that, I just started acting like this. Izuku made a show of motioning himself as he shrugs again. He remembers the time they started dating. A week after his dream had been crushed was when he met Tamura. The moments he spent with the overgrown child was quite happy-filled. But everything just went to dust like everything Shigaraki touches. He had cried himself to sleep the day they broke up, but then he realized that that was not the response he should give anyone. To hell with that guy, especially since he didn't deserve him. It's okay. Basically, I hate him. After he broke up with me, I dated around once or twice before breaking those off myself. I decided that it wasn't worth my time dating. Naomasa nods before heading back to the pot, stirring the stew as he thinks about what he just learned. He decides to let it go and work on the paperwork that he has for the newest arrest while waiting on the stew to cook. He just continues to learn more and more about this kid that he has never planned to. Izuku stares at the ceiling before looking at his phone. He received a message from a student, friend of his, Shinso Itoshi. He has been freaking out since he had been moved up to Class 1 after winning this year's sports festival. When he found out, he seemed like he was one step away from having a panic attack. The fortunate thing was that he had been there the day he had found out, so he was able to help him. Izuku is helping him with his quirk, teaching him pointers on what he can do. He is also trying to see if he can brainwash someone who is just normally talking with someone else. So far he can't, but then again, they are training, so he might be able to get it someday. After the training before the sports festival, he had come to him to ask for assistance on his quirk and with physical fitness. He was a weak noodle, as Izuku likes to describe. Midoriya, food is ready. He walks into the kitchen, sitting down at the table with a small smile on his face. Naomasa is glad to see that he is showing more and more emotion around him the longer he spends around here. The final exams are coming up, whines Hitoshi as he bursts into his new office. Since the whole training, Nezu had given Midoriya a room so that he can continue helping the students, and that is where he goes when he needs help from the green bean. Do you know what they? He stops, seeing someone who isn't the green bean in the green bean's chair. A curly, black-haired male with slitted reptilian, green eyes and scales around his eyes and neck. He holds a business yet threatening aura around him. His eyes holds the same infamous toxicity that the green bean has. Hitoshi maintains eye contact with him. Sorry. Who are you? I'm Midoriya Hisashi, Izuku's father. I was in the city and decided to stop for a visit. How did you get in? He leans forward with a sinister smirk. I have my ways. Have you seen my son? Hitoshi doesn't like this man. It's something about him. The aura he holds. It's chilling, terrifying. I'm not sure. He may be in the teacher's lounge if he isn't here. He doesn't really like being around people. Midoriya's father nods. That's my son, all right. What's your name, kid? I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso Hitoshi. A gleam in his eyes turns on and a sly smirk appears on his face. Something about that doesn't sit well with him. Say, are you and my son dating? Hitoshi's eyes widen as a light dust of pink crosses his cheeks, stammering and maneuvering his attention to the wall beside him. Oh my god, he did not just ask me that. What? No, of course not. We're only friends. Why would you think that? He hums and nods, turning away and looking at the wall beside him. Good, good. Last time he dated a guy, the guy broke his heart. But you seem nice and wouldn't do that. So even if you two were, I would have been fine with it. As long as you don't hurt him, but you're not dating. Holy shit. Is he being serious? I'm pretty sure Midoriya would kill me if that were to ever happen. He is very terrifying. Midoriya's father nods again, as he should be. He is doing well here, I presume. Has he made any new friends aside from you? I guess. He hasn't really talked to anyone who doesn't see him for quirk advice other than me. That wasn't the right thing to say. The sly smile just grows. Hitoshi clears his throat awkwardly as he shifts his weight from one foot to another. If you excuse me, I'll be on my way out. I'll come find Midoriya later. He quickly walks out of the room, listening to the booming laughter of Midoriya Hisashi. He cannot believe that is Midoriya's father. I feel relieved to be alive. Just how much effect did he have on me? Oh, Shinso. Arg him. How bad is my luck? Are you okay? I'm fine, Midoriya. Shit, that was too loud. Midoriya is staring at him with wide eyes full of surprise at the nervous outburst. I'm sorry about that. Oh, your dad is here. Midoriya's body language changes, one that is between apologetic and protective. He didn't threaten you, right? No, nothing like that. Hurry up, Hitoshi. He is waiting on you. He asked if we're dating. Silence. Oh, hell no. I'm sorry about that, Shinso. He just assumes that every time I make a friend and talk about them. I don't like people, as you've seen, so that's why. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Wait, you talk about me? Midoriya frowns at him as if he doesn't know how to feel about that. Yes, I'm sorry. Do you not like me talking about you? Sorry, I should have probably. No, it's okay. It's nice things, right? Dude, he thought we were dating. You have a point. Hitoshi smiled awkwardly before remembering. Oh, I was wondering about the final exams and I'm not allowed to say anything. But if I accidentally leave files about it in your house the next time I go over, then I am not responsible for whatever you find out. I won't tell anyone if that happens. Good. Now, if you excuse me, I have a father to worry about. Bye, Toshi. He waves and walks away oblivious to what he just called him. Hitoshi watches him before running to go find Hatsune and tell her what has just transpired. He needs help on how to cope with this, being asked if he's dating a friend of his. Plus she has a cat named Steam and he likes the cat because of how fluffy and cute it is. With Midoriya Hisashi, he's waiting for his son to arrive, but that never seems to be the case. The door opens and in comes Aizawa. I heard you were here. I want to know how you got in. Your security system sucks and is easily hackable. Anyway, I want to see my son. Where is he? They're keeping him away from me. Aizawa glares at him, making Hisashi chuckle at the attempt of intimidation. The only person who could ever intimidate me was my wife. She was meaner than a cat drenched in water. Do not use my favorite animal in a simile. I want you gone too. You're not allowed to see your son while he is under police custody for the time being. Be glad I haven't arrested you yet for trespassing on school grounds. That angers the man. A dark expression covers his face. You do realize that my son is not a criminal. He is for having given out information to people illegally, especially those who break the law. He could be behind bars right now, but he isn't. Hisashi growls lowly, plumes of smoke coming out of his nostrils. I swear if you incarcerate him, you will receive hell from me. I have enough evidence to ruin you hero's reputation. He whips his phone out and punches a few buttons. Be glad I don't do it. My son should have been a hero. He would have put all of you to shame. It's because of your number one hero that he's following the same path as his father. I'll tell you this. You do not want him as your villain cause he will annihilate you. A girl with a kabuki mask appears, latches hand onto his shoulder and teleports away. Shouta stares at the spot where the father of the young informant once stood before turning and heading to the teacher's lounge where Yamada had taken the problem child when he received word of his father being on the premises. He doesn't get paid enough for this shit. Later, at the detective's home, Izuku is talking to his dad over the phone. Well, he is scolding his dad for what he asked. Oh, come on Izu, you know you like him. Of course, I like him. He's my friend. If I hated him, I would be plotting to kill him at the very moment. He sits down on the couch, laying his head on Tsukauchi's knee. I mean, seriously, are you sure you're not the devil himself? Yes, Izuku, I am sure I'm not the devil. He's exasperated with his son. I may be evil, but I am not the king of hell. Man, I wish I was, but hey, I'm just human. That sucks. It would have been cool. Why can't you be a normal child? I don't know. Ask your genes. Geez, you're as edgy as I was when I was your age. Well, you know, as they say, like father, like son. Amasa, who is listening into their conversation, feels his heart squeeze a bit at that. He doesn't know why either. He just does not like hearing Midoriya talking to his dad. But why? Hisashi is his father. He should be talking to him. Why should he get in the way of that? It's called jealousy. Tsukauchi Naomasa. Hello, sing-songed Izuku as he stepped into the bar. He wore his infamous raven mask as he walked through the threshold. I'm back. He was tackled to the ground with Shigaraki looming over him, 4 fingers on his throat. What the hell are you doing here, you son of a bitch? Red eyes harshly glowered at the child under him. What? Are you going to tell your little hero friends? Oh, come on, my love. Tamura's grip tightened at the stupid nickname. Izuku let out a small noise of discomfort. If I wanted to do that, I would have done so by now. I'm here on pure business. No, leave. Tamura. Enough, commanded Kurogiri. He had a soft spot for Izuku, but after everything at the USJ it was hard. Let's hear him out first. I'm actually here for a guy named Dabi. One of the villains stepped forward. His was fair-skinned with purple burn scars and staple-like stitches on his face and arms. His fiery blue eyes landed on those acidic green orbs that held a harsh gleam. That's me. What do you want? Tamura let him go and watched with a scowl as Izuku stood up and greeted the ugly punk that dared insult him. I'm here because I heard you hated Endeavor. That piqued his interest. What do you have to say? You don't know who I am, I presume. Let me introduce myself. He did a stage now as he said, I'm Raven and I can give you any information you want on any hero you want, such as their weaknesses and strengths, especially on where you can hit them the hardest. A pause and a grin, especially on Endeavor. I'm listening. Of course that comes with a price. Let's go somewhere else to negotiate. His infamous predatory smile came to his face. Dabi nodded and led him to a back room. He wanted to know everything on Endeavor because he was going to be the one who kills him. If this kid knew how, then he would give anything to know. The final exams and Izuku is stuck with Recovery Girl to review the footage. Nezu had given him his laptop to put notes on each and every one of the examinees and the teachers. This way he can type quickly and continue adding information, unlike with pen and paper where he continuously has to deal with tearing his paper or running out of room. He glances at Recovery Girl as glaring at him. I already said that I'm sorry. The glare hardens. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you want, just stop glaring. Confused. Well, he had visited her 2 times in one day because of Nezu having let him go to one of the gyms that Aizawa uses for agility. He was surprised with the amount of gymnastics equipment they had. He headed straight for the uneven bars that the female artistic gymnasts use. He had been trained in both types of gymnastics because of his physical stature. He didn't complain, especially with how fun it had been. Anyway, he had slipped and in a quick motion to catch himself, he sprained his wrist. He didn't go until he sprained his ankle. That was the first time. The second time, he had been teaching a class to help with the students' quirks. 3rd years. 2 of the 3rd years had gotten in a fight. He tried breaking that up. It resulted in a black eye, broken wrist, and another sprained ankle. After that, he suspended the 2 from any more classes with him until their teacher says that they have gotten their tempers under control. Yeah, Recovery Girl met him with a glare and a disappointed shake of her head. He heard her faintly muttering how she knows that won't be the last time she sees him in her office. He gave her a sheepish grin and told her that he would do his best to keep from her office. That hasn't seemed to happen. He was just prone to get hurt apparently. Izuku smiles sheepishly before looking at the forms he has made for each examinee. Popping his fingers, he starts typing everything he knows for the time being. Mostly on their strengths and weaknesses, adding a little bit of their new quirks. I feel sorry for Shinso, he mutters as he shakes his head. Shinso Hitoshi with Bakugo Katsuki against All Might, announced Aizawa. Izuku was standing with the teachers as he typed in the pairs and the teacher that they're up against. What? Why am I stuck with shitty Deku's boyfriend? Yelled Bakugo. Izuku and Shinso look at each other, a blush spreading on their cheeks as they spluttered out, we aren't dating. Plus, why would anyone date me? I'm a piece of trash, so what did you expect? Better. I expected better. Wow, thanks Toshi. I can see that our friendship means nothing. Izuku laughed slightly while Hitoshi smiled slightly. One of the class muttered, wow, Midoriya can actually show emotion. It's creepy. Midoriya had spotted a rock near his foot and kicked it harshly towards the blonde, landing the shot at his stomach. Awa, I was aiming at the crotch, but that works too. He turned to Shinso with a deadpan expression. I'm Aizawa-sensei now. I'm not showing emotion anymore, he said, making eye contact with him. The little comment earned him a slap from Aizawa's capture weapon, who glared and told him to go with Recovery Girl and set up. He made a sheepish noise and walked away with the nurse. Midoriya, says Recovery Girl, breaking him out of the small musings. They're about to start. Get your mind out of whatever hole you left it in. He laughs sheepishly, rubbing his nape as he looks up at the screens and getting ready to type what is needed. The noise that can only be heard his intense typing and the fights that they're watching through the screen. He listens to Recovery Girl's commentary, deciding to add that as well. All in all, he doesn't get break at this school. These midterm exams are difficult. The exams went as they expected. It went well until Shinso had gotten incredibly injured because of Bakugo's violent tendencies. Midoriya had almost gotten into a fight until he noticed how worse Bakugo was. His constant stubbornness got him in that position. He just gives him a savage grin before turning to Shinso, who is sleeping through the pain. Lucky, he murmurs as he sits beside him. He doesn't really stay sitting long. He jumps to his feet as he meets the sunken eyes of All Might. Do you even know how to teach? He snarls, clenching his fists tightly. You do realize that you shouldn't have hit that hard, right? Your quirk is too powerful for high school students. I understand that they might face dangerous villains, especially with all of the attacks being targeted here, a school where students should be safe, but even so, you don't harm your own students. Where on earth did you learn how to teach? Midoriya, don't. Just stop. I do not care what you have to say. He didn't want to hear anything from him. He reprimanded him. That was all he wants to say and not deal with the man who's nothing to him but just another hero. He has gotten past the whole ruined his dreams bit and just sees a hero whose presence gets people in danger. While he knows he shouldn't hold it against the man since he is one of the few who actually care about helping people. But he just can't fathom exactly why he's still even teaching at UA, especially since he's the reason who is the center of all the attacks. Honestly, didn't Nezu think of what could happen if he did allow him to teach? Apparently not, since he's here, unintentionally putting people in danger. Oh well, UA needs its pride be knocked down a bit. He is just that heartless. He doesn't care about the school's reputation or if it gets shut down. Well, haven't you grown protective? Comes the sarcastic, monotonous voice. Shaggy black hair cascades down the sides of the owner's face. A few locks drapes in his face, but he makes no motion to move it out the way. Who would have thought that the most heartless criminal has gone soft? Izuku glares at the underground hero, pulling his lip back in a snarl. Shut up. I haven't gone soft. I just don't want the next generation of heroes to die before I can puppeteer them because of their incompetent teacher. You care and you know it, says Aizawa, who walks forward. Midoriya scoffs and rolls his eyes, sitting back down beside Shinso. Caring is too much work. He notices the raised eyebrow and the small head motion to the passed-out purple-haired teen. Okay, Shinso gets a pass because I can tolerate him more than anyone else. Some of the girls I can tolerate more than the guys, but they don't talk to me much. Or you like him. He doesn't like the suggestive tone in his voice when he said that. He leans back in the chair, narrowing his eyes at him. Ugh, you sound like my dad. We're friends, so stop. Aizawa merely glances at him for a second before telling All Might off for his reckless behavior. Recovery Girl had decided to let him scold the #1 hero since she's going to check on the other student. Midoriya is left to wait on his friend to come to. He rests his head against the top of his chair, scrolling through his phone. He glares at a few messages that he has. Apparently Shigaraki had taken Dabi's phone and started spamming him. Ugh, he wants him to join the league. Yeah, cause that'll happen. He taps the sides of his phone, humming as he decides to type out a message. From Raven. To Dabi, tell Shigaraki that if he doesn't stop with these messages, I will tip the balance between good and evil, and not in the way he wants it. From Dabi. To Raven. He says that you love him and you know it. WTF. From Raven. To Dabi. Ugh, speak clearly please. I hate text lingo. And tell him, if I loved him so much, then why am I with the heroes right now and not by his side? Silence for a few moments. As he waits for Dabi to message him back, he can't help but reminisce his time with Tamura. The messages from the Decay Quirk user, it brought up memories. I hate him so much, especially when he causes me to remember. I hate those stupid memories. I hate my naivety. I hate that I actually fell for that villain. His grip on his phone tightens as anger blooms. I cannot go soft. I can't care for people, especially since they'll use me. They'll hurt me like everyone else. My father, his assistant. They're the only ones I can trust. For some reason, the face of a particular detective flashes across his mind. Maybe I can trust him too. Maybe. It's still a difficult choice to make. His phone rings slightly from the message. From Dabi. To Raven. I don't know what happened. He just stopped talking and left the room after I said that. He looked depressed. Why did he look like that? It's terrifying to see another emotion that isn't insanity. From Dabi. To Raven. Don't leave me on read. I need answers. Raven. What the hell? I'm going to annoy you if you don't answer. Izuku turns his phone off, ignoring him. He'll let them deal with their problems. He doesn't want to have someone sneak up on him and read the messages. Well, no one really can sneak up on him. His back is against the wall and he's leaned a certain position for his phone screen to be out of sight so that no one can see it. He closed his eyes to rest since he doesn't have anything important to do. Awa breaks through the silence and earning a groan and a glare. So sweet, you're waiting for me to wake up. Midoriya's glare hardens as he stands up and moves to leave the room. I'm joking, he says, grabbing his wrist to keep him from leaving. What happened? Those green eyes that hold poison meets violet ones that hold tiredness but also curiosity. Not for what happened to himself, but for something else. Bakugo punched you in the face. Not what I meant. He sits up, wincing at the sudden pain in his back and stomach. You look like you're about to cry. I've never seen you like this. Midoriya frowns, raising a hand to his face. He shakes his head. I'm fine. Stress must be getting to me. He doesn't butt it. Hitoshi knows that he's hiding something, but he doesn't press on. He doesn't want to push him. He'll wait and let him come to him when he feels like it, which with Hitoshi's knowledge of the informant he knows it will be a while for it to happen. Okay, you should get some rest then. He nods and quickly makes his way out of the room, ignoring the looks he is receiving from the others who are watching him leave in such a haste. The entire time, he's thinking, Aizawa is right, I'm getting soft. He pauses in his stride, shaking his head frantically as he starts to not able to properly breathe. A heavy weight rests on his chest, pressing down on his lungs and blocking his breathing. Falling to his knees, he gasps for air, shaking his head. No way. No, I need to get out of here. I have to leave. This is not good for my mental state. I do not want to be the person I was back then. Izuku presses a hand against his chest and starts running this time, needing to be alone. I cannot feel for these heroes. Remember the reason you're here, Izuku. Midoriya sits in one of the cabinets in the teacher's lounge, feeling better in a closed space where no one can see or sneak up on him. He regulates his breathing, calms down his heart as he presses his forehead against his knees. I need to leave, but the contract won't let me. Maybe Nezu will allow me to have no contact with anyone but him and Tsukauchi. He presses his palms against his temples, clenching his eyes closed as he tries to keep his thoughts from overwhelming him. He stands in a sea of thoughts, waves lapping at his legs. The waves get worse and worse, and no matter how hard he tries, they do not calm down. The winds get harsher, a hurricane of thoughts and questions. The dark waters drag him into the sea. He loses any sense of direction as he drowns in his mind. Can you be a hero without a quirk? That question, it was such a simple question. So simple, and yet it altered so much. Izuku listened with deflating hope. His shoulders slumped as he stared at his all-time favorite hero tell him he couldn't be a hero. All Might, the number one hero, the symbol of peace, told the child he couldn't be a hero. With nothing else, he left the child who lacked a quirk alone on a roof to his thoughts. Green eyes, that once held a glimmer, dulled. Sullen, the young boy walked through the streets to head home. Never meet your idols. He should have realized that meant something. He was so caught up with his fanboy mindset, the want to be a hero, that he should have known. All Might, no matter how he appears, was like every other hero. They only cared about quirks and only helped those quirkless for show. He snorted as he felt his anger rise. When he saw the smoke, he knew it was a hero and a villain. It should be done soon enough. He told himself not to go, but his body didn't seem to be listening. He went straight to the source and saw the slime villain, the same one that had attacked him a few minutes prior. In its grasp, it held a familiar egotistical blonde with an explosion quirk. For a moment, he was about to leave him. He made eye contact for a few seconds before turning to leave. It wasn't until he noticed how no heroes were doing anything. He scowled as his admiration for heroes started to unwind. One told him he couldn't be hero due to the lack of quirk, while others weren't doing anything and muttering among themselves. They were going to wait for another hero. The civilians around him begun to mutter about All Might, the man who had been chasing the villain and crushed his dreams. They were accusing him, turning against him. What a joke. One loses a villain and he's already incompetent. How dumb are these people? He backtracked at the sudden insult that he threw at them. He shook his head, turning back around and rushing forward. I may not be a hero nor like this guy, but maybe I can do something. Izuku threw his bag at the eye of the villain, who recoiled away. You again, he screeched in anger. Midoriya ducked under one of the attacks, nimbly danced out of the explosions. He scooped up some dirt and gravel, flinging it into the eyes. In the moment of distraction, the green-haired boy took out the pencil he fortunately had and stabbed it in the eye. The villain screeched, letting the blonde go. Midoriya took it as his chance and grabbed Bakugo out of harm's way. All Might had taken the moment to transform and finish off the bad guy, apologizing for being late. While being looked over, Midoriya was being scolded for doing something so reckless while they praised Bakugo. You didn't even do anything, he muttered darkly to the heroes who scolded him. He stood up straight, glaring at them with toxic eyes. I can't believe I ever looked up to people like you. He noticed the looks of shock and grinned. Heroes are supposed to protect civilians from villains. And from what I saw, you didn't do your job. It took a quirkless kid to do something you people couldn't. How sad. He pivoted on his heel and walked away, a look of disbelief and anger on his face. The heroes watched the retreating back of the boy, who just snapped at them like they were pesky flies. All Might had found the boy, who startled at his sudden appearance. He let out a booming laugh before deflating, coughing up blood. I'm so glad I could find you. The said boy stood there with an unimpressed expression on his face. He listened to the lecture he received with no interest, boredom setting in. He forced himself to listen to the lecture, retaining the information for later. After the events of that day, he just didn't feel the same way about being a hero anymore. So, what do you say? I declined the offer. That surprised the number one hero. I don't want to be a hero anymore. Toshinori gaped at the boy who had a change of heart. What? You heroes are all the same. It pisses me off, he muttered. He met his eyes. No longer stuttering or being a shy fanboy. His eyes held ice. You told me earlier that I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. And now after I fucking proved to you that I can, you're going back on that. What the hell? Just how messed up is that? He tried to intervene, stuttering to get a word in, but he was not given a chance. No, I'm sick and tired of people telling me I can't be a hero. And after that whole ordeal with the villain and the damn heroes scolding me. It's dumb. They did nothing. And yet they have the audacity to scold me while they praise the guy who torments people for fun just because he has a fucking quirk. His voice grew in volume as his tears fell down his cheeks. Why do I have to work hard and prove myself when others are getting told that they're going to be a hero just for having a quirk? He didn't care if he sounded like a brat throwing a tantrum. He was just sick and tired of being treated and discarded like trash. So you can take that offer and give it to someone else. You heroes, you're the worst. He shoved past the shell-shocked hero as he rushed away, not caring for how he acted. He didn't want to meet the man ever again. Heroes all relied on quirks. It pissed him off thinking about it. He couldn't believe that he was so naive. When their quirks aren't sufficient enough, they basically give up and have to call others in. It's messed up that they don't try to find another way to help. His phone rang in his pocket and with slight annoyance, he fished it out. Any negative emotions he melted away into nothing when he saw the caller ID. Hey Dad, he greeted with a tight smile. Hey Izuku, I saw you on the news. Oh, you did? Yes, good job in showing those heroes up. You'll make a fine one when you're older. About that, I don't want to be a hero anymore, Dad. There was a pause. Silence came from both ends of the line as Midoriya headed home. Why? What happened? I realized something today. Heroes only care for quirks. I wanted to be the first quirkless hero, but it won't happen anytime soon. Those heroes, even All Might, they're nothing without them. It's like they don't know how to live without quirks, Dad. I don't know how to explain, but I just don't want to be a hero. It's okay. Did something else happen? All Might told me that I can't be a hero without a quirk. I know where he is coming from, but even so, I don't know how to explain it. It'll be okay, Izuku. The man didn't like it. He hated to think that his son was going to be following in his footsteps, but because of that day's revelation, it was not going to change. His path had been set. Get home. I want you to be well rested, and tomorrow you'll be going with Akane to shadow how our job is done. Okay. Midoriya stopped in his tracks for a moment. Do you really think I can be an informant? Izuku, listen to me. You have a gift in analyzing anything. With this, you can do whatever you want, all in the field of being paid however you wish. Akane will make sure that you get customers. You will be way better than me, that is for sure. Izuku wasn't so sure. Okay, I'll give it a shot. That's my boy. But he didn't like the thought of his son in his business. It's just another thing the heroes ruin. People with prejudice against the quirkless. Although his son is right, people with quirks relied too much on them, and he was guilty of doing the same. His son could do so much without a quirk, so what did that say about him? Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri, all for one, one for all. Did that have any relation or just plain coincidence? Midoriya didn't voice his question. He simply watched his cousin handle everything. He was called out by the grayish-blue-haired male. That's my cousin, Midoriya, Hisashi's son. He's only a shadow for today. What's his? I don't have a quirk. His eyes held a look that was a mixture of triumph and concern upon seeing the reactions from the two villains. A small tug at the corner of his lips was noticeable for them. He found it amusing when he'd receive looks of surprise, especially by his father's associates. How can one of the greatest and one of the most powerful informants have such a useless son? Inquired All for One. He remembered his own brother who had been diagnosed as quirkless only for him to have a quirk. Maybe this child had a hidden quirk like his brother. Maybe then he was hiding it. The green-haired teen lowered his eyes. At least I don't rely on anything that can be taken away, he said with an icy tone. He raised his eyes to glare at the villains. Not to mention, people seem to like to underestimate me. You know that won't be good in a fight, right? Something about this kid just seemed to intrigue Shigaraki. He wasn't sure what, but he hoped to work with this quirkless child in the future. You're a strange person, Midoriya. They watched as red started to cover his face, shuffling from foot to foot. He didn't say anything, just turned away to look at Akane, his eyes never leaving hers. Are we done here? I have to go to school. That earned a snort from the red-eyed teen. Why don't you skip? I would rather not be, graced by your presence any longer than I need to be. He snapped back with a deadly smile. He was switching between emotions, but it was kind of fun messing with them. He could see why his father did it so very often. It was quite fun getting a rise out of people, and if it means changing between personalities, then so be it. He wasn't really in any mood to go to the hellhole known as school, but he had to go. His father was going to let him not enroll into high school, going straight into the family business. Shigaraki scowled, knowing exactly that that was an insult. He moved to lunge at him but was stopped by Kurogiri's hand. A shake of the head, and that was all he needed to know. If he attacked the son of Midoriya Hisashi, well, sensei wouldn't be all so kind. He huffed and walked out of the room, deciding to leave before he started anything. Of course, that brat just had to be at the back of his mind, swarming his thoughts. It wasn't until later did he see the green-haired teen back in the bar. Kurogiri was talking to him as the boy's head was pressed against the counter. "What's he doing here?" "Finishing up business," came the muffled reply. He didn't move an inch from his position. Izuku wasn't in any mood to move or even live at the moment. He just wanted to disappear for a while, then come back when he felt the need to, which wouldn't be ever, but there would be times where he would be needed. "You can leave though, you're not really important in this," Midoriya chastised Kurogiri, narrowing his yellow eyes at the teen. He looked up at the tone of his voice. "If you're going to be an informant, I know, I just don't care at the moment. People are making me mad and I'm tired, so I'm sorry that I'm not playing nice." He raised his head fully, revealing a black eye and a couple of scrapes. He winced when he straightened himself up, hissing. Shigaraki snorted at the sight of how weak Hisashi's son is. How could anyone be proud of this brat? "What happened to you? What's it to you?" he snapped, his eyes full of angry fire. He grimaced, wrapping his arm around his side. "Midoriya," warned Kurogiri again. He shook his head in disappointment at the way the child was acting. "He just wants to know what happened to you. At least give him an answer." Midoriya glared at the villain, clenching his fists. "I'm an informant for needed information, and you don't need to know what happened to me, so drop it." "Fine. If you're here to finish business, then hurry up," snapped Tamura, glaring at the child who was pissing him off. Albeit so, he sat down beside him, waiting for him to continue what he was going to say. "All Might has a time limit, and from what I've gathered, he had been asked to be a teacher for next year's class at UA." It was weeks after that meeting when they met again. It wasn't by job either, but by chance. Izuku had been headed home when Bakugo, he had stopped calling him Kaken the day his mother died, came out of nowhere and slammed him against the wall. He had given up the dream of being a hero, and even so, the other was still targeting him. With wide green eyes, Izuku stared into the narrowed red ones. They showed how much anger and hate the owner held for the smaller boy. "What the fuck do you think you're doing, Deku? Deku, 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 Deku." It means useless. But Izuku's not useless. Why would anyone want a useless informant? Would anyone his age be thought of as useless when they'd realize he had their weaknesses noted in the back of his mind? Would anyone his age be thought of as useless when they'd realize he could have them killed with no other thought? He isn't useless, but the facade of it is there. He learned from his father's employees on how to mask his worth. He learned to hide his strength. He learned how to faux an expression, to lie and twist his words. He learned well on how to manipulate the puppets like a puppeteer. Izuku stayed motionless, not really understanding what he did to set him off. "I am just walking home," he stuttered, his eyes scanning the area for a way out. He was hoping for at least someone to see this happen, but nope. No one ever did, and those who did would pretend not to. It was just it always was, and he didn't understand why anyone would allow this happen to him, but never for another. It was because he was quirkless, right? That was the only reason he could come up with. That, or he was just easily hated. His grasp on the green-haired male tightened as his scowl deepened. He pulled him away from the wall, then slammed him against it again. The smaller one of the two grimacing in pain at feeling the brick scrape against his skin. "That isn't what I fucking mean, you shitty nerd. I'm talking about how you fucking think you're so much better than everyone else. Oh my god, how dumb is he? Okay, backtrack. Why did I ever look up to him again? Brain." He blinked at him for a moment, glancing anywhere but him. What? I don't think I'm better than anyone. I mean, I am quirkless." He stopped for a moment before glowering. He rested his hand on his shoulder again, forcing the young quirkless one to flash back to the day a few weeks back when he came to the realization that he shouldn't be a hero. He smirked at him as he slowly activated his quirk. "Then you know that you're never going to get into UA, right? Get out of my way and we won't have any problems, got it?" "Oh, of course not. Brain, seriously, I need answers on why I ever thought he'd be such an amazing hero." Midoriya was left alone after that. A burn on his shoulder, scrapes on his back, hands, and knees, and another bruise on his face. He had been punched and shoved onto the ground before the blonde left. He sighed as he moved his hand up under his shirt to feel his back, wincing at the feeling of some of his skin hanging. It wasn't bad, but it stung and was irritated when his clothes brushed against it. "So the son of Midoriya Hisashi is bullied?" Midoriya tensed as his eyes closed, trying to reel in his anger at the sound of that voice. He turned around and met red eyes full of glee. So, tell me, does your dad know about this? He won't if you don't snitch, he warned, wincing as he placed a hand on his shoulder. He pivoted on his heel but never got too far. A hand wrapped around his arm. Let go of me, Shigaraki. No. He tightened his grip on the injured boy. You're coming with me so Kurogiri can treat your wounds. Izuku blankly stared at the villain. I can do it myself. This wouldn't be the first time, he tried reasoning. It didn't help. The next thing he knew, he was being dragged through a portal and tossed onto a chair. He wasn't the only one surprised seeing the expression that was on Kurogiri's misty face. He knew that the adult was surprised to see the son of Hisashi again, especially by the courtesy of his own ward. The boy was injured from what he could see, but even so, he put up his mask. Hello, Kurogiri. It's been a while, don't you think? What happened? Nothing much. Just was being bullied, finished Tamura. He didn't understand why this brat wouldn't even try to get help. He didn't understand why he even cared for this brat. But no matter how hard he had tried, he couldn't stop thinking about how useless he was or even stop the random bursts of anger when this kid wouldn't even try to stick up for himself. He would die one of these days and he wouldn't even try to fight for his life. How fucked up is this kid? He didn't know and he didn't want to find out. Just fix him up and then send him on his way. He waved at the green-haired teen dismissively before sitting down beside him and taking out his gaming console. He would steal glances at the one being treated before forcing himself to keep his focus on the game. Midoriya was on his feet before Tamura knew it. He was about to bid farewell when the younger villain grabbed a hold of the teenager. Green eyes blinked at him. What do you want? Wow, he despised him, didn't he? No matter, it didn't bother the villain. You don't want your father to find out, right? Are you going to try and blackmail me? He inquired, leaning forward and meeting his gaze. You won't be able to do a damn thing. I know how to get out of them, just for your information. He wasn't going to let this son of a bitch manipulate him. He was never going to let it happen. I don't even see what you want to know. Tamura snorted and shook his head, grinning at the smaller male. Who said anything about wanting information? At the look of confusion, he pulled him closer and clarified, I want you to be by my side. Simple. You do what I want you to do and your father will never find out just how much of a disgrace his quirkless son. Midoriya scowled, clenching his fists. You think that I keep it a secret because I don't want my dad to think that? The icy tone he held wasn't pleasant. I don't tell anyone because it doesn't matter what happens to me in the next upcoming months. I have this last year left to deal with that bastard and I'll be a true informant by the next time we meet. The asshole just doesn't know that. He pulled his arm away and gave a dramatic bow. That being said, I bid you farewell. Kurogiri opened a portal to the child's home and closed it when he stepped through. He turned his yellow eyes to his scowling ward. That didn't go as you planned, right? That cheeky little brat. He slammed his hand on the counter with his quirk activated. He growled as he pulled back and stared at the hole he made. He has so much potential and built up anger. If he joins the league, we can finally topple the hero's pedestals. A day later, they met again and this time it was in Kiyoshi Ward. Midoriya was just alone and looking through different stores. Tamura saw him and walked up to him, wrapping his arm around his shoulders. The villain started up a conversation with the boy as if they were old friends. Midoriya glanced down at the hand on his shoulder and noticed the only finger that was lifted up. The older male was not sure what the teenager was thinking, and he didn't expect his wrist to be grabbed then pulled to a store to their right. The entire time red eyes would constantly shift towards the green-haired teen. Large green eyes scanned the walls and shelves for something the entire time. Tamura was silent as he waited for a reaction from the boy who was obviously muttering. Soon enough, he found whatever he was looking for and grabbed one of his hands, slipping on a black leather glove. What an idiot. My quirk would only turn it to ash. But it didn't. He watched and noticed that it was only for 2 fingers. He blinked and stared at the glove, then at the teen who put it on him. You can hurt your fingers if you continue to do that. It'll tense up the muscle. Why did he say it so innocently? That wasn't what Tamura expected. Midoriya took off the glove and led him to the cash register. He had yet to say anything, and the green bean apparently had this all figured out and bought him the gloves before he could disagree. What? Accept this as a gift and an apology for the way I've been acting and treating you. Midoriya shoved the bag to him and walked away from him. He left the store and started heading for the food court, his stomach grumbling. Tamura watched for a moment before jogging to catch up to him, capturing his wrist and 4 fingers like he did earlier. Why are you even apologizing for that? He was puzzled as to why someone would even apologize for acting a certain way. He never met anyone who would even apologize for something as minimal as that. Midoriya didn't even spare a glance, wrapping one arm around his non-stop growling stomach. Want to eat with me? Taken aback, he lets go. That prompts the younger teen to turn towards him, blinking widely at him. Unsure, is that a question or an answer? Comes the sarcastic reply, but the smile on his face suggested that he was only teasing him. You should put on the gloves I bought you. The villain glanced down at the bag that held the gloves that could keep him from destroying everything around him with one touch. He slipped them on with Midoriya's help, muttering a snarky thank you under his breath. They headed for the food court in silence, one casting glances to the other while the other just kept his gaze forward and ignoring their presence. I don't get you, Midoriya. For that, you interest me. The smaller teen finally turned to look up at him. Why say that? I'm nothing of interest. Oh, but you are. You always seem to be in between hating yourself or hating anyone else. It's both really. I just can't really express the hate for myself and everyone else at the same time. A laugh ripped through the air at the response. See, you're interesting. He wrapped around his arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. He pushed him to a booth and told him to order whatever he wanted while he paid. What? No, I'm paying for myself. You pay for yourself. Not going to happen. I'm paying. You paid for my gloves. I'm paying for your lunch. Do you have money? He shook his head when he pulled out a wallet. Are you sure you're a villain? I've never met anyone like you, he said with a look tossed at him. I can say the same for you. You're one of the oddest informants I've ever met. Once he sat down, he didn't say anything and watched as Shigaraki left with his order to buy him. Why was he even doing this? He thought for a while, unconsciously muttering his thoughts. He was alone anyway and not bothering anyone. Tamura stepped towards the booth, holding their orders. He noticed the storm of words coming from the teen's mouth and blinked. He glanced around but no one seemed to be bothered, too busy talking amongst themselves. He placed the trays on the table, reaching over and placing a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya. The villain retracted his hand quickly when those sharp acidic eyes snapped to him so suddenly. Your food. His emotions quickly changed as he smiled at the villain. Oh, thank you. They spoke randomly, but they learned more about each other than normal informant-client relations usually do. They found out that they're only 3 years apart, had a few interests in the same games, and so on and so forth. Maybe they weren't ever meant to have just an informant-client relationship. This was their first friendship in years, and they did not want to give it up anytime soon. They might have gotten closer than they had ever intended. It wasn't something that either one of them ever foresaw coming. One day they had been hanging out. They leaned against each other talking while Tamura listened to Izuku explain a plan, and the next Izuku went silent. He turned to him and asked if he was okay, only for him to get up and frantically nod. I have to go. I'm sorry, he apologized. I'll send you everything else later. He stumbled and Tamura reached out to catch him only to fall with him, on top of him. They stared at each other for a good 5 seconds before the older teen pulled away from the younger teen. It's fine. He scrambled to his feet and tries to leave again only to be stopped again. I said I'm okay. I just remembered something. I'm sorry, Tamura. His red glittering gaze never left the boy who was so frantic to leave. He sighed, nodding. He told him to come back when he finished doing whatever he needed to. I don't think I will. Not for a while. That didn't sit well with him. Izuku, he started, reaching out and grabbing his arm. He pulled him closer, wrapping his arms around him. What's wrong? He ran a gloved hand through the bush of green curls, hoping to calm the other down. A small smile crossed his face when he noticed the other lean closer to him, but it faded at the sight of tears gathering. Izuku, what's wrong? He pulled away and wiped away at the loose tears once he started crying. SHH, it's okay. You don't have to tell me just yet. It's okay. You're okay. You're with me right now. I promise I'll keep you safe. That seemed to worsen his crying, but he clung to him tighter, burying his face in his chest. They stayed that way for a long while, unmoving until Izuku could breathe easier and his cries slowed down. I'm sorry, he muttered, moving to pull away from him. I didn't want you to see me break down like that. He was forced back into the hug tighter than before. A small murmur was all he received. The villain was doing his best to comfort the informant, but he didn't seem to be making it easy for him. It was hard to accept something that was usually given to him by his mother and no one else. Comfort was never given to him like this. His father was mere words and promises, but that was okay since he was at work and had no time to come home. They finally sat back down, Izuku explaining how stressed out he was. He did not want to go back to school. He felt like he could not live up to his father's expectations, and just the whole bullying thing was starting to get to him. He wasn't even sure why it even happened. He just suddenly felt the need to cry and did not want to bother Tamura. You're not bothering me, Izuku. He met those bloodshot green orbs, pushing away the hair that curtained his face. He gave him a smile of reassurance, running a hand through his hair in a calming motion. You never bother me, Tamura. He sighed and pulled away, cursing himself for that. Nothing, sorry. Why was I getting all emotional like this? He needs help and what? I think I can use him in his moment of weakness. Izuku sighed as well, curling up against him. He rubbed at his face to rid of the dried tears with Tamura watching in slight concern. He was silent, the air around them comfortable as they breathed and didn't move from their spot. They just relaxed with Izuku deciding to finish the plan for them. It wasn't until the following day did Tamura finally got the nerve to ask him out, and after that, everything went well. For a while. On the first week, Midoriya and Shigaraki were laying on Midoriya's bed, relaxing. The The villain was lost in thought, hugging his small boyfriend when he suddenly pulled away and sat up, drawing a concerned expression from the green-haired boy. "Tamu?" he asked, cocking his head to the side in question. "I'm sorry, Izu," he murmured as he moved to place his hand on his cheek before stopping himself. He wasn't wearing his glove to protect his boyfriend from his quirk. He had forgotten it like an idiot. He pulled back once again. "I don't want to hurt you. I'm only going to hurt you. My quirk. I destroy everything I touch and I don't want to harm you, Izu." Izuku stared at the older teen with despair. He sighed softly, knowing that the other thought like this. He reached forward, cupping his face and planting a small kiss to his forehead. "It's okay. You're not going to hurt me." He didn't know. "You will never hurt me." What was bound to happen in the future? "Not with your quirk. I trust you, Tamu." He shouldn't have trusted him. Tamura stared his boyfriend before breaking out into a smile. He placed a small kiss on his forehead and hugged him, still being mindful. The two lay beside each other, soaking in each other's warmth and scents, returning back to their relaxation. Tamura held Izuku while the latter ran his hand through his hair, smiling gently and placing a small kiss on his cheek. They spoke about nothing and everything. They were happy to have each other. They had many instances like that now and then. They would always be there to help each other no matter what. If anything, they would protect each other when needed. In one case, Midoriya had taken control of a villain who had a contract with him and had tried attacking Shigaraki. The look on the older teen's face was one he wouldn't forget. It was nice being able to shock his boyfriend. In a matter of weeks, everything started to crumble. They spent less time together, Izuku having to take on more jobs, not to mention his school and the bullies there, while Tamura was hellbent on trying to get more members in the league and to defeat All Might. Their lives started getting in the way at the moment, and they agreed to meet up when they could. Midoriya has planned to surprise Tamura and arrive a little early to the bar before the time they set up. The door was ajar, which was strange since Kirigiri was adamant on keeping the door closed. Before he went in, he heard his name come from the black mist. A frown came across his lips as he listened to them speak of their relationship. "Sensei, I understand what you're saying, but I'm only using him." Something inside him broke. "I don't even care for him. I'm manipulating him to get answers without his knowledge." Midoriya closed his eyes, tears having gathered behind his eyelids, and he was trying to keep back. They went from that, and when he heard what the plan was, when he would break up with him, it was too much. Taking a moment to compose himself, Midoriya opened the door and made his presence known. "We can always break up now." He was calm on the outside, using a facade as strong as titanium to make sure it didn't break nor crack. "Apologies, but it seems that this was only game of cat and mouse between the two of us. We cared nothing for each other but the information the other held. We were both the pawns and the manipulators. Any contracts or information you need will be done with someone else from our company." Tamura gaped at Midoriya with an expression that the latter couldn't place his finger on, but he didn't care all the same. The look was quickly masked with anger, a fire in those red eyes as they burned holes into the younger teen. "So I guess then we part our ways here?" "It seems so. Goodbye to the three of you. This may as well be the last time I see any of you." He pivoted on his heel and walked off, no one noticing the pained and sorrowful expression in either of their eyes. Midoriya arrived home and immediately locked himself in his room, curling up on his bed. He sobbed into his pillows. "Why am I so naive? No one but 3 people will ever care for me, and one of them is gone. No one will ever care for me, so I shouldn't try anymore." He cried and cried, only keeping the tears back at school. He went through the motions there, just waiting for the day to be out of that hellhole of a school. After a while, he came to his senses and told himself, when they meet again, it won't be pretty. He was not going to be hurt by him again. He had to put up a facade, freeze his heart, and make sure no one would ever care for someone like him. He didn't have to be liked or cared by anyone. He would be okay with just his father and his assistant. His father's cousin was okay, but he barely saw her. He was just going to have to hold everyone at an arm's length. The day of the breakup, Tamura had been left alone with Kirigiri, who wrapped his arms around the teen. He knew the lie was only for Sensei, who had slowly disapproved of their relationship. At first it was okay, but seeing how his feelings were getting in the way of things, well, he wasn't really happy. Shigaraki choked back a sob. The Black Mist had never seen this side of him in years. Heartbroken, he was going to get revenge. He wasn't going to let him get away with playing him as a fool. Shouta had been looking for the child that had ran out with a frantic expression on his face. He knows exactly where he may be, but upon his arrival, no one is in the lounge. He's about to leave in search for him again when a small thump comes from one of the cabinets. Sighing in exasperation, he makes his way over to the source and opens the door. The boy is asleep with scratches on his forearms and dried tears on his cheeks. The noise he heard was his hand falling off his leg and hitting the door. The underground hero sighs and picks the boy up, taking him out from under the cupboard and putting him on one of the sofas. "Problem child," he mutters under his breath as he grabs a napkin and rubbing off the dried tear streaks from the child's face. He'll have to ask Shinso what happened. The boy's phone is on the floor, which brings a frown. The hero grabs it, turning it on and seeing a few of the messages. One from Tsukauchi in particular. From Lie Detective. 2. Raven. NG Todoroki's case cannot continue any longer. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Word got out to the man and he threatened to sue us. Midoriya, please do not do anything rash following these news. I know you're a good kid and I do not want you to get into any trouble. Shouta sighs and glances at the boy, seeing that it was still unread. This isn't what he was crying about. The hero turns back to the phone seeing one name that caught his eye. From Dabi. 2. Raven. I heard what happened with the case. Meet me TMRW and I'll help you out. Let's plan. Message me when you want to meet and where. Shigaraki is wanting to see you. Eraserhead thinks back to the USJ incident. Shigaraki Tamura. The name of the villain that Midoriya knows, apparently had even worked with him before. Something has happened for the villain to be completely hate the boy. Subconsciously, he touches the scar below his eye while glancing at the scar that wraps around Midoriya's wrist. Why does that villain want to see the young informant? Is he going to kill him? He looks at the messages from before, reading and frowning deeply. He shakes his head, not wanting to even deal with whatever the boy's past is. He places the phone down, deciding not to care about it and just ignore it. The underground hero sits down on the other couch, leaning back and closing his eyes to rest. That does not seem to be case for his brain, which likes to fuck with him all the time. He sighs for the umpteenth time that day as he sits up. The phone that belongs to the small informant continuously beeping. He huffs, grabbing it, and is about to put it on silent only to see the messages. A frown paints his face as he glances between the boy and the device, shaking his head and forwarding the messages to his own number before deleting that one. He pulls out his phone, turning the others off. He reads through all of the messages from an anonymous number. From Unknown. 2. Raven. You're the contractor one of my men recommended me. Raven, I need information. I'll pay 1 billion yen for the information I need. Message back when you get this message. The boy still does contracts from what Shouta can see, and honestly, he isn't surprised though. The boy uses this job to pay for everything he needs. It's this fact that Shouta does not like about this society. People have to do things, even breaking the law, for a living. He hates that this boy is one of those people. He hates that with how long this world has been here, it has not changed at all. Heroes with skeletons in their closets are praised and paid for their work. Civilians with the biggest hearts go bankrupt and are tossed into the streets. Some lead a path of villainy or vigilante. This world just continues to keep getting worse and worse than before. It's terrible. The life they all live, the nature of human minds. Worse and worse it all gets. What? The slurred and sleepy question reaches Shouta's ears as he glances up to the young informant. He's lazily blinking and seeming to try to remember where he is. It isn't working. You're in the teacher's lounge. The boy jumps up into attention, his legs swinging down as he straightens up. Why am I even here? Realization. Oh, I do have questions. Emotional breakdown. Such a surprise that I have emotions, I know. A thick bitterness coats his voice as he grabs his phone off the table. You looked through my phone, he mutters with a frown. Yes, he answers casually, not caring. Maybe he should have cared. He notices the way the boy's eyebrows twitch when they're furrowed deeper. He nods in resignation, not giving a response. He stands and makes his way to leave, but it's stopped. Aizawa wraps his fingers around the boy's wrist to keep him immobile, to keep him from leaving as he needs to get answers. I need to speak with you. The expression that the boy always had when they first met is now back on his face. Sarcastic, skeptical, analytical. He hadn't really seen it pointed towards him for a while. He almost forgot the way it looks. I'm sure you do, and it's just not going to happen, he snaps, anger dripping in his voice. Your questions will need to wait, or never be asked. Don't get, or what? He glares harshly at him with an intensity he hasn't seen before until now. What are you going to do if I give you attitude? You're going to lock me up? Going to have Nezu remove me? He yanks his arm from the older man's grasp and heads out of the room, stopping just before the door. I would like to see you do that. I wouldn't want to be here any longer. With those final words, he slams through the door, leaving the man to stare at the spot the boy was just in. Shouta sighs as he runs a hand down his face. A year with that child. It's going to be completely problematic. He shakes his head with a resigned sigh. This is just going to get worse and worse by the day. That much he knows. He knows that the boy's mood has dropped. Not friendly anymore nor smug. This is becoming a chore to him and he wants to leave. So why hasn't he nullified the contract? Why is he still here though? That same day, he is told by Nezu that the boy won't be approached by anyone but the students during his office hours. Stress has gotten the boy by the throat at the moment, and until he is feeling better, then no one but Tsukauchi and Nezu can talk to him. That much is said. Of course, Aizawa still has his questions that need to be fed answers. He isn't going to sit there for who knows how long, twiddling his thumbs. He will get them, and he does not care how much force he'll give. The underground hero, after a long night patrolling, retires to his humble abode. Changing out of his costume and into sweats with a large shirt, he crawls into bed. His thoughts are consumed by the green-haired teen who's constantly causing him trouble. I die. There's nothing wrong with it. People always told me that me dying would do others a favor. Aizawa stops and sits up at the sudden reminder of that conversation. He glances at the ceiling of his room and slumps his shoulders down. He remembers the text, the one about Endeavor. The boy had his life ripped away because of that man. His mother had died by the hand of the number 2 hero. His father cannot visit him due to whatever work he has, but at least he makes an effort to be there for his son. Sometimes that isn't enough. How long will he last? How long will he be able to fight until he can't fight any longer? The thought sends a chill down his spine and he shakes his head, closing his eyes and going to talk to the boy tomorrow. He doesn't know why all of this is coming back to him just now. Why is he suddenly thinking of any of it? Why does it matter to him? There's no way the informant has grown on him. Is it because he's the same age as his own students and would probably have had him in his class if he had tried harder to get into UA? Shouta shakes his head to rid himself of the thought. He sighs, rubbing his head at his growing headache. The worrying thing is the boy's mental health, so he will go the next day to speak with him. True to his word, he goes to visit the boy. He isn't surprised to see Shinso there, but he is surprised to see how Midoriya is treating him. There isn't any of that friendliness in his tone like usual. He keeps it all professional, knowing how it's affecting the violet-eyed boy but not caring. He notices him and cuts the meeting short. Shinso opens his mouth to say something but doesn't get the chance when the green-haired boy gives a pointed look. A sigh and a nod, the boy leaves, glancing at Shouta with worry in his gaze. He's concerned for the boy who he calls a friend. Once the door closes behind him, Midoriya gestures for him to sit down. Is there something the matter? He questions, holding all professionality. His green eyes never leave Shouta's black irises. Something in those eyes are off. Something that he hasn't seen before in the toxicity of them. I don't want to waste your time, and I sure as hell don't want you to waste my time, Eraserhead. Is there a reason why you're here? He must have been sitting here too long then. What happened yesterday? Be more specific, Eraser. Your emotional breakdown. What happened? An overload of my emotions. I don't know what to tell you, Eraser. The teacher scowls at him, reaching forward and grabbing the boy's hand, grasping it and squeezing it in forced comfort. Their eyes meet and the teacher sighs, pulling away. Please, oh God, he's begging, just talk to me. I know I'm not your favorite person to talk to, but at least make an effort to talk to me. I want to help. The bitter snort that comes from Midoriya cuts him off. Help? You want to help me? Really? I find that hard to believe, honestly. Why? Because of people always take advantage of you. Nah, the sarcasm is a river as he gives him a deadpan expression. So why are you even asking in the first place? Last time I checked you didn't give a rat's ass about me. So what changed exactly? He doesn't respond, his knuckles turning white as he grasps the edge of the desk tightly. It's not like that, Midoriya. I'm a hero, why would? It doesn't matter that you're a hero. Nowadays, heroes only care because it's their job. No one wants to be a villain after all. Villains exist because of their views or because of how they grew up. They murder and cheat because they watched someone do it before, or because their impulse is to kill. If they have killed someone by accident, they crave that feeling. They do villainous acts because they want people to suffer the same way they did. It's rare to see someone come out of all their suffering and still be a good person nowadays. His green eyes don't leave Aizawa. His voice is monotonous. It's as if he's stating facts. None of this is a lie in his eyes. He's seen all of this happen before and it hurts. Eraserhead, if you weren't a hero and were to have met me on the streets one day, I hold a dark cloud around me. Would you have bothered to even ask me if I was okay? Would you have stayed until I came out and told you after constantly telling you? Yes. Aizawa doesn't say anything. He doesn't deny it or agree to it. He just sits there, staring at the boy who must have gone through more than he let on. Your teachers, you said they never stepped in to help, right? A nod. Why don't you let me be the first teacher to lend a hand? The steely gaze, the facade, it shatters. It pains the underground hero at the reminder of this informant being a child. Green eyes soften and become misty, falling and staring at the desk. In a quiet voice, he whispers, because I don't want to trust you. Why? It's silent. Midoriya Izuku hasn't budged from his spot yet. Finally, after a moment, he lifts his gaze meeting dark irises. Because, he shakes his head as he takes in a shaky breath, continuing, because if I do, that means everything I worked hard for comes crumbling down. The walls around you, he states, knowing what he means. He knows that the boy keeps everyone at an arm's length. He's seen it. After everything, he must have believed it to be easier than to trust people. He himself has done it before, when he was his age, and even now, there are times where he does it. In a hero's line of work, trusting gets hard. Midoriya, just take care of yourself. A smile tugs at the corner of the boy's lips. Goodbye, Eraserhead. He turns away from the older man who is left staring at the boy whose eyes are on the computer screen. The door is right behind you. Oh, and I'll keep this a secret from Nezu. After all, you did go against what he said, right? Next time, I won't be so nice. At least talk to someone. Shinso is worried about you. I said, goodbye, Eraserhead. Anger flashes through his eyes as he glares at the male. The pro-hero sighs and takes his leave, glancing back once and pretending not to notice the burning tears in the teenager's eyes. Midoriya, just how bad is your trust issues? What really caused such a pain? What caused such a scar to have you block everything and everyone? Trust is a fragile aspect in our lives. Think of a vase that has been broken, shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. Now, attempt at putting it back. At some point, you might have lost a few pieces, or there is crack running all up and down the sides. The vase may be put together again, but it isn't the same. The same goes for trust. Izuku Midoriya had the same vase be shattered over and over again. And now, it can't be put together anymore. He cannot fix this vase anymore. He had to force himself to throw it away. With Shinso, he was given a new vase, small and made of the most fragile glass in the world. This vase, he holds it with the utmost care, a tender and gentle touch. There is no way he is letting anyone shatter this vase. He will protect it. The boy sighs, glancing down at his phone and watching as the notifications start coming in. All from Shinso. He had came in to talk to him, to ask how he was, but he had directed the conversation to his quirk and everything other than his own mental health. He sighs again and texts back, I'm sorry, I just need to be alone at the moment. I will still talk to you, but tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I have something to tell you anyway. Hitoshi is frowning at the message but sighs. Midoriya needs time and he'll give it to him. The brainwasher isn't going to force the boy to hang out with him, to speak with him. Hitoshi sighs again, rubbing his face as he slouches in his seat. He barely pays attention to the lesson that Mike is teaching, constantly glancing out the window and glaring at the green and blue and light gray dotted here and there with more vibrant colors. And yet, for some reason, all he sees is the dull colors that litters the vibrant and colorful world. What does he even want to tell me? Shinso taps his finger on the desk, propping his head on his palm. His eyes glaze over as he falls into a deep thought, eyes unfocused but fixed onto the world outside of the classroom. He glances down at his hands, thinking with a deep-set frown on his face. For some reason, a bad feeling sweeps over him out of the blue. No matter how hard he tries to ignore it, it gets worse. His chest feels tight with concern and he doesn't understand why. Why is he feeling this? What is wrong? Something is wrong. He grips his pencil as he glares at the back of Bakugo's head. If he knows anything, the reason that boy isn't an actual hero is probably because the blonde in front of him played a key role. It may be his paranoia. It has to be his paranoia. Today is way too quiet and peaceful, tranquil. Finally, no villains, no problems. A few criminals here and there but nothing else. A few found it suspicious while others decided to enjoy it while it lasted. Everyone has their fun or they kicked back and relaxed. Naomasa isn't doing that. He has paperwork to fill out on some criminals that he had to do so, not to mention the fact that there are a few criminals still being apprehended here and there. The man sighs and rubs his wrist, blinking harshly and rubbing his eyes as he feels a sudden drowsiness overtake him. The detective sighs once again as he runs a hand down his face twice, rubbing his eyes and temples while trying to focus on the documents in front of him. For some reason he just couldn't concentrate no matter how hard he tries. His mind continues to veer off to thoughts on Midoriya. Why is he constantly thinking about the boy today? He is at UA, so there's nothing wrong. He won't be in any danger. There hasn't been any attacks lately, so everything should be fine. It's only paranoia, he argues with himself. It's nothing. He probably shouldn't have fought himself with that. He should have known it wasn't nothing. He's in the bathroom, eyelids heavy as he stares at one certain place. Dull green eyes watch the water fill up the tub with hot steaming water. The sound of rushing water reaches his ears as he knows. He knows, but it doesn't matter. It never matters. It never did. Naivety to think it ever mattered. Tsukauchi hasn't had a lot of criminals to deal with lately, a good thing but also odd. It has to be his paranoia. Why else would he be fidgety? He glances at the clock and frowns. It's already 4 p.m. This means Midoriya should be at home right now unless he decided to stick back and finish and work that Nezu had left him. But then again, he could always do that at home. The detective rubs his temples again at the sudden upcoming headache. His eyes are on the report of Endeavor, the one from not too long ago. Property damage and a few civilian casualties. Endeavor is a jerk. They know they shouldn't have stopped the investigation, but after the constant reports and witnesses going missing, something had to be done, and closing the case for a while was what they needed to do. After all, since Endeavor had threatened to sue them, and if he won the case, they wouldn't be able to start another case on him. The man is the devil himself. Naomasa isn't going to have this man continue with his evil deeds, but it has to be silent and where no one would be able to know. Detective calls one of his coworkers. He looks up to see a woman with bright purple hair streaked with pink. This is one of the witnesses under Midoriya Hisashi's protection, and she has a few things to tell you regarding Endeavor so that we can reopen the case again without any interferences. If the man decides to sue us, she can make sure that the judge will be on our side. Not to mention the whole Midoriya Hisashi being very, persuasive. Tsukauchi nods, motioning the woman to sit down as he pulls up a certain page for a report. He will have to write it down later, deciding to get this over with and head home. Bright orange eyes that seems to pop out with the beautiful colors. For a moment, he feels entranced at the beauty of it before shaking his head and telling her that he would have to ask questions before she gives her statement. A splash, water jumps out of the tub once he's in, waves pushing the water away from his nose before hitting him in the face at the same time as his head comes to rest against the wall. Green eyes blinking slowly, sluggishly, but the owner of the emerald irises doesn't attempt to fight against the water. The water that fills up and enters his nose, the water that will be his end. He stares down as he knows. He knows, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. When had it ever mattered? He's alone and it will always be like this. A cold chill runs down his spine as he shudders slightly. He bites at his lip, thinking as he types and listens to the woman give her statement. He knows that the number 2 hero is a terrible man, but he hadn't known about this. He shakes his head, glancing at his phone when it goes off with the message from Midoriya. A deep frown sets onto his face as he apologizes to the woman and opens the text. It doesn't sit right with him. Izuku never sends a text unless something had to have happened. There was just a feeling that the text holds that it sends warning signals throughout his entire mind. His body growing cold. He shivers from the cold, rolling his shoulders and rubbing his arms a bit. From Midoriya to Tsukauchi. I'm sorry. Thank you for everything. He glances at the woman and thanks her for coming in. He will use it for the investigation. This time he will do it privately, and there is no way that he is letting Endeavor get away with any of it. Naomasa keeps it all in note, faxing a copied file to his email and deleting everything off the database. The necessary precautions to keep this case under wraps, until they find out who messed with the files and reports. They won't allow anyone but Tsukauchi and the chief have a hold of it. The man continuously sends looks at the phone the entire time he works on the data. He had sent a text in question of the one prior, but the poor detective hasn't received anything in return. Naomasa bites his nails in worry as he thinks up other possibilities for the reasoning behind the message. Is he leaving, nullifying the contract and leaving to live with his father's cousin or his father himself? What was the meaning behind those 6 words? Tears prick at his eyes, feeling the blade bite his flesh. Beads of red dribble down his skin, hitting the water. To his other wrist, the blade bites down again. One hand hangs out of the tub, the other in the water. The red turns the water pink. He watches as he knows. He knows, but it doesn't matter. He knows he's going to die, but it doesn't matter. His eyes close as the water fills his nose, his lungs, but it doesn't matter. Tsukauchi clocks out earlier than usual. His anxiousness hadn't been paranoia for the lack of villain sightings, but it had been about Midoriya. The constant worry and the feeling of numbness overtaking him. There just has to be something wrong and he isn't sure what is actually happening. He just knows that it's bad, but not to an actual scale. He hisses in pain and takes a few seconds to glance at his sudden burning hand. The sigil appears, but something is wrong with it. The detective stops at a red light and glances at his hand, rubbing it raw with anticipation. The sigil is somewhat faded now, almost as if it's being nullified. That brings his attention towards it. Shouldn't it be faster? The contract nullification shouldn't be taking this long. He draws in a sharp breath, biting his lip as the pain gets worse. The feeling getting worse as well. Paranoia is eating away at him. Why? Just why is this happening? What is going on? Midoriya, please let this be nothing and my emotions just going overboard. Tsukauchi closes his eyes for a split second, snapping them open when he remembers that he's driving. The feeling of numbness finally takes over. The tears fall, cascade down his cheeks. He watches. He stares. He's silent. It doesn't matter. I'm dying. It doesn't matter. No one's going to help me. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. His eyes close. It doesn't matter. He's alone and that's how it always was. It doesn't matter anymore. This is the last time he will be alone. It doesn't matter. It just never mattered, did it? He never mattered, did he? I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I should have tried harder. It doesn't matter now. Tsukauchi arrives home, his face set to a frown as he stares at the fading sigil. What's going on? The apartment isn't as noisy as usual. That's the first thing he notices. The second thing, the dead still air that never seems to move. The third, the dead silence faintly filled with rushing water. Something is wrong. Something is not right and he can tell by watching the sigil. He creeps to the bathroom, the source of the running water. At first he knocks, no answer. The frown grows deeper. He knocks again, no answer. He twists the doorknob, unlocked. Alarm bells rise in his head since Midoriya always locks the door. He pushes the door open and he first sees is the red-tinged water puddling on the floor. Pushing the door wider, he blanches at the sight of the overflowing tub that's dark red with a too pale hand draped out, his hand coming to his mouth as his eyes widen. In a horrified whisper, he says, Midoriya. Getting that one call shatters Hitoshi. almost as if the color in the world never existed. He is left staring into the dull and dreary colors of it again like during class that day. Tears gather in his eyes, horror spreading throughout his body as he can't think, mind just stopping at the same time his phone slips out of his grasp. The words process right when everything around him collapses. His world collapses. He collapses. He falls onto his knees as he cries loudly, hitting the floor and pleading for it to not be true. His father runs in to see what the commotion is about and ends up comforting his son, holding him as he breaks down. His wife comes in and helps calm her son, rocking and humming, helping her awkward husband. Hitoshi can only think of the boy who helped and believed in him. He attempted suicide, barely alive when the detective found him. He should have gotten there earlier if he had a bad feeling. Shinso, he whispers, his voice cracking as he speaks. Please, when my son wakes up, please be there for him. Suicide. His best friend, possibly crush, committed suicide. No, he attempted. He would have succeeded too. He almost succeeded. He almost lost his friend. If his guardian hadn't, he has to force himself to stop. He has to force himself to stop thinking about it, but he can't. He just can't. Hitoshi can't even bring himself to ask if he could go and see him at that moment. He just sobs and grasps at his parents' clothes tightly as he recounts to them that his friend is in the hospital, lost a lot of blood and drowned. Images of Midoriya dead, cold and lifeless, never to move again, flash across his mind. The images and the thoughts that run through his brain worsens his crying. He doesn't understand why they even called him, why Midoriya's father decided to call and tell him about the incident. He doesn't know where he even got his number, but he's glad that it was him instead of someone else. He probably wouldn't have even believed them. Midoriya, he whispers with agony, body shaking with sobs and throat burning as he cries and cries and cries. Why? Why would you do this? Midoriya, why would you leave us? Why would you leave me? Why would you do this? You said you were going to. Heck, talk to me to Tomo Mama Maru. You said you had something to tell me. Hitoshi shakes his head, listening to the soothing voice of his mother who sings a lullaby. Will he see his friend? Yes, whether he was allowed to or not, he is going to do anything to see him. The detective had taken him out and bandaged his arms, hoping that the boy wasn't dead yet. In blind hope and faith, all while panicking, he conducted CPR on the boy. The boy spewed up some water, but the loss of extreme amounts of blood was still an issue. There is still a chance of not making it, and from the way it all looks, the rate of dying is higher than the chance of living. The scarring is inevitable. Rushed to the hospital, the nurses quickly hooked the boy up for a blood transfusion. They stabilized the boy, but the matter of him waking up was another thing. My son, I want to see my son. Where is he? The cries of Midoriya Hisashi brings forth a flinch from Naomasa, the man who was in charge of the boy. Crazed, broken green eyes swimming in sorrow and agony meet dull dark eyes full of regret. He's shoved against the wall, head hitting it harshly. The villain's bottom lip trembles as he yells at him, crying. You were supposed to be watching and taking care of him. You were in charge of my son's well-being. So why? Why is he here again by his own hand? Why did he attempt to take his own life? Tell me. I'm sorry. Bullshit. The villain stumbles back away from the detective, shaking his head and falling to his knees. He hugs himself as he sobs loudly and harshly. I can't lose him too. He's all I have left. My precious Inko, I failed you once again, he whispers in a hoarse voice. He shakes and rocks as he tugs at his hair, the same curls that he shares with his son. I'm sorry, my love. I've failed. Our son, you'll see him again if this doesn't get handled. Tsukauchi watches with saddened eyes, glancing up at the doctor who asks for the family of Midoriya Izuku. Hisashi gets to his feet, wiping his tears away as he swallowed thickly. He has to calm himself down enough to listen to the doctor. He's stabilized now. The boy is still in critical condition. He lost too much blood and water had gotten into his lungs. He luckily missed the major artery in his wrists, or else he wouldn't be here at this moment. I suggest therapy and supervision are required once he wakes up. You can go see him. Hisashi sighs in relief as he nods and follows the doctor, sniffling and wiping at his eyes once more. He arrives at the room and sits down beside his comatose son. He ignores the bandages and the IV that's transferring blood. He stares at the pale face with sunken, closed eyes. He caresses his son's face, breaking down again, his cries filling the room as he presses his lips to his son's forehead. I'm sorry, he whispers softly, his voice cracking with sadness. Tsukauchi stares from the door, a sullen expression as he heads out. He has to break the news to Nezu and Aizawa, who both won't be happy. Nezu because he won't be able to continue teaching the boy, and Aizawa for whatever reason. He sighs, rubbing his temple in frustration. For a split second, his gaze is averted towards his hand which holds the faded sigil. A frown comes to his face. Why didn't he nullify the contract prior to it? He thinks as he stares at the road. If he wanted to commit suicide, wouldn't it be easier for him to nullify the contracts prior to doing so to keep anyone with the contract from figuring it out? There's something I'm missing, but what? A note. He's missing a suicide note. The detective blinks and heads straight for his house with renewed determination. Upon arriving, he heads straight for Midoriya's designated room. He first heads to the bed, unrumpled and made. Papers upon papers litter it, but none of them ever talk about a note. It's all analysis. He heads to his own room, nothing. He searches his entire apartment in an attempt to find a suicide note to no avail. The detective searches the unlocked phone of the green-haired boy and once again nothing. If there's no note, it must have been a split-second decision. This might not have been planned. Something isn't right about this at all. He sighs and sits down at his desk, picking up his phone and dialing Nezu. The small, hybrid animal picks up on the second ring. They give each other small greetings before Naomasa gets to the point. I regret to inform, but Midoriya Izuku is in the hospital. He won't be back to UA for a while. What happened, detective? Curiosity paints the rodent's voice as he questions the man. He attempted suicide. Silence. Suicide? That is a problem, he answers after a pregnant pause. His mind is on the boy himself and what might have led up to such a deed. He frowns and hums for a second in a deep thought. How is his condition? He's in a coma at the moment. They're not sure when he's going to wake up or if he's going to wake up. He lost too much blood and I wouldn't be surprised if the water had messed up his lungs. Naomasa leans forward on his elbows, running his hand through his hair. He's exasperated and frustrated with himself. If I hadn't gotten there when I did, he would be dead. I should have gone home when he first sent me that message. If I had known, if I had decided to go home when I started feeling paranoid. I'm a detective for fuck's sake. My work revolves around following my intuition. Even the best of the best can make mistakes, detective. I will inform Aizawa so you don't have to. You get rest and figure out what to do next. The boy is a promising student. I do not want to lose such a pupil as himself. Nezu hums in thought. Please, do not hesitate to inform me of my student's well-being when he is awake. I do want to know how he's faring. Of course, Nezu. I will report to you when he wakes, but I am not sure when he will be able to attend school yet. In Midoriya's hospital room, a black portal appears out of nowhere. Out of the portal comes two figures. A teenager adult-looking male with black spiky hair, burned scars under his blue eyes and where his mouth is, wearing a white t-shirt underneath a shoulder-studded black jacket, black skinny jeans, and boots. If the man had tried any harder he would have looked emo. The other male has pale blue hair that reaches his shoulders, wearing a black hoodie and jeans with his signature red shoes. Red irises search the room for a few seconds before landing on the motionless body that lays on the bed. Tamura closes his eyes at the sight of bandages wrapped around the boy's wrists from where he slit them. The leader of the villains walks over and kneels down, his gloved hands ghosting the pale boy's face. Izuku, he whispers with a soft and gentle voice as Dabi stands at the door. The male constantly glances at his leader who is sitting beside the boy, murmuring to him in a tone he has never heard come out of his mouth. I'm sorry. Now, he's apologizing. Doesn't he hate Midoriya? Dabi frowns and turns to him. Not going to beat around the bush. I thought you hated him, so why are we here if not to kill him? Shigaraki sighs as he presses a small kiss to the comatose patient. The scarred male's eyes widen at the sight of that one small gesture. I can't hate him. No matter how much I try, he mumbles, moving a lock of the smaller teen's hair out of his face. We broke up because he walked in on me talking to Sensei. I lied to him about using Midoriya for information when he came in and admitted to only using me. Sadness tinges his words as he wipes at his eyes. I do not know if what he said was true or not, and no matter how hard I tried to kill and hurt him, I couldn't. After the incident in the USJ, I feared that I had actually killed him. It wasn't until Stain's incident that I saw him again. You love him, he states, not even attempting to form a question. He scoffs but doesn't deny it, his gaze on his ex. I wish I knew if he still feels the same way. He sniffles, trying to hold back his tears. Why didn't I try harder? Tears burn in his eyes as his voice trembles, cracking with his words. Why did I wait until he basically tried to leave everyone? Why? Dabi sighs as he walks over and rubs his back as the man-child cries, carefully hugging the comatose boy to his chest. He is gentle and buries his face into the boy's shoulder, running his hand through his soft, green hair. I'm so sorry, my love, he whispers, repeating himself for the next few minutes while Dabi glances off to the side, awkward and wondering if he should leave. The villain isn't sure what to do until he decides to just text Kurogiri to pick him up. Tamura tells him that he should remind Kurogiri to open a portal in a half hour. Once the man is gone, Tamura lays down beside Midoriya, angling his body so that Izuku's head rests on his shoulder. Please, wake up soon, my love. I need to see you happy and healthy, even if it's not with me. I want you to live. His eyes closed as he lifts one bandaged hand, pressing a small kiss to his knuckles. He flinches when he remembers that day during the USJ, his wrapped around the very hand and he had used his quirk on him. It's okay. You're not going to hurt me. That's a lie. You will never hurt me. He hurt him. Not with your quirk. I trust you, Tamu. Another lie. He used his quirk on him out of anger. Why did he have to trust him? A villain is all that Tamura is. He doesn't deserve a second chance. Not from Izuku. He doesn't deserve it. Please, Izuku, please wake up soon. Who are you? Tamura's head snaps up to meet bloodshot and suspicion-filled violet eyes. The hero in training stands at the door, tentatively taking steps forward. His eyes narrowed at the other male who appears to be about 2 years older than them, maybe a little more than that. Who are you? The violet-eyed teen questions for a second time with suspicion displayed well on his face. His gaze falls onto his best friend who is in the arms of the stranger. He moves forward but stays in a defensive position if the guy attacks. Shinso watches with his guard up, keeping a good distance away while sending a small glance towards Midoriya to make sure he hadn't been hurt in any way. Once assured, he steps forward with confidence at knowing that this guy won't hurt Midoriya. Well, yet, what are you doing here? The unknown man lays Izuku down, getting to his feet and standing on the other side of the bed. He moves his hands up in a surrendering gesture, smirking at the purple-haired teen who entered the room. "Am Shishimura Tenko," he answers with a faux-friendly smile. "What other reason do I have to check up on my friend?" Itoshi catches the slip-up but says nothing and turning back to what is more important. He doesn't care about that, he just wants this guy gone. Something about him. Well, his instincts are screaming at him to get Izuku away from the other male. "Visiting hours are almost over," he says, in an attempt to get him to leave so he would have time with his friend for a moment. "You might want to go ahead and go. Midoriya won't want us to give up our lives for him." The guy, Shimura, sighs and looks down at the green-haired boy. The gleam in his red eyes is soft and full of care, something he did not expect to see such emotion from this stranger. He doesn't even know who this guy is or what his motives are. "Yeah," he murmurs, almost wistful as if he's in memories that only he and Midoriya share and something about that strikes at his heart. "You know, I don't think he did this to himself." That catches the teen off guard. He doesn't think. What do you mean? You think that he didn't do this to himself? What other explanation would there be? Izuku had been alone and there was no sign of a struggle. If there had been someone, well, surely the detective would have been able to know. The bitter laugh that rises from his throat brings a flinch from the brainwasher, who stares at him with wide eyes. "You're his friend, aren't you? Does this seem like something he'd do?" Another strike at his heart. They think it was a split-second decision. They found scars, self-harm scars, on his skin. He had the knife in his hand. The sorrow in his voice is noticeable from the way it cracks. Just saying it brings him to tears. He doesn't want to even think about it. The villain huffs and rolls his eyes, sighing as he sits in the uncomfortable chair with one hand on Izuku's arm. An anchor so that he can keep himself grounded and remind himself that the teen isn't gone. "Did he tell you anything before any of this?" That throws him off. "He said he was going to tell me something tomorrow." Exactly. If he were to do this, he'd say it in a note or wait until he has told you what he needs to say. He runs a gloved hand through his hair, glaring down at the ground. "He told me that he would never do something like this. He's all his father has left from his deceased wife. He would never do this." "I know it. So you're saying someone set this up?" The teen watches the other scratch at his neck in frustration. He uses all his willpower to keep from reaching over and stopping him. "It makes sense. I've known him for an entire year now. He will get depressed at times, but it's never like this. Those scars." Tamura points to the green-haired boy's legs. "They were from so long ago. A time before all of the shit he got into happened. They were mistakes he promised to never make again. I'm telling you that he would not do this." The villain is staring at the UA student in front of him. It's apparent that the guy cares for Izuku. He sighs, dropping his hand. "What's your name?" "Shinso." He glances at the clock, his eye twitching at the sight of the numbers. "It's 5 minutes until visiting hours are over. We should get going. It was nice meeting you, Shimura. I'll see you around." He gets up, glancing at Izuku one last time and giving him a squeeze on the hand. The pitiful sight of his ex-boyfriend hurts the villain, but not as much as the sight of this hero wannabe showing such worry and concern for him. He may keep this one alive, only if he makes Izuku happy. The villain tells him that he'd leave in a minute and for him to go ahead, turning to Izuku for a moment. He waits until the hero wannabe is gone before leaning down and pressing his chapped lips to Izuku's forehead. "I know you didn't do this to yourself," he murmurs, "and I promised you long ago. I will kill anyone who you need dead. Now, I will kill whoever did this." He grins to himself as he turns towards the swirling portal. "After all, for you, I will kill the world for you and you specifically." The next day, Shigaraki finds the same UA student with Izuku. He can tell this will be a recurring thing to happen. The villain comes up beside him, sitting in the extra chair. The air is hanging with silence between the two. The only background noise is the heart monitor and their soft breathing. It isn't really awkward. The silence is comfortable and there doesn't seem to be any reason for them to speak. "I spoke to the detective," the violet-haired teen admits, his eyes on those pale hands of his. He doesn't say anything for a moment. The other male waiting for him to speak. He's patient. Something about the teen keeps him from exploding at him. Red eyes dropped to stare at the face of the comatose patient, deciding that he might not say anything. Finally, after a moment of nothing but silence, the brainwasher finally speaks. He thinks the same thing as you. The villain's red eyes snap towards him. Shigaraki's heart stops for a split second when he said that. It's scary that one simple sentence has been able to terrify him like it did. Did you say anything about me? No, I only said someone I know, so technically I wasn't lying. His head rises up to look at him with a frown. Suspicion fills his violet eyes, asking himself who this guy was. Shimura Tenko, just who exactly are you for you to act this way? Why? No reason. Sure, he drawls out, giving him a look that stated he isn't convinced in the slightest. He turns towards the comatose teenager again. The entire trip will be basically him and Shinso talking and him staring at his ex. And you need to wake up at some point. Class is tense and awkward. Can you believe Bakugo had the audacity to look ashamed? The name Bakugo catches Tamura's attention. Red eyes snapping to the violet-haired boy in front of him. The blonde Pomeranian that bullied Izuku is in the hero course. Wait, you know him? Not personally, but I had been a witness to his harmful behavior to Izuku. He scoffs in disgust at the memory of the day in that alley. He had watched and listened to the blonde bully the teen. How dare he say that? If anything, I would have believed him to be a villain. I thought UA was a prestigious school, but I guess not if that is who they believe to be a great hero. Shinso frowns, not liking the way he words his sentences. He says nothing as he turns towards Midoriya. Did you see that? No, his finger. It twitched. He exclaims, happiness coloring his usual monotonous voice. He leans forward, saying, Izuku, hey, can you hear me? No response. Nothing. Not even a twitch. You probably imagined it. No, Shinso doesn't think he did. Itoshi knows that Izuku's finger twitched. It just meant that he has a chance of waking up. In an unknown place, a man is yelling at their subordinate. Anger is painted on the man's face, bright red and veins popping out. He despises it when his subordinates fail the easiest missions he gives them. How difficult is it to kill someone and stage it as a suicide? You were supposed to make sure he died. He spits, growling lowly at the weak human in front of him, a god. They flinch but they stick their chin up, glaring at the man who contracted them in an attempt to show that they're not scared. I slit his wrists deep enough for him to bleed out. I drugged him to keep him from moving. How was I supposed to know the brat would survive? You had one job and you failed. You have a new job. Kill him while he's asleep and place the blame on one of the nurses. Of course, master. The person leaves the room. Their eyes shadowed as they grip their arms tightly. They won't fail this time. They cannot allow it. The man watches them leave and scoffs, turning to a photograph on his desk. The face of Midoriya Hisashi scratches and anger taken out on it. His clear disdain is something no one wants directed at them. I had your wife killed and you continue. Your son will die soon too and I wonder how you'll break. A grin spreads across his face. We're gonna see just how strong you are now, Ryu. Shadow sighs as he watches Shinso write something, ignoring the questions that Ida and Uraraka are asking about Midoriya. The teen stares out the window, his hands tensing up as his glare hardens and burns brighter while glittering with unshed tears. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. That gets them to back off while he blinked away the tears in his eyes. Shadow frowns as he tries to make sense of it. He had gone to visit the green-haired teen yesterday, but the door was locked and the lights were out. A note had been taped on the door saying that he was taking a short break from school, but Shinso's disheveled appearance and Aizawa's glare at the ground is anything to go by. Something had happened. Finally, the half-and-half quirk user has had enough. Something happened and they are not being told anything. All right, what happened to Midoriya? He questions when he finally cornered the purple-haired boy. It technically was more of a demand instead of a question by the tone of his voice. Don't bother using your quirk to get out of this either. Midoriya had promised to help me out of something and he isn't one to back out on his promises. Nothing. Only a wet glare. Did he go back to the Ville? Shut up. Gotcha. You don't know him like I do. He isn't a villain. Shadow sighs and moves his attention to the side. He waits a few seconds until the look of anger on the other's face simmers down. Sorry for assuming. I'm just worried. He's done more for me than most have. The teen sighs, dropping his head into his hands. Usually the brainwasher in front of him held more of a cool and laid-back appearance, keeping his emotions in check just like him, and this is one of the few times when he showed anything other than disinterest for something. He's in the hospital. That's all I'm allowed to say. Please, just leave me alone. Shadow doesn't. Instead, he kept his grip on his shoulders. I'm not good at this, but if you need someone to talk to, come to me. Okay. He had thought back to when Midoriya said those words. He didn't think that the teen could do anything. But when he finally cracked and spoke to him, he felt so much better knowing he wasn't alone anymore. Maybe he could do that for Shinso. He just didn't expect the guy to start crying. Sorry. I want to be left alone right now. Shadow has never seen anyone break down this terribly. Something bad. No, not bad but terrible. Must have happened if this is the reaction he earns from his classmate. No, you need someone to talk to. I'm not leaving until you either feel better or want to open up. Shinso stares at him with wide eyes. Why? He croaks. Why are you doing this? Why care at all? Because it's what a hero does. No, it's because that's what a person should do, he admits, correcting himself. He sits down beside Shinso and awkwardly offers a hug which the other takes with a laugh. I'm bad at this, I know. You are, but it's okay. He tightens the hug for a second, giving him a squeeze before pulling away. Thank you, Todoroki. I really needed a hug right now. His smile turns sad. I'm pansexual, he admits, curling into himself while thinking that he'd say something rude about it. When he doesn't, he continues, and Midoriya, you have a crush on him. That's too blunt. Good job, Shadow. Make him regret opening up to you. I honestly wouldn't doubt if a lot of people have a crush on him. He's a good friend despite the first impression he made. I don't think it's that they have a crush on him, but they have respect. But yeah, you're right. I have a crush on him, but I think he still has feelings for his ex, no matter how much he denied it. He runs a hand through his hair. He was going to tell me something, but an accident occurred and he's been hospitalized. I had been planning on confessing to him before that, but now he cuts himself off with another sob. Gosh, I'm pathetic. Hey, it's okay. You care about him. It's understandable to feel like this when someone you care about is in the hospital. Shadow gives him a small, awkward smile. You're not pathetic for caring. Everything will be fine. He's gonna come back and tease all of us like he used to do. Maybe almost die because of Bakugo. That is the wrong thing to say. Bakugo is the worst, he mutters, rubbing his hands together. He's really terrible to people, but when it comes to Midoriya, it's almost as if he's willing to commit murder. I've noticed that. He frowns, wondering if Shinso knows. Did Midoriya ever tell you what Bakugo did to him? Well, what he said to him? No, Shadow stops, biting his bottom lip. If I tell you, promise you won't kill him? Shinso frowns. His eyes are laced with suspicion before he nods reluctantly. I promise. Bakugo had bullied him since they were children because of Midoriya's lack of quirk. At one point of their life, he told Midoriya to kill himself. Never has Shadow seen someone's heart shatter so prominently as Shinso's did at that moment. The room is silent with the occasional beeping of the heart monitor and the oxygen machine. The door opens, a woman in nurse scrubs with bright gold eyes, staring straight at the sleeping boy. Her mouth is covered with a medical mask, hiding the fact that she's frowning. Her eyes close as she crosses the threshold, silently closing the door behind her with a sigh. She's there for a reason, one that she isn't proud of, but it's for the best. Ryu will fall apart, his entire being and company will shatter to the ground, all according to plan. Fishing out a syringe, she crosses the room and plunges the needle into the IV. What do you think you're doing? The woman jumps, whipping around to meet red eyes. I have to put medicine in his IV, she lies, glaring at the young adult male. She knows exactly who this man is and she won't allow him to get in her way. The man's irises flick over to the seemingly empty syringe and narrows his eyes, a hot flame of anger dancing in them. There's nothing in the syringe, so don't lie to me, she sighs, pulling out a dagger from her sleeve. You just have to make everything difficult. Shigaraki scowls, jumping back when the woman lunges at him. You attempted to kill him, didn't you? How do you know where he's being taken care of? How? Tell me, how did you find out? She doesn't say anything, swing the blade only for him to dodge and grab her wrist with all 5 fingers. The skin starts to peel off, followed by the muscle. Blood spills onto the floor as Shigaraki presses his other hand against her mouth to muffle her screams of pain, moving her backwards until she hits the wall. Golden eyes are swimming with pain and hatred as she stares at the young villain. She has to finish this job. This is all she has to do. The door opens and in comes the father of the son, Shigaraki. The face is familiar to him. Those golden eyes, there's something with them that springs out to him. She's trying to kill Izuku, he says, not moving from his spot. She's the one who put Izuku in the hospital in the first place. What? He moves forward. Each step he takes, the woman is squirming under the young adult male's grasp. Midoriya Hisashi's eyes are full of rage and murderous intent. He wants to kill her. He's going to kill her. He places a hand on the younger male's shoulder. Move her mask and hat. She struggles even further. Once her identity is revealed, her face splits into pain from the punch of the fire breather. You, how could you do this? What did my son ever do to you? He's just a pawn that needs to die. She growls with such ferocity that it resembles a caged animal trying to make its last stand. Another punch to the face. We trusted you and invited you into our family. I'm so disappointed in you. He turns to the villain. Take her away and I'll meet you at the bar. Thank you for looking after my son, Shigaraki. I need to have a word with a certain detective. With that he leaves, tears glistening in his eyes at the betrayal. How could his life turn into this? The woman who has been working with him for the last few years, the assistant he looked after as a sister. How could she do this to him? Izuku, why are you getting the short end of the stick for my misgivings? Shigaraki grins widely. his chapped skin stretching a bit. "You're coming with me." Before she can even do anything, her world goes dark. The dorm system is something Shadow will have to get used to. Endeavor is gone and in jail. Thanks to the investigation and the evidence from his older brother, Natsuo, and the evidence from his oldest sibling, Talia, who hasn't spoken to them or gotten in contact with them after that. They haven't seen him at all, yet he somehow knew of the investigation. All Might has officially retired. The trust in heroes has dwindled, but with the way things are going, well, the trust will slowly rise as long as no one tries to say anything or bring facts up against the heroes anytime soon. Of course, with the luck that they have been having lately, it'll all fall to one person in general. Since his arrival at UA, a lot of things have been happening. Things that have no explanation other than his link to the villain organization. If the way things are going lately continues to happen, it could slowly unravel everything that heroes have been working for so long. It will become utter chaos, and they do not need that to happen anytime soon. Midoriya Izuku is staying with them. Well, the last one is quite odd. Midoriya came back a week after the summer camp incident, and his first reaction is to hug Shinso, something the dual-haired male hadn't understood until he remembered the conversation he had with the brainwasher. He guessed that they must have gotten together sometime after Midoriya woke up. When asked what happened and why he wore bandages around his wrists, he gave Shadow's classmates a smile. One that was not cruel or sinister, but one of reassurance. He told them not to worry about it. Although, despite being terrible at socializing, Shadow is not a dimwit. Something clearly had happened. Shadow couldn't forget the way Shinso acted during the time Midoriya wasn't there. He linked the bandages and everything else to a final conclusion. The conclusion isn't one that can be confirmed by asking just anyone but one person in particular. "You attempted suicide," he comments, being completely blunt with it, having been able to catch him alone in the kitchen one night. He had gone down to get a drink of water but ended up running into the green-haired devil himself drinking coffee. This would be the only time he'd see him alone without it being their normal scheduled quirk sessions. Midoriya turns to look at him, scrutinizing him with those acidic eyes. Shadow resists the urge to look away, continuing to keep his gaze locked with the shorter male. "I did no such thing. It was more of an attempted murder framed to be a suicide." He nurses the hot drink in his hands, glancing down at it. Midoriya is silent for a second, almost seeming to weigh what he should say. "But good guess. It'll probably explain a lot for some of the things that had happened." "I heard what happened. I'm sorry I couldn't have stopped Shigaraki like last time." "What? Last time you almost died trying to stop him." "Bakugo is safe. No one is dead. That's all that counts, right?" Something about the look on Midoriya's face is unsettling. His green curls hang, draping over his face in resemblance of a curtain. He is hiding something. He knows that much, which leads to the question of what and why. He bids him goodnight and watches him ascend the stairs to his room. "Just what are you hiding, Midoriya?" Todoroki keeps to himself, wondering just how to find out what the other is hiding. That night, if anyone had heard the conversation, no one ever came forward and said anything. They both know their conversation had been heard. What with their classmates having heightened senses and all, Todoroki knows at least two people had eavesdropped on the conversation. But he isn't sure who. Midoriya is helping them. The provisional license exam is coming up and they're working on their super moves, and some of them are having trouble in that field. Midoriya huffs softly, muttering something to himself, which Aizawa responds with a death glare. Whatever was said, it's never voiced loud enough for any of them to hear. Both of their gazes follow the injured and retired number 1 hero's form as he limps over to the students and gives them advice. Midoriya covers his mouth, spluttering slightly at the sight of the book in the blonde's back pocket. He squats down to try and control his laughter to no avail. He attempts at calming down, but with the glare he receives and the constant reminder of the man's book, he falls into another round of hysteria. This is great. Just amazing. Quite pathetic. For the number 1 hero to be so. Well, it shows how useless he actually is in the field of teaching students. The boy calms down, getting back to his feet with his back straight. Any signs of amusement are wiped off his face, replaced by the look of boredom and disinterest. The blonde comes back and the two teachers hold a conversation, not paying attention to their surroundings. The teenager is analyzing and shouting out a few things they have to watch out for. Their footing, balance, the way they release their quirks. The two he helps the most are Todoroki and Shinso. Todoroki is having trouble with controlling his left side, and Shinso has a look of utter defeat on his face due to what his quirk is. He can't do a super move with just brainwashing, so he will have to think outside the box. Super moves are usually for the more combative quirks, not the psychological quirks. Watch out. It all happens too fast. One moment Toshinori is in one spot and the next. There's a flash of green and he's being pushed out of the way, tumbling across the floor. The hot flash of pain is the first thing he registers throughout the entire ordeal. There's someone underneath him when he finally comes to a stop. He looks down to see Midoriya Izuku, face scrunched in pain with a small groan coming from his mouth. Young Midoriya. he asks in complete shock as he gets to his feet, moving to help him up as well. Leave me be, he murmurs, curling up and hiding his face. Try not to die again. I am only saving you once and that's it. But pause, and don't thank me. I don't need your appreciation or whatever. He isn't sure how to respond and glances at the underground hero who is dropping the yellow sleeping bag onto the boy without so much of a reaction. The same indifference plagues the man's face. He watches in awkward silence as he wiggles into the bag and curls up in a similar manner to the owner of the bag. I'm missing something here, aren't I? Explanation later. Aizawa glances up at the other students. Lessons are about to end. Hurry up and finish. Yes, sensei. Echoes throughout the entire gym. The young child somehow falls asleep throughout the noise of the building. The gym is technically a warehouse with a concrete floor. Cementos had used the concrete to make pillars large enough for the children to practice their super moves. The students are working hard for the upcoming exam that will allow them to earn their license for public usage of quirks when the need arises. Izuku. The voice belongs to none other than the brainwasher of the hero class as he moves to the quirkless boy at the end of the lesson. Izuku. He's using young Midoriya's given name. How close are they? Toshinori can't help but think, staring with wide eyes at the violet-haired teenager who is looking down at the green-haired male. He lightly shakes his shoulder in an attempt to wake him. Love, wake up. Love, I'm missing a lot here. The number one hero is spluttering in shock at the sudden reveal of everything. Just how much has he missed during those days in the hospital, recovering while the world continued to move along? You can't sleep here and I'm a noodle who can't carry you. And warm. Leave me here. Not gonna happen. I can still always drag you, but I'm sure Aizawa-sensei won't like his sleeping bag getting ruined. You can sleep when we get back to the dorms. A small sigh and then an okay. The boy gets up, still wrapped in the bright bag. He leans against the other with a content hum and a lazy smile. He looks away, feeling like he's intruding on something he doesn't have a right to see. The boy is happier since the last he had seen him. Maybe, if he had given the boy a chance, he'd be a great hero. But the boy rejected him. It's understandable why he did so. Midoriya Izuku was tired of having to prove himself constantly. He was tired of being pitied and thrown to the side like yesterday's trash. He didn't need that. He is happy. He found his own way and made his own path, albeit that path was one he shouldn't have taken. The adult had heard of what happened between him and Shigaraki, Nana Shimura's grandson, Tenki Shimura. He couldn't help but be surprised to almost feeling bad. He had failed two boys who got what they should never have deserved. Tenko had been abandoned and fell into the hands of all for one. Midoriya had been let down and fell into the dark abyss of anger and hatred. Yagi calls Aizawa, beckoning the distracted man over. Do you still want an explanation? Follow me, we're heading to the teacher's lounge. He nods, staying quiet as he glances over to the two teenagers. Young Shinso is laughing at young Midoriya who is attempting to hop his way back to the dorms. Once he knows that they're far enough away, he asks, they're together. Who? Young Shinso and young Midoriya. Yeah, he shrugs as if it was a normal thing to talk about, not understanding why that's such a big deal. He glances to the side where towards the dormitory for his class. They're together. Dark eyes gaze up at Hollow Blue, seeing a tad bit of discomfort on his face and narrows his eyes at him. Why? Do you have a problem with their relationship? It's not that. He speaks quickly, waving it off and shaking his head. He didn't mean for the underground hero to mistake his actions and words. Toshinori is just surprised by the sudden revelation. As long as they're both happy, he won't hate them or anything. Young Midoriya needs someone who won't let him down in his life, someone who will be there for him. It's that, I didn't think the two would end up together. You have to be dense to think that. A frown in Aizawa's eyes, the way they both acted with each other. Even Bakugo saw the two getting together. It's not hard, Yagi. Upon arriving, he is led to the couch where he sits and scoots forward to listen to his coworker. Why is young Midoriya staying in the dorms? I thought he was going to be with Tsukauchi. What happened to him? Why did he miss a lot of days? Stop. Midoriya has been out of commission due to an assassination attempt on his life. He luckily pulled through and is now recovering. He was there during the training camp fiasco and had protected Mandalay's nephew, Kota, from an attack on Muscular who held no mercy against either of them. Muscular was found dead on the scene. Midoriya had overexerted himself and passed out once Kota was safe, which is why he's still really weak. Aizawa rubs his forehead with a soft sigh. Shouta can't believe the idiot decided to worsen his condition and getting Yagi out of the way. He made it to where he would get the brunt of the impact and not get Yagi hurt in the process. He's lucky that he doesn't have any broken bones. He is under my care, which is another reason why he's staying in the dorms. Due to the fact that the attempt had happened while Tsukauchi was out at work and that the one behind it has yet to be caught, it is less risk for Midoriya to stay in the dorms where we can protect him. While under the care of UA, he will not be able to make any contracts with people unless given permission. He nods in understanding, but he is caught up in the fact that Midoriya was at that fiasco. How did he end up at the training camp? I thought he wasn't allowed. Apparently, He was with the villains during the day when they decided to attack. I don't know why he was with them, but upon finding out just what they had planned, he went through the portals and followed Muscular to make sure he doesn't kill anyone. With the authorities finding his body, I'm guessing he tried to kill Koda and Midoriya had to stop it. So since it was out of self-defense, he won't get into any trouble and Koda had vouched for him as well. Toshinori frowns deeply, his shoulders sagging at the news. He was with the villains. Why? He guesses that no one knows for sure because Aizawa looks as lost as he does. But he was there with them as well. At Kamino, he was there when we went to rescue young Bakugo. I know. He was there for a contract with the League. No one but you and few others noticed him there, so that is fortunate on his part. Although, he hiding something. There was another reason for his being there. If I'm correct, then it has to deal with Shigaraki. He must know where the villain is hiding. Those messages from the final exams and the way they spoke at the USJ. Their past is playing a big role. I have to figure it out and put an end to whatever it is. Aizawa is in deep thought for a few seconds when an epiphany comes to mind. Tsukauchi has to know something. Toshinori hums, leaning back into his couch. Is that all? Seems like it, yes. He heads over to his desk and shuffled through paperwork. That's the end of the conversation and he heads out to talk to Mirio, his successor. He has progressed far in the usage of One for All, but something is off. He had said something about quirk singularity due to meeting the first user in a dream, but the way he spoke, it just didn't sit well with the 8th holder. He'll try to see if the boy will speak more to him about it. The one thing that is worrying the blonde male is that the quirk will grow tremendously and cause Mirio to lose control of it. That is one thing that keeps his mind preoccupied at night since he was told of the boy's dreams. With Shouta, his mind is on Midoriya and his relation with Shigaraki Tamura. Grabbing his phone, he searches through his contacts and calling Tsukauchi. Hey, we need to talk. Midoriya and his past with Shigaraki. It had been a while since the last confrontation. Hitoshi was sitting with Shimura cracking jokes and teasing Midoriya who still remained unconscious. The two males had grown close the entire time, helping each other cope with what had happened to their friend. The time passed slowly today, dragging on as if there wasn't much of anything to go off. Despite everything, the one who put Midoriya in the hospital had yet to show up again. Although, Hitoshi suspected that something must have happened going off by the way Shimura had been acting since he first greeted him. A look in his eyes showing his anger and ferocity similar to a caged animal, yet there was a gleam full of giddiness. Hitoshi sighed and leaned back against the plastic chair. HN and G, both of the males shot to their feet, their gazes settling on each other before falling onto the patient who was finally waking up from a small coma. Facial expression scrunched up slightly, eyelids blinking open and staring blearily at the ceiling. Izuku, they both whispered simultaneously, both reaching out to grab the boy's hands. WH, you're awake. Hitoshi recoiled slightly when he saw the flinch that came after his excited yell. He shouldn't have spoken that loud, especially with someone just now waking up from being in an attack. No, the boy started thrashing in his bed, slapping their hands away. Gee, get Hiko away from me. His eyes were blown wide, unfocused as he stared at Shimura, keeping his hands close to his chest as so that he wouldn't touch them. Midoriya, no. Then he stopped, his eyes dull and staring blankly at nothing. Izuku, follow my breathing, okay. Hitoshi worked with him, calming him down, using a gentle voice as he held his shoulders. His words were soft and full of care as he spoke to him. Shimura isn't going to hurt you, none of us will. Everything will be okay. The quirk loosened its hold on the teenager's brain and the green-haired boy was left blinked slowly as he took in his surroundings. He stared at both them, his eyebrows crinkling in confusion. Toshi, he looked over to the red-eyed male. Tenko, they both sighed in relief and gave him a small reassuring smile. Hey, spoke Tenko. He reached forward but drew his hand back at the slight flinch. A look of guilt crossed his face, almost unsure how to continue on from that. Hitoshi watched him close his eyes and take a breath. I'm sorry, Izuku. He shook his head. Shinso could see the internal struggle, the uncertainty of how to react with everything. His viridian eyes landed on the bandages around his wrists, slight hurt on his face. Did you two don't think I did this to myself, right? They hesitated for a good minute, both unsure about how they should answer. Hitoshi spoke this time. At first we did. He saw the sadness and deep frown that overtook his face and quickly continued. But, with everything that happened and Detective Tsukauchi working, we found out that it was more of an attack on you. Tenko, he didn't think you would ever do something like this. He trusted you a lot. I'm sorry for doubting. It was quiet. The silence that blanketed them was a thin sheet for what felt like an eternity before any words were spoken again. It's okay, Toshi. I'm just glad people know the truth. Not many people do. Some of the doctors still believe you did it to yourself and that we are coming up with this idea as a way to cope. I mean, they don't know you or anything, so what do they know? Shimura scowled, running a hand through his hair. he muttered under his breath, growling incoherent sentences in anger and annoyance. He always spoke of great distaste of the doctors for their misunderstanding of the situation, despite that it was their job to be sure, until the patient spoke up about the situation. The two occupants blinked, watching him pace slightly. "Though, we should let them know you're awake." Izuku glanced at Shigaraki, wondering if the other would have to leave. "I'll see you later, Tenko." He nodded, reaching forward and ruffled his hair before the black portal appeared and he walked into it. At the same time he left, Shinso had pressed the button to alert the nurse. Shinso watched him leave with a frown before sitting back down but on the bed next to Izuku. Why does he leave before anyone comes in? "Oh," he whispered, looking down at his hand and flexing his fingers. "So he doesn't know." "Well, I'm sorry, Shinso. I can't say anything right now unless you want to stop being anywhere near us." "You know, I can't say. Not right now. It's not my story to tell." The conversation was over after that. The doctor and the nurse came in to check on him and Shinso left to tell Hisashi about his son. The brainwasher was more relaxed now, not as tense as he had been. Relief of Midoriya being awake washed away any tension in him. He smiled after a good while. Everyone who knew of the green-haired boy, anyone who was friends, were finally going to be able to rest well. The world was always against Midoriya. It had it out for him. He knew that this was a fact. Looking back at his past mistakes and run-ins with shit that should never have happened, well, it sufficed to say that he was a target. That was the first thing he thought when he arrived at his apartment, grabbing a few of his personal belongings that hadn't been with him at the detective's apartment. One of the few people he trusted had tried to kill him. Now he's down to 2 plus Detective Tsukauchi. He was still iffy in trusting the detective and he trusts no heroes whatsoever. He glanced behind him, unsure what to think of the underground hero watching him. "Do you usually tail 16-year-olds or am I just a special case? Cause this is starting to get weird." "Be quiet, Brett. I don't want to do this either." The man watched him with a keen eye, making sure that the boy didn't do anything stupid. He had been watching him resembling an eagle would to its prey for a good while now, and Izuku did not like that. Frankly, he hated it. It made him feel extremely vulnerable. Then again, everything that the Erasure hero had been doing lately would piss him off. The teenager came out of his room with a trunk half the size of his torso. He pushed it over the hardwood flooring, not bothering to pick it up, too lazy to. "This is all I need from here. We can go to the detective's apartment now." He knew he wasn't going to the detective's house anymore. "What's in there?" "Drugs and a dismembered body." "Come on, let's go." Aizawa glared at him with an unamused expression, crossing his arms as he glared down at the short teen. He was giving him the disappointed angry mom stare. "Cut the jokes, Midoriya. There's a reason why you were targeted, so what's in the trunk?" "Just really important notes that cannot get out at all. I plan on burning them when I get the chance." Eraserhead rolled his eyes at the young info broker. "TCH, hurry up and let's go. I cannot believe you're now under my watch. I can live on my own," he muttered, completely agreeing with him. "Oh well, hopefully. This is all settled soon." The teenager was sick and tired of people constantly breathing down his neck. If he had it his way, he would be long gone to Tahiti, France with a glass of wine in his hand. That would be a great way to spend a day. Since he was 16, he wasn't underage drinking in France at least. France's legal age of drinking wine and beer was 16. After all, so he'd be better off there than in Japan right now. He wasn't a beer person, so he would stick with the wine. Oh, maybe he should ask his father about that. Great, now I'm in the mood for wine. You're not even old enough to drink. In France, I am. Am I in France? No, so I can't. He sighed, wishing to be at the beach in his fantasy. Wouldn't I be safer in a different country though? Aizawa just stared at him. You're still a criminal, don't forget that. Once all this is over, you will be arrested and sent to jail. He turned away from the teenager, missing the grimace on his face at that reminder of what type of trouble he was in. Izuku wondered why he was even trying to make small talk with this man. It was not even worth the time and effort. With a small sigh, he fell silent and for the rest of their day. He kept his words to himself. Izuku knew that it didn't matter what happened from here on out. He was going to jail once this was all over. If that's just how it's going to be, then what's the purpose of trying still? He followed the underground hero who was waiting for him at the vehicle. Dabi sighed, listening to the news report on a certain hero. Midoriya Izuku, the devil himself, walked in at that time. Deep, dark bags lined the underside of his sunken eyes, presenting him as a tired teenager who stayed up for 3 days straight to study for a test. The bruise-like color was prominent on his too pale face, resembling a ghost who just now resurrected from its corpse. It was almost sickening to look at. Heard that he finally went to jail where he belongs. It was all thanks to you. Giving that testimony was what helped. Too bad it would have been better if you were there in person to testify. He let out a huff, gripping the counter tightly while being careful not to burn it to a crisp. Still, I wanted to at least have the chance to beat the shit out of him beforehand. Sorry, he said, shrugging as he placed his head on the bar top. Exhaustion lined his body, weighing it down. It didn't occur to the villain just how much this had been riding on him. wearing him down for so long. I feel so relieved that he's gone now and not a hero anymore. Now, I just need to figure out who had ordered revenge on my father with the sight of death for me. But a friendly chat is not the reason why you came, is it? Nope. I came to relieve you of the contract and hang out with Shigaraki. I'm not surprised by the second reason. He held out his hand so that Midoriya could nullify the itching sigil, watching it disappear first. The slight weight he felt around his wrist lifted and he watched as the teenager stood and head to find Shigaraki. Ignoring the glares from Spinner and a few others who bore a grudge against him due to the fact he was the reason the police put Stain away so the other villains didn't like him. It was understandable why they didn't like him, but it was either Stain was put to prison or he dies. Dabi was glad to know that Stain was alive. You're doing what? Came the indignant shout from a certain info broker. Oh, so he found out him? Oh well, as long as he didn't get in the way of their assignment, then Dabi didn't care. It wasn't even a few seconds later when a crazed laugh ripped from the short teenager. You, oh my gosh. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard in a while. That was not my expected reaction, he thought to himself, turning in his seat as he watched them emerge from the back. The greenette was doubled over laughing, holding his sides in a manner to suggest that he was hurting. What? Bakugo would never join. He laughed like a maniac for a good moment before taking a deep breath and calming himself down. As he spoke, he wiped a stray tear from his face. But go ahead and try to convince him. I won't stop you. He patted the leader of their villain group on the back. Thank you for that. I needed that laugh. You best be glad I care about you too much to kill you right now. Hey, I never asked for you to fall for me. That was your own doing. He gave him a cheeky grin while Tamura just looked down to continue glaring at the other. Get a room, Dabi shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. That pulled the two away from each other and they glared at the fire user. What? Am I wrong? The younger one of the two just rolled his eyes and hopped onto a bar stool. I'm only going with any of you to make sure none of the students die. They're still in my care after all. I can't let them perish because of your foolish actions. He scratched at the countertop with a dangerous glint in his eyes and sinister smile. Plus, why not be part of the reason why UAS reputation crumbles? A few people were taken aback by that comment. Dabi stared at the younger teen beside him. I thought you wouldn't want that, especially with the fact that your boyfriend goes there. He turned to them, the sinister smile never leaving his face. The aura around him was eerie. The gleam in his acidic green eyes held a desire to kill. It was similar to looking at a snake ready to strike its prey. Who cares? My boyfriend and everyone else in that school can always become a vigilante or to another school. I don't care about the school in general. It would be best if that place burned to the ground. And what better way than an attack from not only villains but the media as well? He leaned back as his eyes swept across the room, sending chills down everyone's spines and making sure to let them know just who was the most powerful in this room. I'll be arrested and sent to jail once this contract with the principal expires. After all, I'm still a criminal. Dabi noticed the looks he received from everyone. Slowly, one by one, they were going to accept him. This, just a small variable like Midoriya Izuku, would work to the League's favor. It was at this moment that they had any hope of winning against the heroes. With Midoriya being in the same vicinity and watching, analyzing, the heroes, it was just the tipping of the scale that worked into their favor. The heroes just didn't know what was coming to hit them. Time to act, said Kurogiri, appearing behind the counter. His yellow eyes rested on Midoriya. Are you sure about joining us on this mission? You're still recovering from that coma. The determination in Midoriya's eyes. It almost resembled a diamond considering how they glittered dangerously. It reminded him of his own fire, burning everything to ashes without hesitation. Whatever had happened, he was ready to burn the heroes and their little school to the ground. He stayed with them for a good bit before following Muscular around. Dabi didn't know what happened to him until they returned to their hideout. In one of Mr. Compress's marbles was the unconscious body of Midoriya, the boy who was all cut up with splashes of blood staining his shirt. Once Mr. Compress released him, Shigaraki ran forward and grabbed him, wide eyes staring down at the younger male. Kurogiri came over and took the boy from the leader's arms and assured that he was going to be okay before disappearing from the bar. He hadn't seen Shigaraki as angry as he did at that moment. Where is Muscular? He asked, his voice trembling with fury. Bloodlust rolled off of him in waves. The want to kill the man who did this to Midoriya was strong with this one. Dabi just hoped to get all of this over with as quickly as they could. It was Twice who spoke up, having a clone of himself to follow Midoriya just in case something were to go wrong. He's dead. Midoriya killed him. Good, otherwise I would have done it myself. He turned to Mr. Compress, telling him to release their intended captive. You might want to change first. The blood won't do you any justice. Doesn't matter to me right now. Once Bakugo was out of the trap, they tied him up and muzzled him before he had any chance of reacting. The animosity in his eyes grew to horror when he noticed the blood-covered villain. We told you. Now go wash up. If I can't have Izuku's blood, then you can't either. Toga, shut up. Just go and check if he's still alive. Shigaraki. Dabi wasn't having it with this guy. If his feelings for Midoriya start getting in the way of what their goal was, then it would destroy everything that they have been striving for. This was no time to get sentimental and wash up. You can talk to him later. Make sure Muscular didn't kill him yet. He rolled his eyes and headed to the back to change and wash up, but that was it. He didn't go check on Midoriya. Knowing him, he wouldn't do that just yet. He had a mission first, and then it was going to check on personal worries later. Once he came back, he leaned against the counter. His piercing red bore holes into the blonde's face. Take the muzzle off. It would be quite difficult to have a conversation with constant muffled yelling, don't you think? He sounds too much like Midoriya when he does these sort of things. The snarky tone that holds a promise. He almost resembles an actual villain who wasn't being puppeteered around by the boss. I just can't believe I'm just noticing this. I guess the green-haired brat was a good influence on him, after all. The entire conversation was mostly the blonde yelling obscenities at them. Oh my god, someone shut him up. The yelling fell into silence and every head turned to the new speaker. The thing about having a loud Pomeranian was the fact that silence would never be just that. It was a fragile little thing that never had a chance to thicken. Deku, hissed the blonde, growling at the sight of the teen's face. Animosity, malice, the looks of a villain glowed brightly in those ruby-red irises that never widened once. A large sinister grin appeared as the boy in the business suit walked over, reaching a gloved hand out. He grabbed a fistful of hair and yanked the blonde's head back. The silver in his hand pressed against the base of his neck. The blade was against the flesh, beads of red dribbling down from where the skin pulled apart. You might just do well and play along. It would be bad if you rabid dog is found dead, don't you think? Taking several steps away and leaning against the bar counter, he stared at the blonde who was completely chained up. Brown eyebrows drew together, staring up at the info broker who just leered. It was almost symbolic in a sort of way. Despite not knowing the two's past, there was a certain reason behind the scene that seemed to fuel Shigaraki Tamura with glee. Dabi was just gonna have to find out himself. That or Midoriya would answer Bakugo's upcoming question. Why? A hum was the response. The informant tapped the knife against his chin, amused with the situation that they were all in. Why what? You have to be clearer than that. Why are you with these pieces of shit? They tried to fucking kill you. Haha, about that. That insane smile didn't leave nor soften. It was sharper, dangerous, almost resembling that of a psychopath. It was ultimately amusing, entertaining to watch. If all went well, someone would end up dead. You see, shit like that happens all the time when I'm on a job. I'm an info broker, one of the best actually, not like you care. So either I have people out for my head or they're wanting to keep me safe. I'm at the top of the world and I'm quirkless. Aren't you happy? I became the exact opposite of what I had wanted to be. I'm not a hero, Kaken. I'm seen as a villain by heroes, an enemy to everyone. It's hilarious, don't you think? What about Shinso? That tore a laugh from the info broker who played with the blade, tossing it and catching it. Oh, you're actually a decent enough human being to know and actually remember people's names. As for him, there's nothing about him. He doesn't know anything about this. I suggest you keep to yourself. After all, I'm not worried about staining my hands. You're fucking insane. Am I? Well, I wonder who did that to me. He clapped his hands, laughing slightly as he effectively quieted the blonde. Now, Shigaraki was oh so kind as to invite you here. Go on, ask him. Tamura glanced down into green pools before sighing, patting the mess of green curls. Red met red. Now was the moment to see what would happen. We want you to join the league. Don't worry about Midoriya here. He's not a part of it, just our source of information. Dabi wanted to snort, almost finding it funny. He knew that Midoriya was right. This kid was never going to join them. It didn't matter what happened or what offer was given. His pride and drive were bigger than anything else. This guy desired to be a hero, and that was never going to change. Hell no. There was the response they were waiting for. Magni hummed, turning to the info broker. The woman decided that it would be best for him to leave. Midoriya, hun, you feeling okay? The flash of a smile made them want to turn away from how bright it was. This was so much more different than before. He looked more of an adorable rabbit than a sinister snake. Better, go ahead and leave. This time it was the handyman. He patted the younger male slightly with a caring look. I'd rather not of any heroes see you here. After all, the contract. I know. All right, I'll leave. Remember what I told you. Yup, good. The venomous smile was back. Glowing green eyes bore into red and there was a small pause. Have fun, Kaken. Whether you join them or not, won't matter. I'm going to enjoy tearing everything you dreamed about for years to the ground just like you and Endeavor did to me. Aizawa Shouta is beyond furious. His face says it all, from the glare to the clenched jaw that threatened to break the teeth from the force being used to keep from screaming in anger and frustration. He is on his way to the one dormitory to have a talk with the problematic child that Nezu thought would be a good idea to take under his wing. Upon entering the giant building, he stopped by none other Bakugo Katsuki. His red eyes don't have their usual fire, seeming to be calmer than the anger-filled gleam from before. He takes a small pause before opening his mouth to speak. If you're looking for Deku, he's in his room getting ready to go visit his mother's grave. Present Mike will be taking him. Figured you should know. He watches him walk away, opting to sit with Kirishima. The redhead hasn't stopped giving him concerned looks even after they have moved into the dorms. Shouta has noticed the way they acted with each other, Kirishima being able to express his concern without the blonde blowing him up. Bakugo Katsuki, you've mellowed out after Kamino. Just what happened and what hand did Midoriya play in it? He couldn't help but think constantly that Midoriya had something to do with the change in personality. Many times, he's noticed that the blonde wanted to say something, but a glance at Midoriya's direction he would stop. Something had happened. If what Tsukauchi had said was true, then well, he has to figure it out. Still, he doesn't let himself be deterred and continues to the brat's room. He doesn't even attempt at knocking, turning the knob and forcing his way in. Where's Shigaraki Tamura? Shinso Itoshi isn't there. Good, I don't need to deal with him at all right now. Midoriya is, just like Bakugo said. The boy is putting on a shirt that says flannel with a bored expression, not caring that the plain green shirt had no flannel patterns. Awful fashion sense. The boy doesn't seem surprised at the fact that Shouta is there interrogating him. It's almost as if he had been expecting him to make the connection and going off from the unimpressed expression. He had been hoping it to be made earlier. I don't know what you're talking about. Are we really playing this game? He thinks, staring at the boy with frustration. If he could, he would have taken the green-haired teenager down to the police station right then and there. He is tired of this child's games and jokes. Cut the bullshit, Midoriya. I know for a fact that you're hiding that villain. He turns to him, facing the male with hostility in his eyes, shrugging nonchalantly. So, I don't give out my clients' information unless needed. But if you must know, the League is not even in Japan at the moment. He takes a deep breath and gives him a cruel smile. The dark expression should never belong on a child's face. Then again, this isn't a normal child. This child is of the devil, ready to bring hell upon the earth. I'm a criminal who is going to jail after the contract is over, so why not go out with a bang? Shouta scowls, grabbing the brat by the arms and pulling him close so that they're nose to nose at eye level. He makes sure it's a tight enough grip that it will keep him in place but not leave bruises. Do you think this is a game or something? You know where they are and you're not telling us. Why? Because why not? I'm not having this conversation with you, Aizawa. You should have prayed and hoped that I had died in that coma. But here I am, so you must not have prayed enough. Viridian eyes meet black, full of animosity, cold and unforgiving, ready to tear apart everything the world stands for. This world has failed him constantly and will continue to fail the boy. Talk to Nezu if you want to know more, but I doubt that he even knows anything about what I'm planning. Midoriya gets out of the hold and hops back onto his desk, staring at Shouta with hate-filled eyes and wanting to strike him down where he stands. If he had been the god Zeus, he may as well have. Shouta doesn't know just what is going through this kid's mind. All this because you can't forgive people. All of this, you're willing to let people die because of a grudge. The boy is trembling in anger, his fists clenched at his sides. His face is shadowed by his hair. His fingers find their way to grip the desk. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of forgiving people who don't deserve forgiveness. Forgive and forget. That's bullshit. He laughs, shaking his head as he tilts his head back and gives the underground hero a feral grin. Green eyes glint with poison, ready to kill anyone and everyone who meets his gaze. This society deserves to crumble to ashes. The age of heroes was meant to fall one day, and I will bring it. The world has been trapped in a haze that only a few can ever get out of. I will watch the world burn. He tips his head back as he laughs. And you lovely little heroes will be the audience to it all. Your symbol of peace, your number 2 hero, your little student have brought this. Heroes have brought this upon themselves. Do not think for one second any one of you will be exempted. Shouta's eyes widen the tiniest bit at the declaration. Is he really serious? And what would you do to have that happen? What would you do after you accomplish that goal? His grin softens the tiniest bit but has the same sharpness of before. Who says I'll still be here when the goal is accomplished? With that, he hops down and walks out, brushing their shoulders in a final attempt to annoy him. The underground hero is left alone to his own thoughts. With a sigh, he exits the room and heads to speak with Principal Nezu about this. If he is able to bring it up, the boy's plan would be ruined and he would be put behind bars for a good amount of time. Because no matter how much he believes it, Shouta knows that Nezu will never be able to reform the boy who has gone so deep in his hatred and pain that there's no way to pull him out of it. On his way out, he notices Midoriya kiss Shinso with the promise of returning soon before following Hisashi out. Shinso does not know just who he's dating. It'll crush him to know that the guy he likes is ready to ruin everything he dreamed about becoming for a long time. If Shinso is to turn on Midoriya, the reaction will be unpredictable. Aizawa stops in his stride to the principal's office. Midoriya is a loose variable. He can probably react in stopping his plans, realizing just what he's doing is wrong if Shinso is to break up with him for attempting to ruin everything. Or, the boy will continue the plan with more vigor. Shouta shakes his head. running straight to the office with the necessity to speak with Nezu. The urgency of this meeting has just doubled tenfold. "Oh, Midoriya and Shigaraki?" Tsukauchi asked in a thoughtful voice. "They dated before." Midoriya, I assume, still has feelings for the villain. Although taking into consideration that he's dating Shinso, I have to guess that those feelings aren't as prominent as before. The detective rifled through papers. "I'm thinking that Midoriya knows where Shigaraki is, but I haven't had the time to speak with him after what happened. The training camp incident has me wading through knee-deep paperwork." A pause, the air turning serious as he listened to the detective breathe for a few seconds. "Aizawa, you have to be careful with what you say to the boy if you're to confront him. I'm doubting his mental state right now. Something may trigger him into doing something stupid." "I know, I just don't know what he's planning. After the coma, he's changed quite a bit. His way of acting isn't as cheerful," he thought with a frown. "He is not going the extra mile to hide his complete disdain for people. He's starting to act like a villain," he whispered. "You've noticed it too. I've been getting updates from Nezu. He thinks the same way. Midoriya cannot be trusted to be alone. He's planning something, and from what Nezu is saying, it won't lead to anything good." The underground hero slammed the door open as he says, "Midoriya is planning to take down the Hero Foundation." The animal blinks before sighing softly, placing the pen he had been using down. "I figured as much, now I have proof." He turns the monitor to show Shouta the conversation that he had just now with Midoriya. "Thank you for bringing this evidence to me, Aizawa." He isn't surprised at this new revelation. He should have known that Nezu had a plan. "And what do you plan on doing? You know that this was bound to happen." "Simple." He gives him a wide smile. Shouta knows that he won't like the answer. It's written all over the devil of a principal's face. "Nothing." Izuku sits at his mother's grave with a soft sigh. The breeze runs its fingers through the boy's hair, singing to him similar to a mother would. His eyes are closed as he speaks to his mother's grave of what was going on and how his day has gone. For a moment, he can pretend that he's still the same boy from before, sitting on his mother's lap as she hums and runs a hand through his hair as he talks to her. That moment is ripped away from him. The breeze comes to a stop. Any peace he had is gone as a memory surfaces from his mind. The boy stood in an office as he leaned against the wall, listening to the faceless man's words. Poisonous words covered with sweet nectar, unassuming to the victim who eats them. The man turned around, the shadows receding, and he was left staring at the man who he knew was just the enemy. Piercing copper eyes were set deep in their sockets. Tiny scars littered his face, with a big one running down from the hairline to the jaw. He wore a business suit, black gloves covering his hands to hide the disfigurement. Horns curled out of the slicked-back locks of ebony hair, resembling a goat's, pale with freckles and burns, blemishes that would never fade. This man, the enemy to his father, was going to meet his end. Izuku sighed as he pushed himself off the wall, taking long strides to get closer to the man so he could finish their deal. He took out the pen and wrote something down. "Do you agree with the terms, Kajama?" The man, Kajama, read it over and nodded. Izuku hopped onto the desk, watching him the entire time as the man read. Kajama was unaware of the gleam in the boy's eyes, the craving to tear him apart joint by joint. He didn't notice the emotions that passed through him with a constant fury. He didn't notice until he looked up and his face met foot. The kick sent the male sprawling. His head hit the wall behind him. The adult stared up with wide eyes at the teenager who had a knife out and spinning it between his fingers. Midoriya, what are you doing with that knife?" Kajama grinned softly with an underlying sense of worry, hoping to deter the boy who didn't have the heart to kill him. "Come now, Kajama," he said with a savage grin. The teenager hopped off the man's desk, striding forward with the glinting knife in his grasp. With each step the boy took, it made Kajama aware that he was not getting out of this. The boy shoved his foot into the adult's chest, knocking the wind out of him, and pinned him against the wall. There was a sinister aura in the air. It sent chills down the man's spine who made the mistake of striking against Ryu. The malicious smile he wore, it'll haunt him for a long time and straight to the afterlife. "We're friends, aren't we?" Kajama blinked, staring at the murder in those acidic eyes that came from the kind woman of Inko. The woman who he met a few times and had treated him so nice. Ryu didn't deserve her, didn't deserve to have such a nice woman at his side, a nice family. He didn't deserve it. Not after taking away his. He wished for the man dead. He wished for him to go through the same pain that monster put him through. Those beautiful green eyes that have been tainted and no longer belonged to the woman that had been friendly. "I know you did it." With a small whisper, he asked, "I did what?" That answer resulted in a kick to the chest again. "Don't act ignorant. You ordered my mother's death. You ordered my death. And for what? To get back at my dad." With each word he spoke, the teenager pressed down harder on the man's chest and felt the bones underneath start to give. Kajama stared in horror. What? Enek, Midoriya. We're friends, aren't we? You wouldn't kill me. It was a miscommunication on my part. You know how that woman is." He tried to reason, tried to worm his way out of the situation. Please, spare me." He swallowed thickly, hoping to be able to talk the boy out of doing this. He didn't have a quirk that could help him in this case. He didn't have enough strength to even push the boy off without risk of being stabbed. My Midoriya, you wouldn't kill me. You're much like your mother, a sweet and caring person. A crazed laugh ripped itself out of his throat. You have no right to speak of my mother. He slashed at the villain's face, adding another scar to the man. He ignored the small cry. You killed her. You tried to kill me. Now, he murmured, the feral grin never leaving his face. Now, I'm going to return the favor. Kajama never got the chance to speak again, for the blade made contact with the flesh. He coughed, choking on the red carmine liquid that bubbled up his throat and cut off his airways. To the teenager, it was a beautiful sight. The blood poured from the wound on the man's throat as Kajama hacked and drowned, falling onto his side as he tried in vain to stop the blood flow. Izuku comes out of that reminiscence with a small gasp. He wipes away the tears that slip down his cheeks. A flash of red catches his eyes and he notices the red on his hands. Blood. Hi's hands are stained with blood. He blinks and the blood is gone. He covers his face, crying softly. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I wish you were here. Mirio is bouncing his foot, biting his bottom lip as he stares at the ground. He has been feeling like he was disappointing Sir Night-Eye and All Might at the same time. His grasp on One for All had been firm from the beginning, but it seems that instead of growing and getting stronger with the quirk, his grasp and ability to actually use it started to slip. He cannot control the quirk no matter how hard he tries. His progression has come to a stop. It's embarrassing, disappointing even. If his grip of control keeps getting flimsier, then how could he become a worthy hero? One that saves a million. He can't do that if he cannot progress. He has to keep going. He has to be able to control One for All. Mirio glances up to peer up at the sky. He sits outside the school on one of the stone benches, waiting for someone. His mentor, waiting for the man who he disappointed. And it doesn't seem that it'll be a long wait either. They are to stay on campus for their own safety. Young Mirio, comes the soft voice of his mentor. The voice, while expected, still surprised him. Jolting slightly, his eyes widen and he stares at his mentor. All Might, please, young Mirio, call me Toshinori. The older blonde's face goes from cheerful to opting a worried expression. He can see through him easily, knows that something is wrong. He doesn't have to look him in the eyes to know. He's known when he spoke for this meeting. Is something the matter, young Mirio? Mirio takes a step back, feeling bad for having worried his mentor. It's almost like he can't do anything right. He only seems to fail. I think you made a mistake in choosing me, he says bluntly. It's best if he just rips off the bandage. No use in skirting around the topic. If he hadn't done this, then he would have lost the nerve, and where would he be then? Probably be in his room moping and regretting that he didn't say anything sooner. What do you mean, young Mirio? I can't control One for All. I just can't. I try and try, but I can't. I just can't. I failed you. I failed, sir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't be what you want me to be. The blonde teenager bowed lowly at his mentor in apology, feeling terrible that he chose wrong. Mirio, says the retired number 1 hero, placing a hand on his shoulder. I didn't choose wrong. It's okay. You still have a long time to work with One for All. But, he whispers, staring with wide eyes, I haven't progressed in months. I haven't. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in the same place, and it seems that I won't progress anymore. You, Mirio. The two blondes look up to see Mirio's friend. Najire come running up to them with fear etched onto her facial features. She looks horrified, eyes blown wide and tears spilling down her face. The young blonde holds his arms out, catching her as she launches herself against him. She's trembling and in fear. Non-Najire, he whispers, running his hand through her long hair in an attempt to comfort the poor girl. He doesn't know what's wrong. She is usually happy and smiling bright smiles most days. Rarely is she this sad. What's wrong? It's Tamaki. She steps back to look her friend in the eye, bottom lip trembling a bit before she breaks down into sobs. He's in the hose hospital. It's. She gasps out incoherent words and wrings her hands with nervousness, big fat tears rolling down her face as she attempts to break the news. Najire, he says gently. Worry and fear grip his heart, squeezing it harshly at hearing his friend's status. The reasoning behind him being admitted to the hospital is lost in the mumbled and stuttered words. Right now, he's attempting to calm the blue-haired girl down. It's okay. Look at me. SHH, take a deep breath. It's okay. He rubs her back in between the shoulder blades, knowing that calms her down quicker. What hospital is he at right now? He inquires, hoping to get her to speak just a little more. Acquiring the name took another few minutes before Mirio nods. Let's get you to your dorm, okay. I'll go and check on him. Boo, but she weakly argues. Her shoulders drooping and her weak voice are a few signs of her exhaustion. With a little coaxing, he gets her back to her dorm and asleep in her bed. The blonde sighs softly, staring at his sleeping friend with worry. He turns and leaves, meeting All Might back outside, who gets permission for him to leave and check on his friend. The hospital is how he remembers One. He necessarily doesn't dislike hospitals when he's in one, but when people he cares about are, he grows a distaste for them. He wants nothing to do with them. The feeling of anxiety sets into his bones. He grows scared with each step he takes. The door is mocking him, keeping him from his friend. Najire couldn't explain, and none of his teachers or the hero his friend was interning under would tell him. A million thoughts ran through his mind. He couldn't stop the impending terror. His heart beat too fast. His breath keeps getting caught. There's a pain in his chest as he gets cold. Cold sweat clings to his back and sends chills down his spine. He's felt scared before, but nothing like this. Is this what his friend goes through every day? Is it worse? The nurse who guided him looks at him with a sad glance, almost knowing what he's going through, opening the door so he can see that his friend is safe and alive. Mirio forces himself past the threshold and closer to his friend who is crying. "Tamaki," he says, reaching out. "Tamaki, it's okay." He grabs a hold of his friend and tightly hugs him. He listens to him and cries with him. "And you want me to make a contract with this guy?" Green eyes flick from one person to another which sat around a table. Some of the teachers in the meeting room squirm uncomfortably under his scrutinizing gaze. The teenager locks gaze with Sir Night-Eye. The man has a distaste for the younger and doesn't attempt to hide it. A chuckle bubbles in the boy's chest, slowly growing in volume. The boy holds his sides as the ire of the other heroes grow. "This is important, you ungrateful brat." Izuku waves his hand from side to side, almost in a dismissing motion. "Sure it is. I just find it amusing how horrifying it is for someone to lose a quirk. Are you all that useless without one? But no matter, I'll do as you say. After all, I always get something in return." The smile he gives is anything but friendly, a feral grin that resembles a predator staring at his prey. "If this is all, I must get going now. Sooner is better than later. Oh, and no hero escort. That'll only look bad and get me killed." "Good luck, Midoriya," states his teacher. With a swift nod, Izuku leaves the teachers to themselves and heads off to meet the man behind the drug which left one of the big three students quirkless. He has a man to thank. Upon arriving at the villain's base, the young teenager hums softly as he steps up to meet with one of the plague doctor's look-alike. He wears his raven mask, grinning at the man who wears an inaccurate representation of the plague mask. But it matters not to the teenager. He is here to make a deal with the head of this organization. Midoriya flashes off his contract sigils to show just who he is. The villain nods and motions him to follow. The informant hums a soft tune, glancing around the place. He comes to a stop behind the male who knocks on what he presumes to be the office door. Raven hears the authoritative voice tell them to enter. He stills himself as he walks forward, bowing in front of the leader. He introduces himself like he usually does when he knows that this would be an important trade. He grins with the savageness of a wild beast. Overhaul, the head of the Yakuza known as the 8 Precepts of Death, watches the pure teenager with a curious background greet him. The way he bows, his way of words and the tone he uses, the way he holds himself, all signs of a professional who has been taught by a professional and gets things done correctly. The aura around him, it's a dangerous one. Raven, the omen of death. That is this boy in front of him. The boy who is known for his lack of quirk. The boy without that dreadful disease. He looks happy. He knows he's happy. Seeing people be left quirkless must be entertainment to him. A pity that this drug only lasts a few hours. "Sit, Raven, sit. This will be a good day for both of us to get what we want." Raven hums, staring at him with slight awe that masks his true colors. It's almost staring at a kid in a candy store, but that store is full of weapons and the kid is an assassin. "You work with me and you get everything you ask for. But that's if you work with and not against. Understood, Overhaul? I know of your quirk. I know how to stop it. I know your every weakness." This goes unsaid, but everyone in the room gets the message. Information for information. Information for items. Information for money. Whatever you can offer me, I'll gladly take and give. Just know that information is quite valuable. This man is Chisaki Kai, the head of the Yakuza, Izuku recalls. He can kill the informant if he is to find out just who he is and where he is staying. If the man is to find out that this job is from a hero, then he can kiss the world goodbye. But before we start, I must say, I am quite impressed with your work. Ridding the world of quirks. That's quite the achievement. He leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees and his chin on the back of his interlocked hands. How did you even come up with such an idea? Flattery, asking for details, just small things, most wouldn't think to be a source of manipulation. Midoriya is putting his lessons from both his father and Nezu to work, especially when it comes to such an important mission. The approval in his eyes is all Izuku gets, along with a small thank you, but that is all. Well, flattery does not work with this man. I could ask the same about you, Raven. How did the thought of becoming an informant for dangerous people cross your mind? My father is in the business. I'll be taking it over when I'm older. Might as well start young, don't you think? They casually spoke after making a contract. a contract that benefited both parties. But what Chisaki didn't know, the deal benefited Izuku more than what he believed. Something so simple that the man doesn't think twice on. The man who knows how to be mindful of spies is not mindful to the small detail of his informant. Raven isn't an ordinary informant, and Chisaki knows this. The male is a rare purity, and that clouded his judgment. A quirkless person, someone without the disease which plagued this world. Chisaki sits in his chair, watching the teenager leave his office. In return for this, I want a sample of the finished product. He wonders why Raven will need the sample. He's quirkless. Who would he use it on? Chisaki does not know and does not mind. One less person to have the disease at least. Raven is a mysterious person. A mere teenager who put himself in the dangerous profession of being an informant. It is odd. Why would a teenager put themselves in this profession? Why wouldn't he wait a little longer before doing it? That is something that Chisaki Kai doesn't know the answers to, and it messes with him. Finally, he calls one of his men in and orders them to look into Raven, find whatever little thing he can about the teenager. It shouldn't be difficult. The kid is one of the few without a quirk, so searching through the quirk database and limiting it to a certain mile radius will for certain be simple to eliminate any outliers such as age and gender. They have a girl with the quirk to rewind things to a certain time beforehand. With a quirk this powerful, they are able to incorporate her quirk into the drug which targets the gene that causes the mutation. Listening to Midoriya report this, it's chilling. He has a look of fury on his face, his eyebrows pinched together, mouth set to a thin line, his eyes lit with a fire that burns with a hot rage, and the fact that his hands are clenched tightly. If the boy had a physical quirk, Aizawa shouted is sure that it would be going haywire. I don't know much about her. I only overheard the Yakuza talking about her. Nezu sighs, beady black eyes staring at the boy who holds the raven mask in his hands. And what do you plan on doing? A sharp grin full of bloodlust comes to his face. I'm gonna save her. The heroes stare at him. How do you plan on doing that? You'll see. He walks out with that statement. Midoriya doesn't need to spend his planning time on speaking with him. He needs to save her. The teenager spends that night working on a plan while working with researching and putting together information for his client. He is going to keep the information truthful. Not gonna ruin his reputation on that. After all, he needs to have Chisaki trust him. The knock on his door is soft but loud enough to be heard. Come in. Looking up from what he was working on, he locked eyes with Aizawa Shouta. Oh, what do you want? Here to yell or get onto me? I want to know what you're going to do to save the girl. Midoriya narrowed his green eyes at the man with suspicion. Why? He placed his pencil down, rubbing his forehead. Because I want to help. Chisaki Kai, the head of the Yakuza group, is not easily fooled. When one attempts to pull a fast one on him, he tends to notice and he will retaliate. He grips the boy's throat tightly, raising him and shoving him against the wall with so much force he hears the satisfying crunch of bones. The boy's choked screams ring through the air as he attempts to scratch his assaulter. Midoriya's green eyes are full of rage and fear. His teeth gritted as he attempts to breathe. Fear for the inevitable death that will come. Breathe, breathe, breathe. It burns. It's agonizing. Ack. He cries out upon feeling the impact against his back and head. Kai saw ack. He attempts to speak and reason with the germaphobe. Stop talking. The male would have used his quirk, but his goal isn't to kill the teen. It's to punish him for lying and attempting to betray him. The boy is a pure one. No quirk, no disease. There must be something in his genetics and blood. Something that must be the reason for his quirkless status. He will take the boy and do some tests. Black spots start to pool around the poor boy's vision, the waters of unconsciousness pulling at his body and mind. I can't let him win. The question most have running in their minds must be, what led up to this? Well, time to backtrack. If anyone were to have told Midoriya that he was to work with pro heroes a year ago, then he would be ecstatic. Now, he was annoyed and ready to throw hands with the one and only Sir Nightai. He had listened to the man nag and nag constantly. The boy had already forgotten what the entire conversation had been about. It was now redundant statements being said differently. His ear picked up every other word that was said, too busy picking at a loose thread on his shirt. After a little longer, he snorted, finally reaching his breaking point. Look, I do not see an end to this lecture. I'm only here to help. Either you accept the help or you leave me alone. I'm tired. I didn't sleep last night. Too busy making a plan as to keep an act together while getting access to her. That is where Mirio comes in. I am not letting you put my intern in danger. The man is stubborn. That was something Izuku knew when he first learned of him. Stubborn to boot and will keep his intern semi-safe. Well, then, I guess that makes me more of a hero than you. Pulling that card wasn't really the best at the moment. Putting people in dangerous situations is not what a hero does. I'm not putting anyone in a dangerous situation. It's more recon than anything. Aizawa is going to be with Mirio. Izuku scowled as he gripped the chair in front of him. Whether to throw it or hold himself back, it was hard to tell at the moment. You put him in more danger. You have put him in danger now more than ever. What are you? The quirk, you bastard. You know what I'm talking about. All for One is a conniving snake who's lived longer than anyone else. You really think that he'd get caught willingly? He will break out. Paranoia, Midoriya growled, glaring harsher at his dismissal. Did this man not understand? The said teacher watched this argument unfold as if watching a tennis match. The area above his right eyebrow twitched, a scowl forming and crossing his face. He was tired of these two butting heads, although it seems that Night Eye was the one who can't get it through his head to compromise. He would have to ask Midoriya about what he meant. What quirk? All for One is the villain that All Might fought, right? I'll have to question the punk later. Midoriya mirrored the same scowl on his teacher's face, his arms crossing in front of his chest. Fine, if you're going to sit here and hide, then I care for nothing about you and will have you regret this. He pivoted on his heel, grabbing the tired man's wrist and leading him to the exit. The man didn't attempt to argue, seeing as they've wasted enough time already. Shouta wasn't paid enough for any of this. The underground hero sighed softly, listening to the mutterings of Midoriya Izuku. The boy who wishes to watch the world burn. The one who is willing to let the heroes and villains kill each other off without lifting up so much as a finger. Midoriya, just what are you planning for the finale? I know you're going to have something big at the end of all of this. The man never got an answer for his unasked question. But he will. He will, and he will regret it. Midoriya put the wire on in the most inconspicuous part in his body, fixing the cuffs of his button up. He pulls on gloves and has a condescending smile on his face. It had been going great. Izuku had been speaking to the Yakuza leader for a good half hour. The entire time, he communicated with the people outside by letting them listen into the conversation. Not once did they realize that the boy wasn't acting. While he was doing all this to help the little girl, he still had a side mission for himself. He needed the chemical formula of the drug. The man showed him the case of vials, each one important. One can give back the quirk while the other erased it. Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew that Chisaki Kai was attempting to play him. He allowed it to happen. It was quite entertaining. His green eyes burned brightly from behind his mask. It was a long meeting. That was a mistake. If only he had stopped at the moment it started, as he distracted Chisaki. He sent a message to the heroes to go and he continued on. What was the information on Eraserhead's quirk and how it worked? The said hero didn't know that until he overheard the conversation. Midoriya gave away weaknesses of a couple of heroes. He was merciless in doing so. I do need something else in return. You know that, Raven? A nod, a sip of the tea. As much as I enjoy your information on the heroes, my curiosity does not leave me alone. I wish to know how you're quirkless. It is quite rare to find a pure human. What? He was taken aback by such statement. He wanted to learn about his quirkiness status. Pure. Being quirkless isn't what you think it is, Chisaki. To everyone else, it's like having some kind of disability. That's because they're all riddled with a disease. They don't know what it means to be pure, relying on their illnesses to get through life. He spat, scrunching his nose in disgust. You're the only one who believes that. But alas, I will give you what you want. I don't know much myself on the matter, but I can always try. Chisaki received a message in the middle of the meeting. While he was distracted, Raven had taken out the information from his briefcase and put in the recipe for erasing quirks. The pile of information rested on the table while he put his briefcase beside his feet. The leader of the precepts changed. His body language was tense and his eyes had a fire in them. Anger, rage. Raven grinned behind his mask. So, he finally found out. Without hesitation, he lit a match and threw it onto the stack of files. It landed at the same time that Chisaki attacked. Throughout the mission, Shouta had a scowl on his face upon hearing what was being said. He hates that Midoriya knows his weaknesses, and that was what Chisaki wanted. Weaknesses on the heroes. Of course, Midoriya was willing to give it up if it meant watching the society collapse and burn. The underground hero and Tagata make their way down to where the little girl was being held. It seemed that the moment they took the girl away, everything went to shit. Shouta holds the scared little girl to his chest as he runs with Tagata helping him out. They are heading to the safe point while the heroes work on gathering up the precepts up and arresting him. In his earpiece, he can hear Midoriya struggling and insulting Chisaki. His scowl deepens when he realizes that Midoriya is losing the fight. He doesn't remember when he turned back to help Midoriya, but he finds himself empty-handed of Eri and rushing back to the base. Breathing is hard to do at the moment, although he seems to ignore that fact as he attempts to reach Midoriya before anything bad happens. The underground hero steps into an unwelcome scene. A fire had been set and is eating away at the furniture and crawling to spread. He finds Chisaki on the ground with a knife lodged into his throat and Midoriya ways away, unblinking eyes staring at the ceiling. His stomach drops as his heart skips a beat. No, it can't be. Shouta rushes over to the boy's body. Midoriya. Relief rushes into his body when he sees the green eyes slide over to him. Hey, get up. The fire is going to spread. The boy attempts to speak, but it's noticeable that he can't. Bruises litter his throat from where he had been strangled. He closes his eyes, coughing quietly, and sat up with Shouta's help. Midoriya reaches out for a briefcase, which the hero grabs and gets the teen to his feet, practically dragging the teen out of the building when an explosion rips through it. Everything is dark. When Shouta comes to, pain is noticeable throughout his body. Midoriya is kneeling a couple of feet away. He scrambles to his feet and makes his way to the boy. "Come on," he says, straining to hear himself over the ringing in his ears. He helps the boy up. Blood is covering his face from the injury on his forehead, and his eyes are closed to keep it out. Shouta leads the boy towards the safety point. Ari, she's safe now. Night Eye is there to greet them, helping the underground hero with Midoriya. The teenager is forced to sit down and they clean his face. The cut only needs butterfly stitches, but he doesn't speak. The boy grips the briefcase, which the black-haired male had to coerce the boy to let it go. Later that day, once everything has settled down, Shouta goes to the boy's room and finds him ready to climb out of the window. Midoriya. The boy freezes. "What are you doing?" "I have to go," he whispers, staring at the ground, still angled in a certain way. "Come over here. You don't have to leave." The boy finally looks up at him. "I don't belong here. Iri is safe. I killed Shigaraki. Nezu thinks he can reform me. I cannot. I'm going to jail after this contract." "I won't. I can't." He looks so broken, gripping the windowsill. "No, Toshi deserves someone better. Not someone like me. So you're leaving without telling him? He loves you, Midoriya. You love him. Why are you leaving without telling him?" Shouta takes a step closer. "You won't be arrested. Don't lie to me." His eyes water with a glare and a broken look. "Don't lie to me. I don't need it. You said it yourself, Aizawa. I told you. I will not rest until the Hero Foundation collapses. I know you and Nezu are collecting evidence. You don't think I did know my room was bugged?" Shouta stares at the crazed expression of the boy's face. "Midoriya, shut up. I am tired." An explosion rips through the air. His skin glows with the contract sigils, and then all of them dissolve off his skin. He was free of his contracts, and so were everyone else. And it started. "I told you, I will go out with a bang." Shouta watches the boy, attempting to reach him when he falls out of the window. The swirling darkness of a portal closes. He bangs his hand against the windowsill and glares at the night sky. With a shout, he rushes out and calls out to Night Eye. He's gone. Midoriya left. Night Eye doesn't look at him. His eyes on the television. It started. Riots and protests are being broadcasted. Cities all over Japan are on fire, people screaming and others being gunned down. Sirens ring through the night. Villains are gaining the upper hand over the heroes. Static and Raven comes on, his voice staticky. "Welcome to the end of Heroes. You all are fueled by the fame it brings. None of you are willing to save the public unless it brings you money. You should have anticipated this, and now you all will deal with the consequences. Japan, you should have expected us. Now you and the rest of the world will burn." Fear plagues the audience, and heroes all attempt to fight. The villains pick them off one by one, knowing their weaknesses. Shouta watches the bloodbath behind a screen with wide eyes. What have we done? Welcome to Oblivion. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.